Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. And let's be real, nobody wants that. Come on, that's not the way you want to end the week. Great to see you, Space Fams. Get my sunglasses and hat. There we go, now we're ready for the stream. Boy, oh boy, a lot to talk about here, but first some shout-outs. Moa Noep, Hermit Horologist, and Jetman123 in the YouTube chat, Young Chris A. Close Fourth. Columbia Rican, also here. Look Bovine. Schmegley, Glitchmaster. RPS Ringside with a Prime subscription. Great life choice. Great life choice. Really smart thinking. Just taking money directly from Jeffy Bezos. Giving it to me. What? That's using your noggin. Alright, lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam. Did Elon Musk steal the 2024 election? Questions surrounding that. In a number of bombshell statements made by Elon's baby mama, Ashley St. Clair. Jillian Michaels goes up toe-to-toe with Sam Seder. That's a fascinating watch. We'll get to that as well. Among a whole bunch of other U.S. news, including a lot of threats, military and or otherwise, being made against Cuba. Developments also in the Middle East, none of them all that good. Is there an exit ramp for Operation Epstein Fury? Speaking of Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy is great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax.
The Epstein hoax. Still talking about it. That's right. Everybody is saying it. Big, strong, tough guys. They're coming to me saying, "Sir, why haven't you released the Epstein files?" And I say, "Why are you still talking about that guy? This creep."
Let's get the files and figure it out.
But we're not just watching the Epstein Files remix from the Remix Bros for fun. I mean, it's fun. I mean, is it fun? Yes, but that's not the reason we're watching it, because we have Epstein Files stuff to talk about. Former Epstein assistant earlier on Friday naming new names, co-conspirators, and other details. CNN, 11 hours ago, on the story.
We have new details this morning about the House Oversight Committee's interview of longtime Jeffrey Epstein assistant Sarah Kellen. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says Kellen provided 3 new names of alleged abusers in Epstein's network. In 2007, federal prosecutors labeled her a potential Epstein co-conspirator, but Kellen told congressional investigators that she is an abuse survivor herself.
Right. So, just to get this started off, with everyone being clear on what's happening here. I just lost her first name. What's her... God damn it. Sarah. There it is. Sarah Kellen has, up until recently, been... I guess what people believe to be a Epstein co-conspirator. I mean, she was Jeffrey Epstein's assistant, right? So, she's the sort of person who would be, you would assume, fairly familiar with Jeffrey's activities. Right? Like, it would almost be impossible. Right? Just follow me here. It would be literally... one would think it would be nearly impossible to be that man's assistant and have no idea what the fuck is going on. Right? Like, you're scheduling for this guy. Like, I mean... Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, being so... Like, I can't imagine somebody so utterly, like, naive or whatever that they wouldn't know what's going on. Like, you're scheduling a massage every fucking 2 hours or whatever. Like, you gotta have questions. You would think you'd have a lot of questions. And if you're around him constantly, you'd think you'd see some stuff, considering all of the things we know about his behavior, right? All the things that were going on there. I feel like it would just be tough to be that man's assistant and not know, but she is saying that she's a victim. And technically, I guess you could technically be both. So, yeah. I'm not here to discount that aspect of it. I mean, I have no reason to doubt that. In fact, considering who Jeffrey was, I'm not shocked to hear that his assistant was also one of his victims.
CNN's Annie Grayer is in Washington. Now, Annie, you spoke to Comer after that closed-door interview. Tell us, what did he say?
Yeah, Danny, this is some of the most candid that I've heard from Chairman Comer, and that he said Kellen provided them with really substantive information that's providing them with potential new leads to go down and new names of potential alleged abusers for them to look into. Now, this interview happened behind closed doors, and Comer is not revealing the names of the 3 individuals, but he says that his committee is going to be working to release this transcript of the closed door interview as quickly as possible. Take a listen to how he framed it all to us yesterday.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She gave us 3 names of people that were involved in abuse. These were new names for us. So we'll be releasing the transcript as quickly as possible.
Can you share the names of those abusers now?
We'll get them as quickly as possible. And it's still going on, so I don't want to do that.
Wait, so they're going to release a full transcript, but he doesn't want to name the names. Like, Congress has been taking a real weird tone on all of this, right? Like, they've flip-flopped, first off, on the releasing of the files. And then, after passing a fucking law to release the files, they've done basically nothing to hold the DOJ accountable to actually do their job and get the files. And yet James Comer is fucking out here talking about this is the most substantive discussion we've had yet, but won't tell us about it. This is the most substantive discussion. He just said it's the most substantive fucking discussion they've had yet. And yet he won't tell us anything about it. They just got done passing the Epstein Transparency Act. This guy just got done voting for the Epstein Transparency Act, and he can't be transparent about this? A single hearing? Wow. Fascinating. It's weird. Suffice to say, I find that weird.
That's really weird.
Anyway, that's basically it. That's it. I'm watching this to be annoyed at the fact that we have basically nothing. Like that. We got James Comer telling us this is the most substantive fucking discussion they've had yet. And yet we have zero details on it. We just know that there's more co-conspirators that we didn't know about, right? Like we already knew that there was just a cornucopia of creeps in the files, redacted and or not redacted, mostly redacted, right? So just like, is everybody following where I'm coming from this? Because like it is utterly I don't know what I'm trying to think of the fucking word. Like it's some combination of like mind-boggling and frustrating, right? It's infuriating. There's like an aspect of crazy making in there too, because it's like, what is happening? You guys just got done passing the Transparency Act. You won't tell me about this aspect of it for some reason, even though you guys are supposedly all about the transparency. Simultaneously, how? Why? It's like a real life redaction coming from James Comer. Like rather than black lines, we just get James Comer saying, we don't, well, you see, it wouldn't be proper right now. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I just don't understand. We're never gonna get the files, are we? We're never gonna get them.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
So yeah, Congress not being super transparent about the latest testimony on the Epstein files. I'd love to know more about it. It sounded incredibly substantive, as James said. Yeah. All right. Like, you realize nobody in the United States has seen any accountability for this, right? Like, we know for a fact that there is at least... what was the number again? Like 24 unnamed or named co-conspirators, like redacted but named co-conspirators in the Epstein files at least. I mean, how many? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I know that sounds low. That doesn't sound right. I think it's because I'm thinking, well, there's a bunch of people in there who aren't technically named as co-conspirators because we're talking also about the FBI naming those people as co-conspirators within the files. So I guess it's kind of complicated. But oh, right. No, it was 10 co-conspirators listed by the FBI in one of the emails in the Epstein files from 2019. Right. Right. But then there's like, I mean, who knows how many other like non-FBI named people in those files that are clearly implicated as co-conspirators.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Are the three names Democrats? Was the so-called witness coerced with incentives to name these three names, especially nearing an election in 6 months? I mean, it sounds super sus.
It's a great question, right? Because, like, why is James Comer so excited about this one? Like, you heard the way he was talking about it. This is the most these are the most substantive conversations we've had yet. Can't tell you about it, but we're very whatever. How I can't remember exactly how he said it, but you know what I mean. Like it's quite clear that he thinks that this was an important discussion, and we're now sitting here expecting some sort of release. Why three new co-conspirators would be so revelatory and important when we already have 10 FBI named co-conspirators in a 2019 email, and then dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens. I don't even know, maybe hundreds, actually. There's so many files. I would assume, actually, it's in the hundreds of people who are implicated in all of this. We don't have according to the FBI, there's not even any investigations going on right now. There's been no indictments. Nobody. The only person that is seeing any consequences for this is Ghislaine Maxwell, who's sitting in a day camp for bad girls, right? Like it's obscene. Yeah, princes losing their prince hoods, you know, and we're over here in the United States. We're just acting like everything's fine. And you're right. It is weird that these three co-conspirators are more important than the hundreds of other ones and the 10 named by the FBI from 6 years ago during Trump's presidency. Like, we have all of this other information. Why is this new information more important?
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Goddamn America.
Right? It seems weird. Thank you, Omega, for the bits, and you too, Columbia Rican. But is that not weird? That they have all of this, what is clearly evidence of crimes, people listed in those files, just walking around completely free. Les Wexner, the Congress went to Les Wexner. Right? They didn't even subpoena the guy. He's all over the files. Right? The President of the United States is, I think, the number one listed name in the files aside from Jeffrey Epstein. Like, nobody's seeing any fucking consequences for any of this. Not in the United States. Not at least until the very soonest next year. From what I can tell. It was all a performative kabuki theater. Republicans voted for it. But they're not even slightly interested in actually investigating shit. They just want to be seen as investigating shit. Just like enough to, like, you know, feed the base.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Consequences schmonsequences.
Consequences.
Yeah, consequences. A fascinating concept that we're not really seeing much of lately. Hype train incoming on Twitch. 42 seconds. 42 seconds to get another dono in there. All right. Let's move on from the Epstein files for now. Talk about the media a little bit. And boy, oh boy, today was a day when I wish I could have a bigger thumbnail and like more slices of images, because we got a lot to talk about today, including the end of an era. Stephen Colbert, The Late Show, coming to an end. as a result of politically motivated decisions. It's a fascinating time to be alive.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Oh, just to report, I put Bob the Xenomorph on a leash, but when I went to get lunch, he got out again.
Okay, once again, we're going to have to, if this becomes, we're going to have to start ticketing, okay? We're going to have to make it a ticketable offense if you allow your incredibly dangerous Xenomorph to run rampant through the space station, okay? It's unsafe. It's a safety hazard. It's an issue of safety. I'm just thinking about everyone else. Thank you for the bits.
Stephen has used his voice, that he hasn't backed down.
It's a shame that they let him go. They caved.
He's somebody who's been speaking out for a long time. He's a good man.
Colbert will find a home.
Kooky just cheered 100 bits. Hey, I don't want to alarm anyone, but there's a Xenomorph in the mess hall.
Oh boy, hype train. Hype train incoming. Poggers. Poggers. Hype train. Thank you, Ducky, for the bits. Everyone being very generous with the biddies over on Twitch already today. Roy Wood Jr. I mean, yeah, no, sure. Of course. Yes. No, I see. I mean, of course, Colbert can get another job. That's not what this is about. Like, I'm not upset because I think Colbert is going to be homeless or something. You know? Like, I don't find this to be a important news story because we got to crowdfund, like, Colbert's next month of rent or something. He's going to be fine. But it's just, the state of democracy is not going to be fine. Like, just the state of America is bad. Right? Like, we were promised comedy was legal now. Legalized comedy. Remember that? We're going to legalize comedy. And now people are getting canceled for political satire.
Right to jail, right away.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Not to alarm anyone, I do need to report, there was a Mandalorian bounty hunter in the station today looking for Schmegali. Something about unpaid tabbing job as bar. He literally told me he can take me warm or cold. Please make sure to keep this type of danger away from the station, please.
Yes. Yes, thank you for the public service announcement. Now there's a bunch of former Late Show guests giving their thoughts on the cancellation of Colbert, the end of an era, the Late Show. And I mean, he was doing this for like over 10 years. I think is the highest rated late night show on cable. They tried to claim that it wasn't a political decision, but we all know exactly what it was. And as a result of our media being consolidated, weaponized, censored.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Did you see Colbert and David Letterman throw the furniture off the roof? Epic.
Did I see Colbert and David Letterman throw furniture off of the roof? I did not. I did not. I'll look into that. See if I can find that before we get done with the Colbert talk.
It is the end of an era. Tonight, the iconic Late Show on CBS will close forever. After nearly 11 years as host, Stephen Colbert will sign off one last time. CBS is promoting an extended Late Show series finale. CBS canceled the show 3 decades after it first premiered with David Letterman at the helm. The network said the decision was purely financial, but the move sparked accusations that CBS caved to political pressure from the Trump administration, a constant target of Colbert. The big question now, what's next for Colbert? CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is joining us now. First of all,
that's not the big question. I don't know why why is that the big question for CNN? A journalistic outlet, supposedly. Supposedly. In theory. Why is that the part that's the most newsworthy? What is Colbert gonna do next? What is this, entertainment news? Was this E Tonight? Where's Ryan Seacrest? Get him in here, Brian Stelter. Yeah, come on. If you're gonna give me entertainment news, don't give me Brian Stelter. Give me Ryan Seacrest. This guy, what? Come on. Come on! I know this isn't journalism speculating on what the fuck Colbert is gonna do in the near future. Well, I wonder what Steven's gonna do. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Please don't. Please don't. I'm just saying. Doesn't seem productive. CNN could do, and I know they've been, they're now, I think so have they been officially subsumed by the Ellison media empire? Oh, the FTC is still looking through it. So they're not technically, they're just like pending. They're like a pending, wholly subsumed media wing of the Ellison propaganda wing, whatever we're calling it, the propaganda sphere. But you can tell they're anticipating over there. Might as well pivot. All right, let's get a quick peek at fans saying goodbye. The last taping of the Late Show.
I was in Amsterdam this morning and just booked a flight, got here, 8-hour flight, have not slept at all, hence my voice. Raced through the subway system, and now here I am. I think he's a genius, and he's going to be totally missed, and I would have really done anything to be here today.
We were also in line, and we're in the audience for his very first episode, so it's kind of like a full circle moment.
It's more like of a family type of a show, where, there's so much respect, so much, you learn from it. I mean, family values and comedy, of course, entertainment. So I'm just a big fan of his because I was here for his first show, and now I'm going to be seeing his final show. And it's an emotional time, but
GSL You almost gave me a heart attack when you played the red carpet clip. Andy Serkis had that red hat on, but I googled it, and it's a MAGA parody hat with the word moffer.
Oh yeah, I was actually going to respond. I saw you tag me over there on Twitch, but I was gonna take a second to respond to that, but yeah, that was I could definitely tell it wasn't a normal MAGA hat.
Entertainment. So I'm just a big fan of his because I was here for his first show, and now I'm going to be seeing his final show. And it's an emotional time, but I wish him the best of luck, and I just, really am going to miss his show at night.
He has proved that you can have political opinion and you can be you can have a strong opinion but also still make comedy with it and make people laugh during times that are really hard. I know we watched him during the pandemic when he was still making his show, and it was a time that we still could find comedy in what he was sharing, which was I think it was just such a valuable thing to have.
Well, that was the scene from outside of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. The final episode. Fans gathered out in the rain, hoping to get in for a glimpse of the last bit of late night Colbert. To close this discussion, let's go here to Democracy Now! From earlier today. David Sirota talking with Amy Goodman.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. Well, the late-night comedian Stephen Colbert signed off last night for the final time as host of The Late Show on CBS. Special guests on that final broadcast included Paul McCartney, who performed the Beatles' classic Hello, Goodbye, with help from Colbert and Elvis Costello and John Baptiste and others. Over the past 11 years, Stephen Colbert was one of the most vocal critics of President Trump on network TV. His show was canceled last July after he criticized CBS's parent company Paramount for agreeing to pay $16 million to settle a $20 billion lawsuit brought by President Trump. The settlement came as Paramount was seeking the Trump FCC, that's the Federal Communications approval, for a merger with Skydance. This is part of what Colbert said at the time.
Now, I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. Because this all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
The Trump administration approved the Paramount-Skydance merger just a week after CBS announced Colbert's ouster. At the time, CBS Colbert was canceled for, quote, financial reasons, even though Colbert had been consistently the top-rated late-night host. Last year, Trump wrote online, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired," unquote. Early this morning at 1:52 a.m. Eastern, President...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Trump fired off multiple tweets about every late night talk show host firing. It wasn't just Steven, right? Who else got fired? I'm trying to remember. Was it Jimmy Kimmel? Right? Didn't he get fired? Oh, wait, no, but he got his job back, right? Didn't he? I can't remember. Initially, the show got canceled. Is that canceled still? I can't remember now. Fact is, I was never a big Jimmy fan. Yeah, I think Kimmel's still up. Or is it Kimmel or was it... No, it was the other one. Not Fallon. The whole thing's out of fucking control. The fact that I can't remember because there's been so many different like targetings of like late shows and stuff. It's insane. Because let's be fucking real. Late shows are like the most milquetoast, sort of watered down criticisms of the president that you could I mean, like, really. I love, and I think Steven's the best out of everybody. I don't watch his show that much, right? Like, sometimes maybe you'll catch me watching it, like the most out of any other late night show, which checks out when you look at the ratings. But it's just like, I don't know. Like, I'm not a huge fan of late night show. Like, just in general, like it just feels like it's intended to appeal to the masses in a way that does not appeal to me. Where it's just like, yeah, okay, great. Like, sometimes he has good jokes. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, it's just insane to me that is what's getting targeted, right? Like, it's not like super edgy. Like, they're not, they're intentionally pulling punches because it's a cable news show, and like they're trying to appeal to a broad audience, right? Like, and somehow that shit's getting canceled. Something with literally mass appeal. Millions and millions of people watch this show, and it's purely political because he just happens to just disagree with the president, and he always says mean things sometimes. Oh no, how dare you say mean things about the president?
How rude. Trump posted a message online again celebrating the end of Colbert's show, writing, quote, "Thank goodness he's finally gone," unquote. In March, the chair of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, celebrated the cancellation of Colbert's show as part of a broader Trump-led campaign against the news media. This is Carr speaking at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference.
President Trump took on the fake news media, and President Trump is winning. Look at the results so far. PBS defunded, NPR defunded, Joy Reid gone from MSNBC, Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd gone, Jim Acosta gone, John Dickerson gone, Colbert is leaving, CBS is under new ownership, and soon enough CNN is going to have new ownership as well.
You know, it's pretty incredible to watch this whole thing come full circle. The same people, you know, the CPAC, TPUSA types, the same people who used to cry about censorship. Oh no, conservatives can't speak on college campuses without being criticized. Like, my professor won't let me write an essay about Jesus in my biology class. You know, it's just like the same people who were decrying cancel culture for so long and free speech are the ones who are now cheering on the most blatant form of government-backed censorship and cancel culture. You have the FCC chairman getting applauded at CPAC while he talks about all the shows he's canceling. It's like, yo, what?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
So we're not...
Earlier this week...
These people are such massive hypocrites. And I know that they can't spell the word hypocrite or understand the concept of hypocrisy, but it's just so incredibly frustrating to watch it happen. It's like, it's beyond me.
One of Stephen Colbert's final guests, Bruce Springsteen, directly criticized President Trump and the Ellison family, David and Larry Ellison, which now controls Paramount.
I'm here in support tonight for Stephen because you're the first guy in America who's lost his show because we got a president who can't take a joke. And
I'm pretty sure that's gonna be deeply copyrighted. Very, very, very copyrighted. Just gonna avoid it.
So that was Bruce Springsteen this week, one of the final guests of Stephen Colbert. And right now, the Ellisons with Paramount Skydance are trying to merge in a more than $100 billion mega merger with Warner Brothers Discovery. Warner Brothers Discovery owns HBO, owns CNN, and of course Paramount owns CBS. So CNN, CBS, HBO would all be under the same roof. To talk more about the end of Stephen Colbert's show, Trump's threats to the press and media consolidation, we're joined here in Denver by David Sirota, founder and editor-in-chief of The Lever. His recent book is titled Master Plan, The Hidden Plot to Legalize Corruption in America. David, how does this fit into your view of corruption in the United States? How does the final show of Colbert, though the most watched show on late night, being canceled and him being ousted, connect to these mega mergers that are consolidating the media?
Well, I think it's a data point in a number of data points. I mean, the Colbert tale that you just told also there was a concurrent situation with Jimmy Kimmel and a merger about local TV stations, the Tegna Nexstar merger. Jimmy Kimmel had said something that apparently Brendan Carr and the Trump administration and the MAGA movement didn't like after the death of the murder of Charlie Kirk, and the television network faced pressure from Carr and others to essentially throw Jimmy Kimmel off the air. So I think we see this over and over again, where the Trump administration is weaponizing its power over mergers to try to get what it wants in the media space. And I think I wouldn't call that a new level of corruption. We saw the Nixon administration quite famously back in the day try to weaponize its merger approval process on behalf of its allies and its donors as well. But it is a resurrected tactic from the Nixon era that is a kind of corruption that's outside of, frankly, the traditional kinds of corruption that we've gotten used to. I mean, traditional corruption that we talk about in Master Plan and we document in Master Plan is about legalizing campaign contributions. This is actually weaponizing, as you mentioned, lawsuits where Trump is trying to extract money from various large corporations, using the merger approval process potentially as a tool to.
I would point out to some degree, I don't think Trump is just trying to extract money when he sues people, right? I think that Trump fully understands that when he sues people, that it is a point of leverage. It's not necessarily like the money itself isn't necessarily the ends, like the end goal. It's just the threat. Right? It's the lawsuit and the threat of being in litigation for whoever knows how long, or in, like, you know, like Trump knows that he can sue people and use that pressure to exert his will, right? And to get you know, particular behavior from people, right? Like, it's like, oh, you don't want to, hey, if you don't want to pay, I have another idea. A great idea. Just check it out. You know, I think that's literally, he's a fucking mob boss. You know, he sees, like, sure, in some cases he is in fact getting money, and I'm sure he loves that, but he's also getting things as well, right? Like free, like legal work. From oh, what's the name of the fucking, actually I think it was multiple big DC law firms, right? And like all of this other shit, like ABC and like all these other people, like just CBS, like these sorts of things. I'm sorry, no, he didn't sue CBS. No, but like there's like. God, it's hard to remember every single fucking Trump lawsuit that's existed, but I'm pretty sure that there's plenty of examples, if we were to go through them all, of things that Trump got that weren't money, but could probably be measured in real world events and influence.
Using the merger approval process potentially as a tool to extract those settlements and extract financial remuneration to Donald Trump himself. And I think ultimately, as it affects the media situation, it creates a chilling effect, right? I mean, everybody who is currently working in media, certainly for big corporations that may have business before the Trump administration, everybody knows that they, in what they're doing, whether it's report.
Yeah, and then there's that. I mean, it's really incredible when you think about it. The president is using the civil court system to engage in like a executive level slap. What do you call it? Not arbitrage, like a slap barrage, on like all of his perceived enemies and or like rivals or whatever you want to call it, like, and to simultaneously like instill fear into everyone else who might not do exactly what he wants, like in like, you know, like in advance. It's incredible. It's never happened in the history of America that I'm aware of, where the president of the United States was actively just running around suing individuals and businesses like himself. Not like suggesting like the DOJ should look into this or that for like no. He's just suing them for billions of dollars in the civil court system that like normal human beings should be using, not him, right? And oh god, it's idiotic. Ah. All right, since somebody recommended this.
Wind. Yeah. Here we go. Yes! One, two, three. Oh! Oh! Yeah. The Late Show, 1993 to 2026. So how many years is that? No way of knowing.
No way of knowing. Oh, there we go. Stephen Colbert, David Letterman throwing shit off of the roof. Of course, David Letterman is the guy who Stephen took over for. The show had been on the air for over 30 years. Truly an end of an era. Well, while we're talking about the billionaires repressing us via the media, we should talk about Jeff Bezos' recent media appearance. Before we do that, though, we are an hour into the stream, which means the galactic content goal must start. Technically, we've already made some progress. I don't know if this is exact. It looks like we've already made some amount of progress over on Twitch. But one way you can contribute to the Galactic News Network doesn't involve money at all. It's just following the stream on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, hitting that bell icon, and the like button. I know it seems like so much effort, but really, is it? You just, your finger or thumb, you click it, on the screen. You're already holding it. It's that hard. Really? Probably not. In the grand scheme of things, really not that much when you think about it. And if you are enjoying the show, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, especially now that we're not earning any ad revenue on YouTube. Places like Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Great ways to get some benefits and to support the stream. Cash App and PayPal got thrown to, and of course, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right. To Jeffrey Bezos' ill-fated media appearance. Who is this? Was this David? Yeah, David Dole, Rational National.
Billionaire Jeff Bezos was on CNBC, where he somehow got people to hate him even more, praising Trump and criticizing the idea of taxing billionaires. So in this video, I'm going to play a couple of short clips because I gotta admit, Bezos is incredibly hard to listen to, even as somebody who is supposed to be gathering the information here so that I could talk about it with you. I have a very hard time listening to this man speak and not just being filled with rage. But let me first start with a clip here about Donald Trump, and we'll discuss.
When I last interviewed you, it was about 2 years ago, President Trump had just won. He was not the president yet. And I'd asked you what you thought of him at the time. And you said that you thought that he had mellowed, that he was calmer.
Yeah.
And I'm curious now, here we are.
Yeah. I still think that.
2 years later,
Yeah.
we've had lots of we have wars and tariffs and all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term.
Yeah.
And I think.
Yeah, no shit. What else would you be comparing him to, you fucking moron? This guy's a billionaire? What is this? What is this response? I'm comparing him to the first term. Of course you are. What else would you be comparing him to? Is the second term? You're not comparing him to his third term. That hasn't happened yet. You're not comparing him to when he was a child. Nobody knew him when he was a child. So of course, you're comparing him to the past, Jeff. It's just such a weird answer. I mean, aside from the fact that he's clearly more deranged and more unhinged and more deluded, just like more unpredictable than ever before, Jeff is just like glazing the shit out of Donald Trump right now. He is getting his nose deep into the crack. Oh, the glaze fest.
Is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term.
More disciplined? In what way? God damn it. This is the only time you'll ever hear me say this, but God damn it, do I wish I was Andrew Ross Sorkin right now. That's the guy. That's the CNBC guy who is interviewing him right now. Because I would love Jeff to try and give me that fucking bullshit. Say that one more time, Jeff. What was that?
And all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term.
Yeah.
And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term. And, you know...
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits.
Give me one example.
It's a trick. Get an axe.
It's a trick. Thank you, Christopher. Give me one example of how he is more disciplined than he was in his first term. I literally cannot think of one. And it's not because I'm being ungenerous. In what way? The only way I can think of is he is more determined to be as fucking chaotic as possible. He has stuck to that as the only thing, but I wouldn't describe chaos in the same vein as discipline, right? Like, what is he engaged in a trade war with the entire planet for no clear reasons, including China, where he went back and forth with tit for tat until we had nearly 150% tariffs on both sides of that trade. That's discipline? Is that discipline? Really, Jeff? Is that discipline? Getting us into a war in Iran for once again, no clear reasons. Is that discipline? Or is that just pure unbridled stupidity?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
And so he's, again, I've worked with all the presidents. I will work with all the presidents, and I hope to do that going forward if they'll have me. But we need our business leaders to provide input into the administration, regardless of who the president is.
Trump is more mature. Okay, before we get to the Trump stuff,
it's ridiculous.
I have to first mention I have to clean the audio up a little bit because
no, okay, all right. No, it's ridiculous, David. For the love of God, the man is. I mean, he clearly knows that if he says anything, like Jeffrey Bezos, the third richest man, fourth, I can't remember exactly which spot he's in right now. One of the world's richest men is like acting in such an obsequious and clearly disingenuous fucking manner. Right? He knows full well that the words he is saying are utter lies, verifiably stupid and false, and the sort of things that you should no sensible person would say unless they were worried about their multi-billion-dollar business. Sorry, multi-trillion, right? How big is Amazon? What is the market cap of Amazon? Hold on. $2.8 trillion business. Well, you wouldn't want that to, meet up with Supreme Dictator Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
And so you got to make sure that you lick his butt clean. I don't care how much Big Mac diarrhea is caked on there. You get it clean. Otherwise, that multi-trillion-dollar empires. Oh, it's under threat.
Zuckerbucks.
Why? But his reasoning here is so ridiculous.
And Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others, are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's not true. I pay billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, then let's have that debate. But
yes. Yes, please. I think we can all agree on that. Yes, please. I don't think it's really a debate. It's like everybody but Jeff wants Jeff Bezos to pay more taxes. Basically, the vast majority of people think Jeff does not pay enough taxes. Like, let's be real. He's also counting the taxes of the Amazon pays, I would point out, which are not his taxes. It's a public company. I mean, he sure does. He own stock, of course.
pretend, that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay.
The billionaires, the nearly 1,000 billionaires that live in the United States, between them have amassed nearly $6 trillion in wealth. If you think that not taxing that isn't hurting society, or vice versa, if you think that taxing that, or my brain just broke. If you don't think that taxing that won't help society, I'm using too many negatives, aren't I? If you don't think, fucking hell. Everybody knows what I'm fucking saying right now. God damn it. Everybody knows.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Taxing that $6 trillion a little bit more would be beneficial to society. And everybody knows that, including Jeff Bezos. He just doesn't want that to happen. Because he likes that money. Because he goes to bed. Because he's got no, like, personality. He's an annoying guy whose only redeemable characteristic is having more money than everybody around him. So the less money he has, the less, you know, like leverage he has around the human beings around him to get them to do all the things he wants to do. You know, like Mark Zuckerberg would have nobody to film him, like on his wave board or whatever you call those things. You know, if he didn't have billions of dollars, right? Like, these are unlikable dickbags who just refuse to let go of a little bit of money in lieu of just having a personality, right? Like, in lieu of, like, doing something to be, like, a redeemable human to other humans. Like, outside of your capital accumulations.
It's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
This is a fundamental misunderstanding of why we need to tax billionaires. So I don't want to get into a whole discussion about fiat currency and MMT, but essentially it isn't taxing billionaires is not necessarily to pay for, you know, public programs or helping the poor. It is to ensure that there is a society that is not dominated by a few people at the top who have more control than everybody else. It is to ensure that democracy exists. Because when you have a few people who are worth so much money, who can buy elections, essentially, pay for the candidates that they want to have propped up, and be intertwined with that, have say when it comes to what the government focuses on, what kind of laws they pass, writing the laws for them. That is a thing that happens.
Exactly. This that's the world that we live in right now. That is how we have a literal billionaire in the White House who was put there by other billionaires. Right? Miriam Adelson, Elon Musk. I think that's the end of it, right? There's no more Jeffy clips. Right. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay. Seriously, though, this right here. If he believes... Whoopsies. Whoopsies. There we are. If he believes it's a problem, why is he constantly inserting himself into politics? Why is he constantly demanding corporate welfare? Why is he constantly avoiding taxes? Yeah. These billionaires are constantly getting all sorts of benefits from society. Whether it's their workers being on social programs like SNAP, low-income housing, whatever else. The existence of publicly funded roads, publicly funded, telecommunications, or whatever else. Research. I mean, the government has its hand in absolutely everything, and then they pretend after the fact, after they've accumulated power and wealth, they say, the government's never done anything for anybody, and we should maybe have less of it. And by less of it, I mean taxes.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
And unfortunately, the billionaires are very excited about poll taxes. Yeah. I mean, because they'll be able to pay them, right? They have the means. But you, those of you making, I don't know, say less than $50,000 a year, well, you might experience a slightly different voting experience.
Aww. Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The internet and White House are teeming with conspiracy theories about secret plots to steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, this is the real thing, and it's been hiding in plain sight. All that talk about stealing elections and undocumented immigrants voting.
The Democrats cheat, Republicans don't cheat.
It's actually a cover for something deeper and more insidious.
This may be the most important executive order he's ever signed.
Republicans have to win this one.
We've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls.
This myth of non-citizen voting appears to have been a billionaire-backed, funder-driven effort to make it harder to vote, which increases the relative power of wealthy donors.
This is all about class war. As the economy tanks, working people are becoming more and more fed up with a government co-opted by financial elites, big tech, and energy companies. At the same time, the billionaire class is working to silence any dissent to their massive tax breaks, shredding the social safety net, and mass surveillance. Just last month, conservatives on the Supreme Court, most of whom are linked to billionaire-funded dark money groups, successfully eviscerated the Voting Rights Act, further cementing Republican power.
That's the kind of ruling I like.
But the bigger motive behind moves like these actually transcends partisan politics. And that's because the various anti-voter proposals coming out of the White House would make life hell for many Republican voters too. A few weeks ago, we ran the first poll that asked working-class Americans how Trump's election policies would actually impact them. We'll reveal the numbers and show how all of this is secretly being driven by billionaires dedicated to making sure working and middle-class voters don't have their say in November or in 2028. Let's roll it back to 2024. In the last election, 73.6% of eligible citizens registered to vote. And only 65.3% actually voted. So already we're not batting 1,000.
The president's allies in Congress are pushing dangerous anti-voter legislation like the Save America Act and the Make Elections Great Again Act, either of which would be the most restrictive federal laws around voting in elections, basically in American history.
The SAVE Act and its permutations look stuck in Congress, but much of what they would do has been laundered into executive orders. You can break it down into a few categories: proof of citizenship, bans on mail-in voting, and intimidation and interference.
Yup. The disturbing trio. Is a disturbing trio. And the fact is it like this should be something that we're talking about every fucking day. And it's as a result of the flood the zone strategy of Steve Bannon that was laid out once again in Project 2025 that has been enacted under Trump 2.0 that makes it so the stories like this are like blips. Like we're just bouncing back and forth like in a pinball machine, you know? Like every single day. And like this should be like taking over the media right now, right? Unfortunately, we have billionaire-owned media. Whether it's CNN or CBS or ABC or any of these other, it's all just the corporate billionaire-owned media. And so we rely on people like More Perfect Union to do this kind of reporting. Why, of course, you should already be subscribed to these guys. But the fact is that this is massively problematic for our democracy.
Proof of citizenship. Sorry.
I was trying to land it right on... Fuck it. God damn it. I was trying to land it on all three, but I can't find it. Like, this disenfranchises people that are making Like less than $50,000. Most. Not just, but most. The cost of a passport and the already existing access to the documents, because like, for instance, let's just exclude cost for a second, right? If you look at the disparity between wealthy households and low-income households, right? There is a huge gulf in the numbers, right? If you're making a certain amount of money, you already have the documents, you know where they are. But if you're making less than a certain amount of money, well, it's a high likelihood, not a guarantee, that you do not have those documents, which then brings into question how much they cost to get and how long it takes to get them. Right? For instance, a passport. It's going to cost you like $150 just to apply to get it, right? And like a day of maybe not a whole day, but depending, you go to a post office. I don't know if you've ever been to one when it's busy. You could be waiting there for quite some time. And you would think the passport office, if this passes the Senate, it's already passed the House. If this passes the Senate, you would think passport offices in post offices, which is where they generally are, from my understanding, are gonna be fucking swamped by people trying to get them, which is going to further disenfranchise people from getting their passports because they're not gonna be able to wait all day, right? If you have a line going out the door at the post office, it's gonna prevent a lot of people from going in and getting their new passport, right? Because they got work, they got kids, they got other shit to do, and they're gonna be like, you know what? I got better things. I could be watching Euphoria or whatever. I could be watching the Galactic News Network right now. Well, of course, nobody in the Galactic News Network would do that. That would be silly. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. And of course, lower income people are more likely to have those sorts of life conflicts, right? We understand this. Like, not only is it going to be harder to buy the passport and to get the documents, and not only are you more likely to not have them already in your possession, you're more likely to have something preventing you, physically, time-wise, kids, job. Here are some of those numbers.
Last year found that just 28% of Americans with a household income of less than $50,000 possessed a valid passport, compared to 80% of those who make at least $100,000. And the burden doesn't fall evenly on gender either. Trump's proposals would require these up-to-date records of anyone who has changed their last name. Like 80% of married women. Plus, the administration wants to require proof of citizenship every time someone updates their registration info. And for renters in this economy, that's often a yearly task. You don't need a tinfoil hat to start to see who is being targeted.
Working class and lower income folks, voters in rural communities, especially Native and tribal communities, and voters on the very young and very old ends of the spectrum.
Yep, it's a disturbing time we are living in. All right, let's move on from that aspect of the elections to some other things that have been going on this week. I'm not gonna be doing a full week ending report on the U.S. news today because time. Like, I'm trying to. I gotta get myself back into a normal StreamLord schedule, like the reverse of everybody else's schedule, basically, because I'm still not on it. Having to do multiple days in the same week of being alive during normal human hours, like conscious during daylight. It's really thrown off my galactic circadian rhythm. My galactician rhythm, okay? It's a problem. All right. Let's go quickly to talk about the Texas Senate race between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. CNN from Wednesday.
What's happening in Texas, where President Trump just endorsed Attorney General Ken Paxton in the hotly contested Senate runoff against Republican incumbent Senator John Cornyn. Ken Paxton now seen as the favorite to win the primary, but not the favorite among some of the Republican establishment who think this actually reduces Republicans' chances to hang on to the seat. With us now, the aforementioned chief abacus analyst, Harry Anton. All right, Harry. So look, President Trump has enormous and a really successful record of picking Republicans to win in Republican primaries. Yes. After that, it's a little bit of a different story. Why are some Republicans concerned about Attorney General Ken Paxton if he is the Republican nominee?
It's simply put, they're looking at the numbers. They are looking at the numbers, and the idea that Democrats can't win in Texas, I want to put that to rest. They could very well do it. James Tallarico could very well win in Texas. And I want to use a comparison point with 2018, because there was all this talk about Beto O'Rourke, right? Oh, could he beat Ted Cruz? He could beat Ted Cruz. The numbers at this point in that campaign, simply put, did not support that conclusion. But the numbers at this point absolutely support the conclusion that James Tallarico can win. So take a look. Texas Senate polls in May of the election year. When you matched up Beto O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz was up by 7 points. He was clearly ahead. But look at the polling average now when you max up Ken Paxton versus James Tallarico. It's actually Tallarico that's ahead by 4 points. And Johnny B, I was looking.
Now, what I found strange about these polls that Harry got out here is that there's no comparison to John Cornyn. I don't think. But this is exactly what I've been talking about. If we just assume that Tallarico does worse against Cornyn, who's an incumbent elected senator right now, than he would against Ken Paxton, who's a dude who's an incumbent loser, who's lost, I think, at least once, if not twice, in multiple races, and is now here once again. And this is what I've been saying, is that, look, like when we were talking about Thomas Massey, right, the other day, right? It's, did he do like one good thing when it comes to the Epstein files? Yes. Good job, Tom. But the guy still sucks, and if we get a bunch of really right-wing lunatics running, well, you might wind up disenfranchising enough already disillusioned Trump voters. Squeak by some blue wins in places you might not expect, like in Kentucky and Texas and wherever else. You know, like, the fact is Trump continues to be less and less popular, but you have to assume, since Republicans are MAGA and MAGA are Republicans, the people who are going to vote in the Republican primaries are mostly MAGA loyalists. Perhaps not entirely, but mostly, right? Do you get what I'm saying here? Like, those are the people who are most energized to vote right now. Whereas I'm sure a lot of more sort of neocon, sort of centrist Republicans feel very disenfranchised by what they see happening with Republicans right now in Congress. And they might probably be like, oh, I don't really feel like voting today. I'm just going to sit here on the couch instead. Like, I do genuinely think that this is a dynamic that is going to be coming into play here with Trump's popularity basically hitting historic levels. You know, it's an off year election. The party out of power almost always benefits from not being in power. Picks up seats in the midterms. You just start adding it up, just doing the math. Which is why I keep saying we need to get people in there with vision. Not only because they'll be more electable, but because they'll be able to deliver on shit. Or at least will be aiming to deliver on shit, rather than aiming to enrich themselves in theory. If we do our jobs in the primaries. I would like to look at this really quickly, though, before we leave Texas. You'll notice, in the same years that we were just discussing, 2018 and 2026, it's almost the exact same picture on popularity numbers for Trump in Texas. +4 in 2018 and -3 in 2026. It's a move of 7 points over out of 100. That's what, like 7%? You go back here. It's a little bit more than that. It's what, 11%, I guess? 11-point move. Yeah. It's like an 11-point move between these two. But once again, the other problem with this is we don't actually know for sure. Like, this isn't a full picture, right? Because you don't have him, you don't have Tallarico against Cornyn. So you don't know what the averages of those two are. And I think that would be an important data point in this discussion. But yeah. Oh, I guess you could just do something like this. El Paso Times. New poll shows tight Texas U.S. Senate race for Cornyn and Paxton. A new poll from Texas Southern University Barbara Jordan Public Policy Research and Survey Center shows either candidate will have an uphill battle against State Representative James Tallarico of Austin in November. The poll, which surveyed voter sentiment heading into the general election, was conducted amongst 1,223 voters between April 22 and May 6th, 2026. The poll found that if Cornyn is the Republican nominee, 45% of voters would back him compared to 44% for Tallarico. The odds are not much better for Republicans if Paxton advances to the general election, as 45% of voters said that they would back the Attorney General compared to 45% for Tallarico. All right, there you go. There's my best Southern accent. I don't know if it was quite Texas. I was trying. I feel like maybe it was more like New Mexico. It's tough. But there, as you can see in that poll, at least, it's a different poll, right? It's a different poll. But you can see that there is a difference in the matchup between Tallarico and Cornyn, and the matchup between Tallarico in Paxton, which is why I encourage Republicans to vote for people like Ken Paxton. He seems like a great guy. He deserves your vote. Get in there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, now to New Mexico, where the Secretary of State spoke with PBS about a new law banning armed federal agents from poll locations.
Illegal.
Wait, what is happening? Oh, you idiot. Not New Mexico. Son of a bitch. To Virginia. Well, Kentucky. But to Virginia, because that's where this guy lives. Kyle Kulinski, secular talk. Let's talk about that Thomas Massie race.
Rain down holy hell and handpick this absolute goober who knows absolutely nothing about politics, ran on zero policies, and they fired an Israel lobby money cannon directly at Thomas Massie's face, and they were able to take him down. So
now you're questioning the accent, Costly? Okay, fine. Fine. Not good enough? That's not a good enough accent for you? I'm very sorry. I don't spend a ton of time in the South, so sometimes... You know, sometimes I'm not gonna be the best. I wasn't even shooting for New Mexico. I was shooting for Texas. I was trying to do a Texas accent, but I feel like it wasn't perfect. That's all I was saying. I was saying I felt like it was like parts from other places that were getting in there because my Texas accent is not good.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You could see last night, as of 7:41 p.m., Decision Desk said that Ed Galreen was going to win the Kentucky House 4 Republican primary. This is literally the most expensive primary now in American history, y'all. In American history. As AIPAC Tracker shows here, Thomas Massie was unseated by AIPAC's Ed Galreen. Most expensive in history, this race is, for the House. And then as you can see here, you have Ed Galreen took $15.5 million from pro-Israel PACs. $15.5 million. Thomas Massie took $0 from pro.
Once again, I support that. I mean, I think it's complete bullshit that we have this in our elections, right? But follow me here, okay? Can you imagine, for just a second, if the same dynamic, which I just talked about in Texas, were to play out here in Kentucky, right? It would mean that the challenger here in Kentucky's 4th, which is oh shit, what's his name? Wait, her name? Wait, I can't remember who won now. Who won in the Democratic primary for the 4th? Son of a bitch. I have it on my Google Drive. Oh my god. Where is it? No, that's the wrong one. Yes. Kentucky. Where are you? No, this is wrong. No, that's where. No, what? Huh? No, what? What did you? No. Okay, I'm getting mad at you. Don't do this. There we go. No. Yep. Oh, right. Jesse Brewer lost. I can't remember who won. But whatever Democrat, doesn't matter. Like, assume that whatever Democrat right now is running probably has a slightly better chance of winning than Ed Galreen. Right? And then we're to say win, in theory, to win. That would mean that AIPAC would have spent $15.5 million on a Republican primary. Right? They're spending millions on Republican primaries right now. You know, this isn't even the general. They are getting deep in on these things. They are really You know, how much money do they actually have to spend on little races like this, right? It's just one race in Kentucky. That's the thing. How much? I mean, there's 400 races. How much is that? 4 billion just for the House? Right? There's like a 431, I think. What is that? Yeah, that's like, it says like $6.5 billion if you were to spend that much on each race. And I'm not saying they're doing that, but like, if we can make them do that, if we can make them even get close to that, I mean, that's an insane amount of money to spend on one midterm for guys that are going to be there for like 2 years. Drain the APAC coffers. At some point, the old money gun's going to run, you would assume, run sort of dry. And if on top of that, we can actually just win those races that they're funding, it just hinders their efforts, their lobbying efforts. All of a sudden, they got a bunch of people who they just gave a bunch of money to who have no power, right? Like, if this guy right here doesn't make it to the House, that's a red number on a fucking spreadsheet somewhere. I'm not saying I don't find this disturbing. Believe me, I think you all know that. But just to be clear, I do find this disturbing. I'm also finding the silver linings in these things electorally. Okay? I'm like, look, if the far right Trump-backed candidates are getting shitloads of APAC money funneled to them and then lose in the general, great. I can't think of a better outcome. Do I think Massey has done some things maybe that are better than Republicans on a couple of occasions? Yeah. I'm not here to sing his praises. He doesn't think that poor people deserve food assistance. You know what I mean? Like, he thinks, like, the guy, he's a libertarian. He thinks taxes are like, an affront to your freedom. Freedom! Oh no, what's happening? Oh no. Is the stream still up? I just had some weird... Oh, the stream is down on Twitch. Is it gonna start back up? Oh!
No!
The stream on Twitch was down. We're down on Twitch. At least I think we are. I gotta reload. Please hold. We... It won't let me shut down the Twitch stream. It won't let me shut down the currently not live Twitch stream. There we go. Now let's see if I can turn it back on. Let's see. Come on. No, wait. Don't be offline, YouTube. Wait. Did the YouTube get turned? No. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Wait. Yes. Ah, there we go. And we're live on Twitch. Just came from Twitch. You think it's down? Yep, it is down. It is now, or it was down, and it's now not, no longer down. But thank you for coming over to the YouTube. You know, we're good over here too, not just the Twitch. And plus, all of the streams exist over here. You might not realize that, Brandon. But all the old streams, unlike on Twitch, they don't disappear over here, generally speaking. So you can go back, watch streams you've missed. Things like that. Other clips that exist on the channel as well. Okay, people, we're back on Twitch. I know people are slowly filtering in over there. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened. We just had an internet glitch. All right. Going back to the elections. Where the fuck were we? Yeah, let's go here. We'll start here. CNN from yesterday. The very best. The great Harry Ebden with the numbers.
What about those who didn't cast a ballot at all in 2024? Those who didn't show up to vote? Well, they have become absolutely perturbed. I dare say they are pissed off at the President of the United States. Voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. Trump's net approval rating. Back in November of 2024, just after the election, look at his net approval rating. It was plus 4 points for his plans in office. But look at that. It is fallen. Yeah. Whoo! There you go, Sarah Seidner. That's the only sound you can make. It has fallen through the floor. Look at this. Minus 50 points on Trump's net approval rating among voters who did not, in fact, cast a ballot in 2024. That is, you don't have to be a mathematical genius, an over 50-point move against the President of the United States among those who are kind of like, meh, you know, in terms of voting in 2024. But now they are pissed off.
Yeah, they don't sound very meh anymore. And from plus 4 meh to negative 50, go fuck yourself.
Come on!
Like, meh, you know, in terms of voting in 2024. But now they are pissed off.
Well, and that's the thing. The turnout can have a huge impact on who wins a race. Give us some sense of why people are in this position, and I can kind of guess, but I'll let you tell us. Tell us the numbers.
I'll tell you the numbers. I mean, look, anyone who's been following these segments, anyone who knows anything about American politics knows it's the economy. It is the economy smarty pants in terms of Sarah Seidner. And you can just see it here. I mean, view of Trump in the economy, again, among voters who did not cast a vote in 2024. In November of 2024, 60% were confident in Trump to make good decisions when it came to the economy. But again, this number has just absolutely plummeted. Look at his approval rating now on the economy among those who didn't cast a ballot in 2024. It's 19%. It's only a third of those who were confident back in November of 2024.
Yes, indeed. And hold on, there's one more number in here I think we should look at before we leave Harry. Yes, this. I found this fascinating as well. I do believe this is relevant information about people's level of motivation in his midterm election.
About turnout, and these folks are not just pissed off and want to vote Democratic. A lot of them are actually very likely to vote. Okay, voters who didn't cast a ballot in 2024, their 2026 choice for the House. Look at this. Democrats are winning amongst them by 31 points, and 48% of them are either very likely or almost certain to vote in the midterm elections. So this is a group I'd really be paying a lot of attention on, because the reason why Democrats are doing so well on the generic ballot is in large part among those who stayed home in 2024. Many of them will vote in 2026, and they won't be voting Republican. They'll be voting Democratic, because truth is, they're just pissed off at the president.
Oh, there it is. The people who were met only a year and a half ago are now very likely to vote. Very likely to vote Democrat. And are very much disapproving of what Donald Trump has done in his first year. Could spell good things. This is why I keep saying the primaries are so important. Because with this kind of sentiment, we could make some real change here. With these kinds of numbers, our powers combined.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
No, but it's true, right? And the primaries are the time where we can have the arguments about what is important for the Democratic Party to represent. Something we're going to get into in a little bit, I would point out. Yes. For a brief moment, we are going to talk about that ill-fated DNC autopsy. But we still got a couple of other things first. Back to talking about the elections themselves in New Mexico, a story which I thought was up a few clips back, but here it is now, finally. PBS NewsHour from yesterday, with New Mexico Secretary of State explaining the new law preventing federal agents, armed federal agents, from polling locations.
Illegal.
With primary season already underway, election officials are preparing for November, and some Democratic-led states worried about the possibility of armed soldiers or ICE officers appearing near polling places are taking steps to counter what they see as a potential effort to intimidate voters. Our Liz Landers has more.
This week, Connecticut's governor signed into law a measure that expands no-excuse absentee voting while also restricting armed federal agents near polling places. Portions of the law were modeled on New Mexico, which earlier this year became the first state to pass such a ban near polling places. Joining us to discuss how states are dealing with election security and voter intimidation concerns is Maggie Toulouse-Oliver, the New Mexico Secretary of State. Madam Secretary, thank you for joining NewsHour.
Thank you for having me.
So federal law dating back to the Civil War already bans sending the military or other, quote, armed men to polling places in most instances. But I asked President Trump about this recently. Here was our exchange.
For midterm elections, would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I'd do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. We have to have honest elections.
So you're not ruling that out?
What enforcement mechanism does the state have in the moment if armed federal forces show up at the polls?
Well, the good news is here in New Mexico, we recently passed some legislation to address this very question. Because in reality, neither the National Guard nor ICE nor any federal entity has a role in the election process or a responsibility or the power to interfere in the election process. And in fact, as we know, going back to the Jim Crow days, any involvement of law enforcement or the military can be perceived as intimidation by voters.
Exactly. Just inherently, nobody wants to go go hang out with a bunch of armed dudes, right? Like, or only a certain group of people think that that's a great idea, right? And a lot of people are put off by the idea of having, you know, armed federal agents at a polling location, right? Like, it's just wrong. And the fact is, if President Barack Obama had threatened this, Alex Jones, we would have witnessed Alex Jones's head explode on InfoWars' podcast, right? Like, that would have been like level 13 alert. Like, that's way bigger than like the Steele dossier or the FEMA camps or the was it the Ed Helm, not Ed Helms, Jade Helm, Ed Helm. Sorry, Ed. Hopefully he never hears that one. Jade Helm, Ed Helm, Ed Helm. He's coming. Ed Helm and NATO, they're working together. They're down at the southern border, working with FEMA. They're going to take over your streets. Dangerous, Ed Helm.
You are not funny.
I'm amused, though. I'm highly amused by that. Can you imagine? I'm just imagining him in like some of like the office shit, like with the guitar, going around with the National Guard. Like, it makes it actually less terrifying. Nope. Everybody knows who I'm talking about, right? Don't make me do it. Okay, we're going to go back to the numbers.
My name is Andy. Yeah. I don't do drugs.
Sometimes we sort of get lost.
Now
We're
check
focusing
the
on
style.
one poll and one
flat
narrative.
and scrubs.
Sometimes there are competing narratives, and I think it's worth just taking a step back, because I think some people are like, well, the polls said one thing and another thing happened. Actually, the polls here differ quite a bit. Democrats lead in choice for Congress. Look at this. New York Times poll came out yesterday, it's 10. That matches with Maris. That was 10. But the Washington Post came out within the last month. That was 5. Fox News came out in the last month. That was 5. And then the CNN poll that we were discussing last week, right? That was a 3-point lead. There's quite this bit of variance that is going on right here. And you know what? This is actually a good thing. This is a normal thing. This is what happens when you have margins of error that are going out there. You'd expect an average, but then you have a range of possible results around that average, and we're not necessarily sure which one is right if the election were held today. And of course, there's the extra variance of the fact that the election is not being held until.
Oh! Yeah, and this is why states need to take action, like New Mexico, in preventing armed guards or any form of federal intimidation, or any kind of intimidation, actually, at polling sites, right? People should be able to vote without feeling coerced or even uncomfortable. Honestly, it should be like a spa. It should be more comfortable. You know, we should have like at the lines, they should have like nice soft music, warm lighting, people with like snacks and drinks asking you how your day has been, and like asking, is there anything we can do to help you with your voting experience, sir, ma'am?
All right, a range of possible results. And in this case,
You want to hit a pen, Johnny.
I'm going to hit a pen.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like voting should be an experience people enjoy. And in fact, it should be a federal holiday. I've said it multiple times. But it shouldn't be difficult. It should be a celebration. There should be parties in the streets. Right? Like at every primary, like every local election, right? Everybody should have off so they can vote. But we don't have that. Nope. You have to, I don't know, take time off from work. Or find a babysitter for the kid. Or drag the kid, for God's sake, to the polling location. God help us all.
There we go.
There you go.
In this case, this result would be wildly different than that result.
Right. Okay. So you see, this is, of course, the choice, the national popular vote for the House. But what does that mean in terms of seats? What's the difference between, let's say, Democrats winning by 10 versus winning by 3? And this is where it gets really interesting. Okay. So even if you take redistricting into account, given a popular vote win of, let's say, 3 points, what would that mean for Democratic House gains? They gain probably somewhere, an estimate is between 0 and 6 seats, which at the upper end of that range would be enough to take back the House. But in the lower end of that range, that would not be. That would be Republicans holding on. But what about that 10-point lead that you see in Marist, the New York Times? Well, that would be a ginormous blowout. And this is just an estimate. It could be higher, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But we're talking about an estimate of a Democratic gain of between 20 to 30 seats or more. They could be ending up 245 seats or north of there potentially versus being stuck, let's say, 213, 214, 215, 216, maybe barely getting to a majority. So look, when you see this range of potential results, I want you to keep in mind, yes, Democrats are probably favored to take back the House. It's by no means a guarantee, but they could end up blowing the Republicans.
Yes, there's a huge range of outcomes. And this isn't even the entire spectrum of outcomes, of course. But suffice to say, all sorts of shit could happen here. But what is appearing to be coming to fruition is certainly Democrats taking a lead in the House. Small or large, yet to be seen. But a lead is what seemingly everyone is predicting at this point. Wow, voting is for nerdbots.
How rude.
Wow, 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 very rude, Emily. Stream! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. That's a lot of exclamation points. Okay. Well, let's move on from the numbers with Harry Emden. I think we get it. Get it. The polls are coming in. They're not good for Trump. And yet, Democrats not really seizing the day, carpeing the diem, if you will. They're not doing it. They're kind of dropping the ball. Considering Trump's incredible popularity, you would think Democrats would be capable of crafting a narrative. But you got people like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and others really just sort of screwing the pooch. Actually, they can't even find the pooch. That's how incompetent they are. And more incompetence was, in fact, displayed this week after the release of the DNC's 2024 autopsy report. Here's MSNBC from 15 hours ago.
Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin released the party's autopsy of the 2024 presidential election after facing intense pressure for many months to do so. The report is challenged throughout by annotations from the DNC, but it paints a picture of missed opportunities, arguing former Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign failed to make an affirmative case for her, and that her campaign failed to attack then-candidate Donald Trump with sufficient, quote, negative firepower. Problems also include messaging that, quote, created tensions with key constituencies on the economy, late efforts to organize voters, a lack of alignment between the party's main super PAC and the Harris campaign, and more. The release backfired almost immediately, though, with party officials and strategists blasting Martin, saying the autopsy missed many sections, is filled with annotations that question its own methods, and doesn't capture fully why the party lost the election. It's a start, though. Let's bring in our panel.
Kidding.
Annalise Keller
Is it a
communications
it's a
director for the
start
Republican
though?
Senator.
Okay, so that was the vibe over here on MSNBC. Like, they tried to take this report fucking seriously, but I think it's really hard to do that. Like, you have to be willing to subvert reality to take this autopsy seriously. Aside from it being a serious indictment of the Democratic Party itself and the way in which the DNC operates. I mean, from top to bottom, right? Including the way in which, especially in the way this fucking report was seemingly put together. Because, as it turns out, it was like a friend of Ken Martin's. It was just like some guy. I don't know what his credentials... He may have credentials. It's not clear, but he was like a friend of Ken Martin's. And then he fails to address, or like even... Now, it's not clear to me that it wasn't, like, doctored, right? And that they didn't ask certain questions. That certain things weren't intentionally omitted. In fact, I'm highly suspicious that that's the case. But assuming that it's not, assuming that this is, in fact, the entirety of the report, then it's more incompetent than you can, than the alternative. Because at least in the alternative, you're asking the fucking question, you didn't like the answer, and you tried to craft a fucking narrative by omitting certain details. In the other, in the latter situation, you're a fucking idiot who's too stupid to ask some basic fucking questions about some stuff that everybody knows the answer to. Like, meanwhile, you asked a bunch of other obvious fucking questions that, like, you see, everybody's following me here. Whatever. But I'm skipping past this. Let's continue on this discussion over here.
This is Hassan Parker.
The NC chairman, Ken Martin, released an incomplete and unedited version of the 2024 election autopsy. What, number one, Trump's transgender focused ad Kamala is for they, them is seen as highly effective and damaging. Harris did not shift position in response. Reports paint a dismal picture. Democrats have lost ground since the Obama era due to stagflation, failure to invest in states and local parties, and inability to project strength and unity. Criticizes Biden White House for not adequately preparing / supporting Kamala Harris, e.g. no polling on her like Jill Biden. Poor defense against border czar label. False overall Democratic effort for failing to effectively define or attack Trump, relying on assumptions his negatives were baked in. Harris campaign criticized for taking too much for granted, over-focusing on suburbs and college-educated voters, neglecting rural areas, and relying on not Trump after an affirmative messaging or clear self-definition. Now, I want you to understand something. If you recall, my assessment from the start was always that this was going to be the most conservative and dog autopsy. So the very fact that they didn't even release that was unbelievably damaging. But I will admit, I did not think that part of it was because they were just, they had done a half-cocked, half-baked, possibly AI-written autopsy that was going to be so bad that there were no lessons in it whatsoever, especially.
Yeah. And before Hassan gets too far down the road here, I just want to go back to this list. Because the fact is, on multiple things here, whether it's on transgender people, or it's on immigrants, borders are, These things right here are things that Kamala Harris had no message on, right? Like it says down here, affirmative messaging. This is in fact a huge problem that existed not just in Kamala's campaign, but exists across the Democratic Party to this moment, right? We have Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries saying just insane things over and over and over again. Like Trump invades Iran, and Chuck Schumer says he can't take a position on it because Trump is all over the fucking road. Like these people are just wildly incompetent, right? They are incapable of crafting a narrative because they have no backbone or ideology, right? They are like vapid, vacuous individuals with zero scruples whatsoever.
This is ridiculous.
Exactly. It is ridiculous, but it's true. And that's why it's ridiculous. But there's a complete lack of messages. They refuse to take positions on things that are actually contrary to what Republicans say. Like they're so afraid of Republicans. Like they're such cowering losers that they cannot take a position because they're so afraid they might lose a couple suburban voters, you know? But we've seen that strategy lose over and over again, right? Whether it's Kamala or Hillary. It just loses. It's losing and it's losing and it's losing. And the more the Democrats capitulate to Republicans, right? The more that they try to embrace Republicans, literally and or figuratively, the more people are like, why would I vote for you? You lose the base, and the people you're trying to pick up just look at the other side and say, why would I vote for this? Why would I vote for the light version of this thing? It just, you know, it is a strategy that anybody with any sense could tell you is fucking stupid. And the fact that they just omitted to ask or to analyze what was going on in Palestine and with Israel, it's insane. Like how they could do that and still try and feign legitimacy is beyond me.
Fastball is still there because they are the Democrats. Jobs where you get rewarded for failing to accomplish basic tasks. Streamers, cops, CEOs, the DNC. It is incredible how bad this is. It's genuinely worse than you would expect. They should just give the party to us right now. Honestly, it's so
exactly Hassan. But the fact that Hassan isn't mentioned or Gaza, like they should both be in there, right? Like they should have at least looked into this, right? Like not collaborating with Hassan / kicking him out of the DNC. How was that viewed by different demographics, right? Who heard about it? How did they see that? Did they view that negatively or positively or nothing or unchanged, right? Like I should be the fucking pollsters. Like why can't, like I could do a better fucking autopsy than these fucking guys. Like what in the actual fuck? Oh, you know, it's such a simple thing. Like how did Biden's decision and Biden's legacy affect people's view of Kamala? How did the decision to embrace billionaires affect your view of Kamala? How did, you know, the embracing of people like Liz Cheney affect your view of Kamala Harris? And it's just, I don't know. They just wind up just coming to all the wrong conclusions, asking all the wrong questions. It's incredible.
Just give it up. You don't want it. You're incapable of demonstrating basic competence. You can't do this job. Make Fast Shaker the DNC chair, probably one of the most successful operatives within the realm of Democrats. Just give it to him right now. Let's just retool the party in its entirety. You're done. You guys can go and play with the Republicans. Let's just do that. Now, of course, within the autopsy, or at least the final released version of the autopsy, as Prem Tucker points, there are no mentions of Gaza or Israel or Palestine. Now, of course, if you're a wannabe DNC operative, as many people are on the internet, this means it wasn't relevant at all. They are unironically saying, oh, dude, there's no mentions of it because it wasn't relevant. Now you guys are just mad because you want it to be relevant. Oh, guess what? Now there's two leading schools of thought here. They're competing schools of thought. Well, one is the idea that it actually was in the...
Right, exactly. That's what I was saying. It's like, I feel like there's a high likelihood that it was omitted from this supposed full release because they don't like the results, or B, that they did in fact just choose not to do it because they didn't want the answer. They knew the answer, but like, I'm sorry. Sorry, I gotta go back 2 seconds. I lost my train of thought.
Competing schools of thoughts.
No, go back.
Be relevant. Oh, guess what? Now there's two leading schools relevant. Now you at all. They are unironically saying, oh, dude, there's no mentions of it because it wasn't relevant. Now you guys are just mad because you want it to be relevant. Oh, guess what? Now there's two leading schools of thought here. They're competing schools of thoughts. Well, one is the idea that it actually was in the autopsy and then they took it out. And the other one is, yeah, of course it's not in there because these guys are morons. I think it could be either. They could have omitted this because when you look at the actual final takeaway from the autopsy, it's basically everything that the third way neoliberals have been saying, right? And that seems a little crazy. And if that's the final takeaway from the autopsy itself, well then yeah, it was a bad one. They didn't actually do a fully fleshed out autopsy. Edinger Mentum says,
right, okay, that's what I was gonna say. It's a kind of meta point, but like, the fact is that like the question around relevance of the issue, we're talking about this from, like, we have to extract what relevance means in this context, right? Because in this context, relevance is whatever this fucking guy decided, right? Like whatever Ken's buddy said, like what should go in the report and or be looked at is what went into the report. It's not like there was some like arbiter of truth, you know, some unbiased individual like overlooking all of this, right? It wasn't handed down by some sort of supreme being. It was Ken's buddy who was either paid or not paid. It's not clear what the fuck happened with that, but Ken's either a paid or unpaid buddy decided arbitrarily what was relevant. Okay, that's clearly why this is such a fucking useless autopsy.
They got the right to the DNC autopsy, might have legitimately used ChatGPT. Like, look at this. There are many errors. This is from the CNN report. To Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, it contains a lot of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists two separate vote percentages for North Carolina GOP gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson, 45% and 42.7%, neither of which was his actual share, which was 40.1%. You only arrive at these numbers if the AI is hallucinating. It, at one point, lifts up Washington Governor Bob Ferguson as an example of a candidate who did right things before later noting that he actually underperformed Harris. It misspells the names of politicians like Republican former Governor Matt Bevin as Brevin and Democratic former New Jersey Governor John Corzine. DNC autopsy author Paul Rivera met with the pro-Palestinian group IMEU Policy Project in July 2025 and told them the war in Gaza hurt Democrats in the 2024 election, according to people familiar with the meeting. But the final report makes no mention of Israel or Gaza. Dave Weigel says DNC's position, they've published what what Rivera gave them in December. Nothing was taken out. And all the DNC did was add the notes, the box about how stuff is wrong or missing. So if Gaza is not in there, it's because Rivera's report didn't include it. So either Rivera purposely did not look at Gaza or Palestine at all in the autopsy, either because someone directed him not to look at Palestine or Gaza or Israel at all, which is insane. Because you're supposed to cover every angle, like even if it's irrelevant, which is the argument that like the pro-Israel, Israel firsters in the Democratic Party are going to try to say, oh, it's because it was irrelevant. Stupid. It was irrelevant.
Of course it wasn't irrelevant, though. We know, I mean, you have to be literally with your head shoved under the sand, deep, deep in there. Like way, way deep, deep down. In order to think that. Right? Like, but, I mean, here's the thing. Whether or not you think that that issue swayed the election, right? It's still relevant. It was a socially relevant issue. There were protests, like, right? Like, are we on the same page here? Like, there were protests going straight through the, I mean, straight through the election, essentially, right? Or at least, like, much of 2024. Including at, like, Biden speeches. I mean, the guy dropped out, like, not long after the last... like, how long after the commencement address? Right, because he did the graduation where he got booed by like a fuckload of people, and then he said, "I don't care." And then I think it was like what, like a month or so later, he was dropping out.
I'm staying in the race.
That's clearly. I mean, I'm not saying that you know one thing led to the next thing. There was a lot of other stuff, age, and as we now know, cancer. Although we weren't alerted to that fact until what? After Trump, like what, 2020, summer of 2025 or something like that. But what was I saying? My train of thought is like so fucking shitty right now. Oh god, I have not been sleeping at the right times. What was the fucking point of it? Oh, right. It's just, I think it's a little insane to think that, or to suggest that there were, you know, there was no relevance to it. When you had protests leading up to Biden dropping out, you still had protests outside of the DNC where you had, you know, all the joy, yelling about joy. Like the same, like, it's clearly a dereliction of duty, right? Because the duty is to actually look into the numbers, actually present a realistic analysis of those numbers for the Democratic voters, right? Like all of them. The millions and millions of registered Democrats. As well as elected representatives. Because you would think that that would be important information to know why the vice president lost the election in 2024. I think that would be information you would want everyone to have. Did we already cover Sam v. ChatJillPT? Nah. I'm holding that off until the end of the U.S. news. Because once we get in there, we're going to be spending quite a lot of time there. I'm trying to actually move faster than I am right now to get us there. So I'm moving slowly. Moving very slowly, actually. God. Thankfully, I don't have a super long list tonight because I knew this one is going to take up a ton. But yeah, I know. I'm being a jerk. But at least we're now getting up to the first topic on our list. Let's talk about this interesting claims from Ashley St. Clair, Elon's baby mama. Because she's saying he helped Trump steal the election.
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Here's breaking points from Wednesday.
Elon Musk's former girlfriend, Ashley Sinclair, launched some rather provocative accusations recently. Let's take a listen.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the Matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, this is not this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise. Shortly after that, he's involved with America PAC and all of this other stuff, and he's sending me some internal data from America PAC, real-time Delta vote metrics. And I am just like, how the fuck do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking. Then to have...
What the fuck is going on?
Arguably the most powerful man in the world, who is sending me things about, using his space technology in the election. I should also say that I have all of this backed up with many people with explicit instructions should anything happen to me, okay?
All right, Emily, so we've reviewed actually and obtained some of these text messages, and what Ashley Sinclair is claiming Musk claimed is true. And I say that quite deliberately because there's a difference between Musk making a claim and Musk's claim being true. However, what he says matters, and her reference to depositions, I think, is telling.
Yeah, I think everybody sort of inherently understands that, but just to be more explicit, in case anybody's not getting it, like, Elon is a liar.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Some of the things he says will be incorrect. And, it's the same, we are talking about the same guy who allegedly bought a Paths of Exile account, right? To pretend to be a top Paths of Exile player, right? Like this is a man who will say and do anything to prove that he is cool, or whatever his concept, his deluded, deranged concept of cool is in his sick mind.
So he wrote to her, tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. Quote, lasers from space. And then she does, tell her joke, referencing kind of a Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. Finally, a focus on the Jewish vote. And he adds, I have over 10,000 lasers in space right now. And she does, in fact, then reply, I would ask more questions, but will keep myself from getting deposed. And Musk responds wise with the laughing guy. And then she says something like, if your space lasers seriously end up being the anomaly in the matrix that takes back America, I will be convinced that God is maximizing the simulation. And so this conversation did happen in early October while Musk was campaigning with Trump and Butler.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, though. If, any aspect of what he says here is true, right? And I feel like oftentimes people insert little bits of true information into lies, but they'll say things to make them seem more grandiose, especially when they are trying to prove how cool they are, say to their baby mama. Which, let's be real, it sounds exactly like something that Elon Musk would fucking do. It's a very worrisome exchange. It's very fucking worrisome, if true. And it would seem, if Breaking Points has the transcripts of these text messages, it seems there's some at least validity to the existence of this conversation.
Back to the scene of the attempted assassination. And I think what's really important here is that Rogan has also talked about this, right? Where he said Musk left the election night gathering in Mar-a-Lago very early, saying, we've got the data, it's over, he won. And Trump, and this is, I think, very important, historically, Trump believed that Musk had done something interesting. He didn't know exactly what. He didn't know. I don't know if he knew how shady it was, if it was straight up rigging, or if it was some type of whiz-bang thing that Trump can't understand. But Trump believed that Musk had something secret and magic going on there.
Yeah, but there are actually clips of Donald Trump saying basically just that. I don't think... Do they play them on the show, or is it on Kyle's show? I think it's on Kyle's show. Yeah, we're gonna keep talking about this for a second. Skip ahead to secular talk from yesterday. We will skip the Ashley St. Clair part since we've already seen basically all of that. Please hold. When does he? Yeah. Okay.
It using basically their old bag of tricks of ballot spoiling and ballot purging and Jim Crow tactics in a bunch of different states, where you can challenge a ballot and it gets thrown out, and then you have to, they flip the burden of proof and make it so it's automatically thrown out, and then you fill out a provisional ballots, but only half the provisional ballots get counted. You don't have to take my word for any of this. You can go watch the Crystal Kyle and Friends thing that we did with Greg Palast. You can get all of the details because he explains it in a tremendous amount of detail. But Greg Palast said to us, because I asked him specifically about this theory that Elon Musk, was able to use his technological ability to basically hack the election and steal it for Trump using Starlink effectively. And his take on it was that theory I don't believe at all. He was that I don't see how he could do that, and I've never seen evidence to that effect. So Greg Palast, who says he thinks Kamala won about 280 electoral college votes, and Kamala did win the election, he says Elon didn't actually steal it. However, now you have Ashley St. Clair saying that he did, and he basically implied it, if not outright said it to her. And don't forget, y'all, this is not the first time we've had this conversation, okay? In the wake of the election, remember these stories that were told? Remember these curious things that were said by Trump, by Elon, by others? Listen to this, guys.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had.
That is a weird thing to say, isn't it? This was on the campaign trail leading up to the election, and he keeps saying, we don't need votes. We don't need votes. We don't need your votes. Basically the opposite of what every politician says. Every politician is like, get out there and vote. Get out there and vote for me. Vote for us. Vote the party line. Vote. Here he is going, I don't need your votes. And he said it over and over and over and over and over. Let's keep going.
You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. We can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret.
Our little secret is having an impact? Bro, what? What?
He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. You know, computers are the greatest.
We have a little secret.
He looked at some that were just shipped in, some of these vote counting computers. He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it. Oh, I know that one.
I'm a technologist. I know a lot about computers. And I'm like, the last thing I would do is trust the computer program.
Oh, my word. Look, man, take it or leave it, believe it or don't believe it, but good googly moogly. This, like, y'all are not helping your case here. You know, every single thing you're saying here is just short of like, yeah, I stole that shit and I'd do it again. Like, what the fuck?
This is ridiculous.
Computer program. Because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one.
Oh, my word. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, now this one is crazy. So Elon was interviewed by Tucker, leading up to the election. And Elon has one of his kids here. And listen to the banter with the kid and pay close attention to what he's saying.
Yeah, we're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Never know, but never know.
They'll never know. At SpaceX, we can do whatever we want. Is he going to win? Yeah, he's going to win. They'll never know. Come on.
The little fucking kid is creepy. Little fucking kid creeps me out every goddamn time. He's just, God. Oh, wait, we got one more clip. Goddamn. One more.
Never know. At SpaceX, we can do whatever we want. Is he going to win? Yeah, he's going to win. They'll never know. Come on, man.
You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If we lose, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way.
So literally, in other words, establishing an incentive. Like Elon thought, if Trump loses, I'm definitely going to prison.
Right to jail, right away.
Little kid was repeating the shit that he heard out loud. That's the thing. That's the thing, lowercase. That's the thing, kids. They're sponges. They're always repeating things that they hear. That's the only way that they can learn language. Just by repeating things adults and others say around them. Which is why you're not supposed to say naughty words in front of the children, or they'll just start saying them all the time. Supposedly. And it makes you wonder, were those things that he heard his dad say? Oh wait, there was more clips, aren't there? Oh, Jesus Christ, do we need these ones? No, skip that part. We'll skip that part. All right, moving on from this Elon election situation. Final clip. Who's this? What? What is this? Oh no. Sam Seder. What a fucking nightmare.
Hey, this is interesting. Donald Trump was at a rally in D.C. yesterday, and he was saying thank you to Elon Musk. It's weird. This is number 11. And it's pretty amazing, but he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania, and he's a popular guy, and he was very effective.
And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
He knows
so
the
thank you to
computers.
Elon.
Really good.
You know,
And it's
the thing about Trump is you can always tell like what somebody has said to him.
Exactly.
Because he always like says too much. And then he covers for himself. But I'm trying to think of a time where I have heard someone thank someone for their work in a campaign and ever referenced the vote counting computers. Like I've heard people say like, oh, you know, I appreciate how dedicated this person is to the issue of blank blank, which means that they gave them a lot of money. Or they worked tirelessly, they traveled the state, they met people, they knocked on doors, they printed posters, their strategy was great. But I've never heard anybody say, we won because somebody really knew about the vote counting computers.
Not even.
He knows a lot about those vote counting computers. That's what won it. I mean, it sounds incredibly bad because you would think that would be irrelevant information, right? For your top political donor to know a lot about vote counting computers. And the only context in which that would be relevant information if you were planning to do something with the vote count, right? Otherwise, right? Because like Elon was his biggest donor. Elon Musk gave Donald Trump the most money out of anybody else, including Miriam Adelson. And yet, Trump is saying his most valuable asset was knowing about the vote counting computers. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Yeah, it's me.
It's weird.
In crime family said
Even during George Bush in Ohio in 2004, where I can't remember the name, the electronic voting thing, where like campaign chairs of George Bush's campaign. You didn't hear Bush come out and say, really got to hand it to those guys. They make a great vote counting machine.
I got to hand it to Big Chad. Hanging Chads were great. They really know how to make a great hanger. Those guys over at the voting machine. I can't do it. It's ridiculous. Can you imagine? I mean, good God. My biggest political donor knew a lot about those hanging Chads. Really helped us out in that election. All right, that's a bad Bush. I gotta work on my Bush. Damn.
Phrasing?
Never again. I'm never gonna say that sentence again.
President Trump says he is not thinking at all about Americans' financial well-being when it comes to the war in Iran. And he says he meant it. This weekend, he called that a perfect statement. But new polling shows that Americans don't really feel his work on the economy is perfect. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. So not perfect at all when you compare their feelings about what Trump will do to the economy a few years ago to now.
Yeah, you know, the promise of a Trump presidency in the minds of the American people have turned into a reality, and a reality that for them is a nightmare. Because just take a look here. Okay, Trump will or is making you financially worse off, better off. Back in October of 2024, the reason why he won a second term, 44% said better off, outrunning the worse off at 38%. But look at these numbers. Down through the floor on the better off, now just 14%. Just 14%. I see Johnny off on the side shaking his head. Trump making them financially better off. Meanwhile, the worse off up like a rocket. The clear majority now, 57% of Americans now say that Trump is making them financially worse off. You know, back in 19...
Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Trump's economic numbers continue to get worse and worse. With numbers like that, he's going to have to get Elon to do something in the 2026 election. Those space lasers. That's not good. That's not good. Hold on for 2 more hours until that's not going to happen. Or, well, yeah, actually, you might get lucky. We'll see. Just a quick reminder, everybody. If you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And your donations are what keep us alive. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course Patreon. All great ways to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Of course, only however many, all of those options aside from Throne. Unfortunately, Throne does not count towards the Galactic content goal. Just because we gotta pay the bills around here. We have made some progress. I'm just looking at it right now. I think we're about a third of the way through. I'd have to go through it all. It would take me a second. It's mostly a bunch of bits over on Twitch. But yeah, Trump's economy is bad and getting worse. People are feeling it. Gas prices getting higher.
Look,
everything else too. With no respite in sight. Meanwhile, Donald Trump passed an executive order to give, or was it, no, actually, was it an executive order? Actually, I think was it the DOJ? Actually, I don't think it was technically, I take it back on the executive order thing. I think actually, now that I remember, it was actually as a result of Trump's lawsuit, which was then, which was against the U.S. government, which was then dropped by the government that he controls, so the DOJ could set up a $2 billion slush fund for the Jan 6ers and Mike Pillow and Rudy Giuliani and like literally Todd Blanche. It's been a fucking stupid week. It's been a very stupid week. I'm still sort of beside myself with this one. The blatant corruption of it all. Now, Trump was asked by a reporter why he thinks that taxpayers should have to pay for the January 6ers.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion.
Yeah.
Why should taxpayers pay for the January 6ers?
Well, it's been very well received, I have to tell you. I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation.
Very, very well received by the Jan 6ers. They're all very excited. Everybody couldn't be more thrilled. And by everybody, I mean the people who follow me on True Social.
but this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated, It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turn out to be right. I mean, it was a terrible period of time in the history of our country. And they worked on it. I know the Justice Department, it's really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done. But these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that...
The people were weaponized. I know he didn't mean to say it like that, but when he says that those people, the Jan 6ers, were weaponized, he's in fact correct. He, Donald Trump, weaponized those people, his followers, to attack the Capitol. But I find it fascinating that earlier this week, this was on the 18th, this was Monday, Donald saying that it's being very well received, that everybody is really excited about this $1.8 billion slush fund for his followers and the insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. But not everybody was receiving it well. In fact, some of the guys over on CNBC were struggling a bit. Jim Cramer, for instance.
We had an interview a week ago with a guy who had done a comprehensive, Isaac Saul had done a comprehensive list of all of Trump's incredibly corrupt things. And yet we now have an extra $1.7 billion slush fund, and reports now that Donald Trump has been day trading, or somebody in his on his account, worth $750 million in the past 3 months. And here it comes up on CNBC, and Jim Cramer, like...
Professional wrongman?
A professional wrongman. But what's fascinating about this is that, like, these guys are just simply not equipped to deal with how blatantly corrupt this is. How much blatant insider trading. Like, there's no other... When you buy Boeing right before you know your government is about to issue a contract, or when you buy, whatever defense contractor right before you, attack Iran, or when you buy Palantir because you're going to sign up, like, this is incredible. And these guys have no idea how to respond to it other than, like, nothing to see here.
Yeah, Citi today takes it to 130.
Yeah, but the president, the U.S. government got in. He could sell it and give that
and
the number.
According to the filings, the president's been trading some intel in the quarter. Yeah.
Trade.
Got nothing to say about it?
But,
yeah.
What? Yeah.
All right, don't worry. We're not having technical difficulties here, everybody, but we got to
Nope.
go.
Jim, we'll see you tonight.
No technical difficulties. Jim Cramer's just having a stroke on live on the air. Oh my God. It's incredible. First off, this guy never has nothing to say about things. He also loves Donald Trump. And he loves Intel. I mean, he loves stocks. Anytime that he gets to say anything about stocks, he's excited. He you know what I mean? But, like, you combine these, like, these things, like, enough of these things in a particular way, and it just bricks Jim Cramer.
6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Do I smell toast in the CNBC
He's like nonverbal.
studio? I mean, seriously, the guy straight up just had some sort of like a... oh my good God. That was something to watch. Look at this fucking guy.
Time. S&P 7433.
He just went nonverbal.
I don't know if he thought he was joking around or if he was having a stroke or what, but that's the problem. There's no way, there is literally no way to discuss this in those spaces without coming off as like some type of shrill lunatic, so they just avoid it.
Yeah.
You know, what are you gonna do? The president, like, is running the government just basically as a way for him to siphon off cash. I mean, incidentally, this is a perfect example. If you want a microcosm for what's wrong with our economy, what Donald Trump is doing with the U.S. government, whether it's, I'm going to get my pool painting guy to paint the reflection pool. I'm going to overpay him for that so I get all sorts of work done for free on my place. Well,
Oops.
It's, I'm doing insider trading because I know what the government is going to, what contracts we're going to put out, where we're going to buy from, what companies are going to succeed. So I'm basically front running the market. Or
no, absolutely. I mean, it's just incredible how much corruption has been exhibited by the Trump administration. It's actually, it's a testament to the depths to which Jim Cramer and all these CNBC hosts like him are capable of, like, are able to stoop to, right? Like, the fact that it took this long for us to witness this guy, like, have this fucking moment where a schism forms, like we can see it like visibly happen, like in his fucking brain, where thoughts, like thought from one side of his brain can't make it to the other side of his brain because this dear leader is doing the most blatantly fucking corrupt things possible. Like, I mean, it's fascinating. Because, like, think about it. Is it really, I mean, it has taken that long for him to even feign. It's not even concern, but just like, it's not even, like, I don't even know what to call it. Exhibit any form of concern. It's almost hard to label it as such, but I don't know what else to call it. Because he doesn't actually exhibit, because like, you can tell there is concern there. He doesn't actually verbalize it. But so I'm sort of intuiting what's going on inside of the mind of Jim Cramer, which, yes, that is a gross place to be. Look, it's my job. Like him, people like guys like him, Joe Kiernan, and honestly, a lot of the CNBC anchors, because let's be real, it's capitalism central over there. They love President Trump. He's made the stock market go to all-time highs, and billionaires have increased their wealth massively over the last year and a half. And it's just, you know, there's a lot of pro-Trump people over there. And it's just fascinating to watch them all just sort of slowly deteriorate into these sort of... I'm trying to think of the word. Gollum-esque characters, if you will. Just sort of like clinging to the precious, not making any sense, really. A lot of sentence fragments. They you know, they're no longer really living in the same reality that we all are. Okay. Yeah. So, not quite done talking about people who may or may not be struggling, having a hard time supporting Donald Trump's slush fund. Let's go here to CNN from yesterday.
$7 billion fund for
bad news. We're going to try to kill it. Are we looking at a GOP revolt brewing over Trump's anti-weaponization fund?
I will tell you, my first reaction was this doesn't pass the smell test.
It sends a signal, hey, go breach the Capitol, destroy the building, assault police officers, and you may even get compensated for someday. That's absurd.
Every policy issue that I look at it through the lens of what impact is this going to have on affordability.
And you think this weaponization fund is a waste of taxpayer dollars?
I think that would be putting it mildly.
So you want to stop it?
Oh, 100%.
I think if you said to the American taxpayer that there is a horrible wrong committed by your government, and now you can apply and you can have your lawyer's fees back, you can be compensated for what you lost financially, what American would say, oh my gosh, that's terrible?
My next.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
There's a lot of Republicans saying that they intended to block this bill. You don't need that many Republicans to block it. You know, just if you have all Democrats voting against this nonsense and like three, I don't know, I can't remember exactly how many. It shifts a little bit because you've had a lot of vacancies popping up, special elections and such. But a fairly slim margin for Republicans on any vote. And it would seem that this thing is slated to fail. We just got a few of them. We just heard 3 of them just now say, it sounds bad. I don't like this. This is a stupid idea.
Tonight is Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, a Republican who has been outspoken about opposing this new fund. Congressman, do you agree with the acting attorney general there that this is how Americans want their taxpayer dollars to be spent?
I do not, Caitlin. You know, every dime that we spend ought to be going to, and especially with people in mind, over half of Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck. That's got to be at the forefront of every single House and Senate member's.
You notice that as a Republican, he couldn't name a specific thing. He just said, like, to people, even though, of course, Republicans aren't just, like, sending people money. But, like, they're incapable of naming a specific thing. But, like, it's like just the theory of somebody getting it instead of it going to this. Yeah. I can't say, like, healthcare, right? Or, like, food. Or, like, programs. So there's going to be, Americans living paycheck to paycheck. In theory. I mean, he's not wrong. It's just very, very, very general sort of claim there. Anyway, now one guy who really thinks he is owed money from this fund.
One guy, one time.
You will be shocked to hear is leader of the group formerly known as the Proud Boys. Or wait, no. Former leader of the group still known as the Proud Boys? I can't remember. Who lost it? Was it the Proud Boys who lost their lawsuit? It's very confusing now. Enrique Tarrio. CBS Miami. On the story.
Meanwhile, new at 6, while members of Congress express outrage over President Trump's decision to create a nearly $2 billion fund to compensate his supporters, the former head of the alt-right group, the Proud Boys, says he believes he will be entitled to millions of dollars from that fund. Miami native Enrique Tarrio was convicted in 2023 after a jury found he was responsible for helping to organize the events of the January 6th insurrection.
Right to jail, right away.
Encouraged followers to storm the Capitol in an effort to overturn the 2020 election. He was sentenced to 22 years in prison, but was pardoned by the president shortly after he took office. Tarrio spoke to CBS News Miami's Jim DeFeeti about why he thinks he's entitled to taxpayer money.
You know, I lost a lot, you know.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it.
I was in solitary confinement for 3 years. I you know, just in legal fees, right? I'm at like $1.25 million. So even if
you were convicted.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
a good point.
That's inarguable. We can't argue the fact that I was convicted.
For those who were there and who.
Dude just got decimated by a single statement. You were convicted. He's like, yeah, that's true. I was convicted. yeah, we can't argue that. I mean, yeah, sure. Did a jury of my peers say I was guilty? Yeah. But am I not still owed something for that? Yeah, you were owed prison time, of which you did not get the full sentence because the president fucking pardoned you, you idiot. But this guy thinks he's owed money. But I don't think either he or any of the Jan 6ers are going to be getting any portion of that slush fund. Oh boy. The Twitch medals are available again because the stream went down earlier. It resets every like if anytime the stream goes down and it restarts, the Twitch medals reset. And there's the last one. Great job, everybody. Anyway, Enrique Tarrio thinks he's going to get a slice of that slush fund. Is it a slice of a slush fund? Or a cup of a slush? I mean, how do you separate a slush fund? A knife cutting. Slush is not very cuttable. I don't know if you ever experienced it. It's not really... I mean, it depends on the temperature outside, I suppose. All right. Let's go here. One more clip on this. Actually, I got two more, technically. A little slurp. A little slurp of that slush. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Who is that? Gritsmang. Gritsmang is right. That's very wise. Very, yes. Or a sip. Yes, a sip, a slurp. You guys are thinking outside of the box, and I appreciate that, okay? All of you. Really impressive. Really impressive stuff.
Well, Washington agrees on something. It is officially a slush fund. That is the agreed upon Washington term for Donald Trump's fund for paying people who committed crimes for Donald Trump. Democrats started calling it a slush fund right away, but now Republicans are calling it a slush fund. Former Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell called it a slush fund today. Mitch McConnell, who is the senior senator from Kentucky, can now be counted as a no vote on Donald Trump's slush fund when it comes to a vote in the United States Senate. Sometimes it's difficult to find the right word, the right phrase, the right label for the latest Trumpian madness, the latest Trumpian crime against sanity. But now Republicans and Democrats agree it's a slush fund. We will soon have polling on Donald Trump's slush fund. But as of now, every new poll that comes out already shows Donald Trump at new lows in that poll. Imagine how much lower Donald Trump is going to go in the next round of polls that begin next week or later, when the slush fund finally gets factored into the polls. Senator Mitch McConnell's official statement today was simple. So the nation's top law enforcement official is asking for a slush fund to pay people who assault cops. Utterly stupid, morally wrong. Take your pick. The answer is, of course, both.
It doesn't sound like there's a lot of movement on this slush fund. At least in the direction I assume Trump wants it to go. It feels like, thankfully, at least on this one thing, Republicans may have found a backbone. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because those guys literally pointed guns or, well, weapons at them, shit on their desks, threatened their lives. And, like, you know, They had to cower behind the Capitol Police. And I think giving those dudes like $1 million a piece, which is approximately what it adds up to, it probably sounds bad to people like, I don't know, Senator Tom Tillis.
And stupid on stilts and tyranny.
I think it's stupid on stilts.
Why?
Because it will invariably put us in a position where your taxpayer dollars and my taxpayer dollars could potentially compensate someone who assaulted a police officer, admitted their guilt, got convicted, got pardoned, and now we're going to pay them for that? That's absurd. The American people are going to reject this out of hand. When you take money from me to give to a purpose that I vehemently disagree with, that's tyranny.
Oh, that's tyranny.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Fascinating. Thank you, Tom. That's tyranny. That's tyranny. I mean, it's just like the thing that's funny to me about that is that we've been going like a year and a half watching Trump dismantle the Constitution, usurp the rule of law, the courts, Congress, sending, death squads into the streets. But this is tyranny. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it is, but it's, it's about time, Tom. It's about time. I guess this is the thing that woke you up to it. I mean, let's stay consistent, though. There's been some other instances of tyranny. Maybe we should start talking about those. Just an idea. I'm just floating ideas over here. Just thinking out loud. Maybe we could start talking about some of those things. Like, let's not forget the $1 billion a day tyranny of Operation Epstein Fury. Let's see what Becca Balint had to say on Thursday.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the president has created an entirely corrupt slush fund to give money to his allies, including the violent attackers who beat police officers on January 6th. This is not a settlement, as the president keeps calling it. You can't bring an absurd $10 billion lawsuit against an agency in your own government, then instruct your lackeys at DOJ to make a deal with the other agency to drop your ridiculous lawsuit that you brought in the first place in exchange for a $1.7 billion illegal fund for payouts to your political allies. This is not a settlement, it's theft. The president is illegally taking our money, taxpayer dollars, to give to his friends, his allies, and his foot soldiers in their craven loyalty. Former Capitol Police officers have already filed a lawsuit to stop it. I am co-sponsoring a bill to put an end to this disgusting illegal corruption. And let's be clear, Congress on both sides of the aisle must say no to this president.
Well, there you go. Becca Balint on the House floor, laying it down. Both sides of Congress seemingly not on board for the slush fund. I don't mean just the Senate and the House, but Republicans and Democrats alike not on board. But that's not deterring the White House from continuing with all of their plans of redecorating DC, Mar-a-Lago themed. Revealing more renderings of the Trumpful Arc. Sorry, the The triumphal Taj Mahal. Sorry, no, the monstrosity, the golden monstrosity, modeled after the Arc de Triomphe, which, as I'm calling it lately, the Arc de Trump, is not that far off as the Trumpful Arc. Triumphal, whatever the fuck that means. The word no one ever says. Unlike groceries, triumphal is a word no one says. Okay? Want to talk about words no one's ever heard? Triumphal. Top of the list.
Despite overwhelming public opposition, the design for President Donald Trump's triumphal arch has been approved by a federal agency. The Commission of Fine Arts vote represents a key approval as the White House seeks to begin construction. All of the commission members are Trump appointees. The president wants the proposed arch built at an entrance to the nation's capital, rising between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington National Cemetery.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Don't do the Taj Mahal like that. Trump, I was not referencing the original Taj Mahal. You realize that, right? I'm referencing the Trump Taj Mahal. That's the only reason that I thought of it. And I mean, the color, some of the color schemes do sort of allude, you see what I'm saying here? Like, it was the only thing I could think of is the triumphal Taj Mahal, because it was sort of a homage to Trump's failed Trump Taj Mahal, which I believe was demolished in like the late 90s or something, early 2000s.
Stand 250 feet tall from its base to a torch held aloft by a Lady Liberty.
Right? Was it demolished?
The phrase is,
or is it just sold and redone? I can't remember now. But like, it went bankrupt, right? Like, he had to sell it, didn't he? Hold on, whatever.
Under God, and liberty and justice for all would be inscribed in gold lettering on either side of the monument. A group of veterans and a historian have sued the Trump administration to block the construction. They argue the arch would disrupt the sightline between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington House at the Arlington National Cemetery, among other reasons. The Triumphal Arch is one of several projects that Trump is pursuing, as well as a White House ballroom and adding a blue coating to the interior.
Actually, it lasted a lot longer than I thought. On August 3rd, 2016, it was announced the Trump Taj Mahal would close after Labor Day. Because it was losing millions of dollars each month. It was later closed on October 10th, 2016. And in March of 2017, the Seminole Tribe of Florida, through its Hard Rock International brand and the Morrison Gingoli families, announced its purchase of the facility and a conversion to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino brand. Yeah, that's what I thought. Almost exactly what I said. Oh, and look, they keep making progress. Trump's pool guy keeps making progress on the Lincoln Memorial pool. Oh, the Mar-a-Lago-fication of DC is... It's almost all coming together. The Trump... The Arc de Trump is... has been approved by a federal agency. I don't know which one. And I don't know what they're drinking over there. But while Donald Trump is building statues for himself, government agencies intended to help Americans are shuttering their doors. And the most vulnerable in our society are being left behind. I'm talking about old folks.
I'm staying in the race.
I've been knocking on the door here at the Social Security office, but no one's answering. What you're looking at is a Social Security office in Iowa, in one of the most rapidly aging states in the country. The office has been closed for months now, and no one knows if or when it will reopen.
It's kind of neglecting the older people.
It's kind of distressing, like, okay, now where do I go?
This is just one office, but it's part of a crisis that most people aren't even aware of.
And how did you find out that it closed?
From you.
Social Security has existed for 90 years, but right now it's at a breaking point. So we went to Iowa to find out, why is it breaking and who's responsible?
The backlog has just gotten worse and worse. They call in the 800 number, they're on hold for 5 hours, and then the calls dropped.
And for people who paid into this system for their entire lives, it feels like a betrayal.
I'm angry. It's almost like you're being punished for being on Social Security.
And what are the consequences for the 70 million people who receive Social Security checks every month?
Everybody has parents that reach a certain age.
What does it mean if all of them don't get their checks all at the same time?
That's primarily my income.
I worry for my children, is who I worry for. That's who I worry for. The next generation is in trouble.
Is it possible to talk to a representative?
Would you like me to text you a link so you can do it now? Text and data rates may apply.
Susan Ludeking is a retiree we met in Decorah, Iowa.
Is it possible to talk to a person?
Sorry, did you want me to text you a link? Text and data rates may apply depending on your plan and your carrier.
This is crazy. Now she's 74 and she works part-time.
I work for a couple.
The fact they're using AI to talk to people on Social Security, like this woman here saying, "Oh, would you like me to text you a link?" They shouldn't have to deal with that. They shouldn't be having to deal with this shit. It's insane. This should be easy. They should not be having to go through all of this garbage.
Generals, I go over and service the cards. Just took down Easter, put up Mother's Day.
Susan is one of at least 40% of elderly Americans who rely on Social Security for at least half of their income every month.
I did sign up for Social Security when I was 63 because I was considered fully disabled because of the arthritis.
What do you use that $1,500 for?
Well, that pays my rent and my utilities. My utilities are high here because it's an older building.
And since she's signed up for Social Security, Susan has had an office to go to nearby to get her questions answered. Like recently, when she got a letter in the mail about a refund and wasn't sure if it was legitimate. How could someone at the office help you determine if it's a scam or not?
Because they can look up your account and tell you exactly. They have access to all that information. And I went in there and it said office temporarily closed.
When it first opened, it had about 5 people in the office.
Last time I think I was in there, there was only one guy in there.
Lorraine Borowski is the city's former mayor.
She knows everything about Decorah.
There was a person that had been there for a long time that was ready to retire. He was an extremely dedicated person.
When the employee retired, Lorraine fought to keep the office open, but the Decorah office has been closed since last fall. The closest offices now are in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota, and Waterloo, Iowa. Call the Waterloo office. Waterloo is an hour-and-a-half drive from here.
I mean, I can't exactly hop in the car and drive to a city that I'm not familiar with and
Jesus Christ. You want a disabled elderly woman to drive 2 hours to get her Social Security? Oh my fucking God. This is perverse. Meanwhile, billionaires just, you know, they don't have to worry. They probably don't even collect their Social Security. You know, they don't give a shit. $1,500. I'll bet you Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk spend $1,500 a minute. You know, not like a day, but like a minute. Like if you add up all of their spending over like the year, like properties and food and yachts, all the insurance, of course, for all of that stuff, and whatever sort of other random purchases they're making, like islands and elections and whatever else. Meanwhile, this fucking woman has to drive 2 hours to get her goddamn $1,500 Social Security check. We can't tax billionaires a little bit more, says Jeff Bezos. Oh, we should have the debate. Well, debate over. Yes, we should. Go fuck yourself.
Around for another 15 minutes, or better trying to find an office, that would be very difficult.
I think you're looking at how that progresses from local to regional, state, and national.
Thousands of Social Security employees left the agency in 2025, leaving it the most understaffed it's ever been. And this was no accident.
Since Reagan, we've been faced with an environment that says
government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Treating Social Security as a problem.
During the campaign, I called attention to the fact that Social Security had both a short and a long-range fiscal problem.
Social Security benefits themselves can't be cut like other social programs, but the agency that runs it can be defunded. Jessica LaPointe worked as a claims specialist for Social Security for 14 years. Now she's the president of AFGE Council 220, which represents Social Security workers in field offices and call centers.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Republicans have always fear-mongered about Social Security so that they can just get rid of it. Because Social Security gives people a sense of security that if they didn't have it, they would be forced to continue working until they die. And then you'd be more useful to, the capitalists. Sure, would that be a less, enjoyable way of life for you? Probably, but they don't care about that. This has been the project for a long time. It's to undermine Social Security by not raising the cap, by not taxing billionaires enough so that money starts running out in the trust fund, and they can say, oh, look, Social Security is running out because it's such a stupid program. We can't pay for it because socialism is dumb. But it's really because the problem is that we got socialism for the rich paid for by everyone else, while those guys don't have to turn around and contribute to that system at the same rate everyone else does. People like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Jeffy Bezos, all these guys. And I think the next Board of Governors chair, Kevin Warsh. Oh, no, I take it back. He's just a multi-millionaire. He's just a multi-millionaire. He's going to be in charge of the Federal Reserve, sworn in with Donald Trump in attendance. Another first in American history.
So help me God. So help me God.
Thankfully, unlike some of his predecessors, Kevin understands that when the economy is booming, that's a good thing. We don't have to go crazy. Just let it boom. We want it to boom. We want it to be like nobody has ever had before. And honestly, I really mean this. This is not said in any other way. I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job.
I want him to be totally independent. And that's why I'm here as president for the first time in history to be there for the swearing in of the chair of the Federal Reserve. Because I want him to be independent. It's fucking insane. And what honestly needs to happen in response to stuff like this, the more and more I watch Trump behave like a dictator, is honestly Democrats need to, grow a pair, if you will, ovaries and or cojones, and be unapologetic in how they govern. They have allowed Republicans to object too much on the grounds of propriety or of precedent or the Senate parliamentarian or whatever. This man is behaving as a dictator. He is now in charge as he continues to install loyalists at every agency in the government. Independent or not, they are now fully subsumed by the Trump administration. Federal Reserve, DOJ. I mean, Congress might as well be part of the White House at this point. I mean, there's almost nothing that they will tell Trump no to. But, I mean, EPA, I mean, literally everything is just a Trump loyalist that's there to do whatever Trump wants. There is no more independence. I never want to hear the word independence again from Republicans. Okay? It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. These guys do not give a single fuck. No other president has ever done this before. Showed up to speak at the swearing in of the fucking Federal Reserve chairman. But Trump did. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah. And to some degree, we're all living in a fantasy world that's been concocted by President Trump.
Cyclone Cheeto.
As Americans confront rising costs over the war in Iran, Donald Trump is concocting a convenient but inaccurate narrative about life before the war, defending what he's called his excursion into Iran. He's claiming a pre-war reality that did not exist.
We actually had, just before the war, before the energy forced other things up, but up or down, we had the best numbers. We had inflation was at 1.6% for the last 3 months just prior to the war. And now you're going to see numbers like that again.
As soon as this war is over, gas is going to, I had gasoline down to $1.85 in Iowa. I was down to, in many cases, less than $2 a barrel, a gallon.
We inherited high prices, and we got the prices down, and we got them down to...
He is so shameless. He is so shameless. You can tell he's just ripping. And he's like, a barrel, a gallon. I mean, sorry. I got caught away there. I got a little carried away. That's a little cheap for a barrel, sorry. A gallon. That sounds right. I've never been to a pump. I don't actually know the number, but that sounds pretty good. This man is a fucking liar. And yet we're being like forced to accept this alternate reality that he's concocting. FCC is being ordered to investigate anybody who questions the reality concocted by Supreme Leader Donald Trump. $1.50 gallon, barrel, whatever. Who cares? Negative inflation. They call it deflation. Never seen before.
That in some cases people have not seen before.
The fact is this: at under no point since the president took office this term has inflation ever fallen below the 2% watermark. Meantime, gas prices were $2.98 nation the day before the war started, with the nation's cheapest prices in Oklahoma.
They were $1.85 in Saudi Arabia. Okay? That's what I meant to say. Very nasty, nasty left-wing media. Not taking it out of context. I meant Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's unfortunate. If only those numbers were true. They are not. And the current numbers are much, much worse. As we all know. I mean, inflation almost hit 4% last month. Gas prices are double what they were this time last year. It's all bad. Speaking of gas prices, everybody is taking to the streets. And no, I'm not talking about in protest.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, I'm talking about in celebration of Memorial Day weekend, of course, which is happening.
That with us, Matt Egan.
Right
Thank you
now.
so much for breaking that down for us.
Thank you, Maddie. Great job. Great job, Belle. Yes, Memorial Day weekend. It's happening. And people are hitting the roads, the airways, going to visit loved ones, things like that. Get away for a minute. Whatever it might be. It's kicking off. CBS New York from yesterday.
A live look at the George Washington Bridge on this busy getaway day for Memorial Day weekend. And as holiday travelers hit the road, they're fueling up with sky-high gas prices. John Diaz spoke with people who say now they are feeling gas rage.
I honestly dread it.
For many drivers like Lizzie Screnta, filling up the car with gas has become a source of stress.
I haven't fully filled up my tank in maybe a month.
Why is that?
It's just too much money.
Across Long Island, many drivers say the higher prices aren't just hurting their wallets. They're also taking a toll on their moods. Growing frustration, what some call gas rage, is leaving people feeling angry, anxious, and helpless. Tension seen all around gas stations.
Soul crushing. Your pockets are going to the gallows and getting executed. It's upsetting. I feel like I'm being ripped off.
Psychiatrist Dr. Sadir Gad says gas prices.
Your pockets are going to the gallows and they're being executed, she says. It's a good one. Ma'am. Ma'am, that was a good one.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Very funny.
People differently than other forms of inflation because it's something drivers see immediately.
People have a right to be angry. The price at the pump is pragmatic. It's right in front of you. It's real.
A recent CBS News poll found 77% of Americans say their income is not keeping up with inflation. And another survey shows 8 in 10 say gas prices are straining their household budgets. Colleen Parnell at Dick Sales says she is spending an additional $20 to fill up her Suburban each time she's at the pump.
You ever think, oh, I can be doing so much more with my money?
Oh, of course. We have 4 kids, so $20 is always helpful.
And as more Americans.
Oh my God. Gas rage is sweeping the nation. People are upset going into Memorial Day weekend with super high holiday gas prices. And you know what else isn't helping the Memorial Day vibes? The weather, at least in the Northeast. To the boardwalk. To the shore.
The travel rush is on for the long Memorial Day weekend. While gas prices are up, apparently it's not keeping people home this holiday. Our Brandon Goldner is live for us down the shore this morning with some advice to keep your trip running smoothly. Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning, Jan. And despite the cold weather, we have some people already out jogging and walking around, getting their exercise in with this wind really pounding in. And especially as well when it comes to drivers who will be coming here in the next few hours. It's more than 525,000 people in the Philadelphia region expected to be traveling for the holiday weekend. AAA says now's the time to get out and get to your destination so you can avoid any sort of traffic jams. And the vast majority of people are driving. Now, remember, if you're taking the AC Expressway to the shore, the toll booths, they're all gone. Now it's all automatic tolling, so it'll either be a receipt that you'll get in the mail or you'll have your Easy Pass as well. And especially important to know that with those gas prices that are rising up, according to AAA, they're about $1.50 more per gallon this year compared to last year. People are still going to be driving, as well as the cold weather. That's something people are going to be focusing on. We talked to some people out.
Woof. Yeah. And 45 million people expected to head out there. Unfortunately, though, like I was saying, people down on the shore right now not gonna have a very fun Memorial Day weekend, I'm afraid. Or, well, as in the weather has not been very good. Kind of terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
It's very weird. We walk the boardwalk every morning, and this is the first year that, as I said to my walking partner, welcome to fall.
Welcome to fall, and I guess welcome to the unofficial start of...
The unofficial start of Foxville. Gas went up 39 cents there last night. That sucks. That does suck. But according to the, I think like the AAA or some, well, whoever does the holiday traveling statistics monitoring, it's supposed to be 45 million people traveling this Memorial Day weekend. Actually, was that the voice of Harry Emden? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right. Oh boy. Well, we're in a bit of a situation here, folks. Just looking. Where does this start? Okay, so yeah, looks like we're about 20 minutes left on the Galactic Content Goal timer. We have made some progress, but unfortunately, not as much as I would like at this stage in the stream. About 35% or something like that. So, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you to donate. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Otherwise, the stream might end suddenly. And you wouldn't want that to happen when we're about to start with this. The thing I know that a lot of people want us to talk about. The ultimate clash. Jillian Michaels versus Sam Seder. That's the title of the video. I call it ChatJillPT versus Sam. Oh.
You want a more balanced perspective? I want to give you a more balanced perspective.
My God.
They don't
This is so
show up. They don't show up.
energy.
So for the love of God, anybody who is brave enough, throw your hat in the ring.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass.
There's so many differences that it's staggering. We had boots on the ground in Iraq, and there were no weapons of mass destruction. Here, we don't have boots on the ground, and there's 60% enriched uranium, and they're funding terror proxies. Nice, neat day. All right, guys.
Yo, by the way, the editing of this video is fucking wild. When I first started watching it, I thought it was a live stream. Like, I assumed this was an uncut live stream. It is not that. And you will see that we will be talking about the editing choices in this video as we go through it. Because it is fascinating, some of the choices that were made here. Gritsmang, thank you for the bits. 500 sweet, sweet bits. Getting us closer to like halfway through the galactic content goal now. Very promising. All right, back to this unhinged woman.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Been asking me to provide more diverse perspectives on the show, and I've also wanted to provide you with that. So I put out a public call for guests with different...
Oh, right. Because here's the thing. I don't think this is what's coming up. And here's one of the things about the editing choices. She's going back and forth between multiple clips, right? You start off here with her yelling, right? She's in this green outfit, sort of army. Oh, she's like, I need to be tough. Yelling.
Up. They don't show up. So for the...
And she's like, oh, look how, very emotional. She's got the army green shirt on here. This is what's coming up. And I mean, these are technically old clips, but this is fair, right? But then the coming up is still going, but this is like a clip that they definitely took. Like, this is a video clip which was made specifically for this video, right? They had the debate, and then after the fact, they did this and put this as part of the coming. And it's just weird. It's off. Like, it's not right. Like, you take the coming up part down when you're at this point. But whatever, dude.
Asking me to provide more diverse perspectives on the show, and I've also wanted to provide you with that. So I put out a public call for guests with different viewpoints. Well, the guy who answered that call is Sam Seder, host of The Majority Report. Now, I can't exactly say that we found a ton of common ground in this conversation, but we definitely brought the heat. Get ready, because there are a ton of fireworks in this one.
And by heat, Jillian means yelling. Jillian just means like unhinged, like yelling and like interrupting, but not having anything to actually say. This is 2 hours of some of the most ignorant possible things that you could possibly say. Like, she just doesn't seem to understand the topics she's talking about. But then, like, it's juxtaposed against all of these weird editorial decisions. Like, and sometimes it's not, because of the way that it's edited, I can't tell if it's purposeful, but I have the strong sense that it is. But, like, it's hard to tell sometimes when it's a post hoc edit, or if it was part of the live debate, and it's very misleading in my opinion. But it's fascinating. And also, let's not forget, ChatGPT will be used for this entire discussion, because Jillian doesn't have any thoughts of her own.
Here we go.
Keeping it real with Jillian Michaels.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming, first of all.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so this all came about because I asked for people with oppositional views or opposing views to come on and talk with me and talk with the audience. My audience actually has requested consistently to get a more diverse perspective, and I have said that it's not so easy because not a lot of people will show up for it, even when I'm totally neutral on the position. So in the video, I talked about wanting somebody to come on from pro-life, pro-choice. I see both sides of it, wanting a doctor who's anti-vax and pro-vax, a host of different individuals.
This is what I mean. This woman has no like personality. I won't say soul, but like she's just like a ball of clay. She's got no thoughts of her own. She's like, I have no opinion on abortion. It's like, what do you mean? Like you can't have what do you mean you see both sides? Like you see like you see it? Like we all see both sides. What does that mean? Like yes, I see one side, one unhinged, like theocratic bent side who wants the government to prevent women from having access to health care, no matter what sort of negative consequences it might have for them or for society. And then another side who just wants women to have health care. But like seeing that doesn't mean I don't take a side, right? But that's kind of like, but it's like I think that she's incapable of taking a side because she's like almost like she's incapable of understanding the problem. Like I don't want to insult her intelligence too much. She's a grown woman. She's older than me, but like she struggles with some very basic concepts during this discussion, and goes to ChatGPT for so much stuff. I really do wonder if she has any original thoughts in her head.
Asked them to come on and been unsuccessful largely. I also did ask for when people when they sling pejoratives and ad hominem attacks to say it to my face, and you were kind enough to step up for that. You are the first. So SOT number 3, guys. I wanted to litigate some of this stuff first.
She takes this really weird attitude from the beginning. I'm just sort of like this, like, aw, shucks, I'm just here. Like, she's trying to do, like, the female, like, Dave Rubin vibe. Like, I'm just here for, like, I just want to have, like, an intellectual discussion of the ideas, and I don't really, I'm sort of just, like, an enlightened centrist, Like, I see both sides, dude, and, like, people, they're always saying mean words to me, pejoratives, and, nasty things, very rude.
How rude.
Oh, God. But it becomes clear that she's aw shucks because she just doesn't actually spend any time thinking any of this through.
Oh, well, I should just say that was not what I was responding to was your video where you said that nobody would show up. I was actually interested in revisiting our exchange on Piers Morgan from a year ago.
Promise you we will. That's why I'd like some of your time. Okay, SOT 3.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F your...
Oh, by the way, what's interesting about this statement from Jillian here, she's like grinning. She's trying to feign excitement, but she's also frowning with the eyes, right? Like her mouth is grinning, but she's frowning with the eyes. It creates this weird sort of the dichotomy on her face, right? And like I think it's because she does not want to talk about these things. Like there's the number of times during this discussion, Sam tries to get her like to focus in on something, and she's like, we'll talk about that, but that's clearly her way of trying to end the discussion, right? Like that's her way of like signaling to her producers or something to like go to the clip, like we'll talk about that. That's like her what's it called? Oh, what's the signal? What's this? There's like a what's that book? Whatever.
All right.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass. Go F yourself. She now has a YouTube influencer channel.
Even bigger loser.
Everybody knows I like to keep it real. That's a perfect show for me to go on.
Is this a meeting of the Gay Straight Alliance? Just kidding.
What's the straight
They're both
part?
gay. They're both gay.
Snake oil. The snake oil salesman talking about politics.
Totally.
I'm sure she read that book
2 weeks ago.
Do they have pictures?
Here's someone who quit her show because of criticism of Israel was happening.
Talk to me about Islam. Tell me where we're getting it wrong.
Please come on my show and justify why Muslims aren't bad.
Wrote it 3 hours ago.
Nothing. Have we heard back anything?
Nothing yet.
Oh.
She's a fool.
Her role in media is to defend Israel. I think she's a
Now, just really quickly, because it's going to come up. I just want everybody to watch this again. Because...
Please come on my show and justify why Muslims aren't bad.
Wrote it 3 hours ago.
Nothing. Have we heard back anything?
Nothing yet.
Oh, my God.
I think just because it's going to come up later. Does anybody think Sam was being serious when he said, oh, my God? Or do you think he was being, like, heavily, heavily sarcastic? Because believe me, Jillian's going to take it seriously.
Fool.
Her role in media is to defend Israel. I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism. And then is also a Maha person.
They want to get rid of free lunches in schools.
Both here and in Africa, which I know I care about both. She cares about neither, but is pretending to care about the kids in America.
Okay. Well, so first let me address the fact that I'm sorry I did not get back to you within 3 hours.
You got great producers.
Well, you gave us a lot to work with, Sam. Having said that, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you within 3 hours. A man of your stature, I apologize. But your followers spammed the email I put out, sought number 2.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Not sure how to reach you, but if you're
just crazy enough to work,
find, have someone from your office email our podcast line, and then she puts her email there. If you guys, want to send her an email, now you know what her address is. So go wild with that shit.
And they did. Graphic number 1.
Well, hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
Those guys are on a completely different podcast.
I totally get it, but it seems like they're your followers, though. They like you quite a bit.
They're your followers.
I didn't even know Hassan Piker calls you Uncle Sam.
They do
They're
a
your
show
followers.
about.
They're your followers, she says. Like Sam is Jesus and they're the disciples. Ah, yes. And the disciple, Zach, said to the other disciple, Gavin, and Uncle Sam doth say,
That's in the Bible.
Beefs, but I
guess so. Yeah. So then we get, so graphic number 1. So we did in fact get those emails, and it made it very difficult to find yours. LOLOLOL. I think they left off the last O. You're such a fake dipshit excuse of a human being.
I'm sorry. I can't move past that. She is such a boomer. I don't know how old Jillian Michaels is, but what is she talking about? She thinks that they left off an O at the end. What?
What you talking about?
Like, does she think that what does she think they're saying? It's lol. It's a lol. It's just an extended lol. Why would you don't put another O at the end of that? Does she not know what's happening? This is what I'm saying, is like, I'm not sure she's capable, like, of original thoughts or even, like, assessing her own, like, reality. How old is Jillian Michaels, by the way? How is she this out of touch? That she looks at that and she's like, it's missing an O at the end. 52. She's not even that old. I mean, she's no spring chicken, but my God.
I hope Seder guts your duck ass. And how are you too poor to host this email address on your own website when you've been nothing but a grifter your entire professional career? I'll listen off air, thanks. I don't really know what that part means.
Was that my dad?
It's one of your fans. Then there's, I heard the progressive host of the Majority Report, Sam Seder. Sam, keeping it real, Seder, would be happy to debunk all of your nonsense. Die slow, bitch. So it does seem that the apple does not fall from the trees.
What is
I'm
she
not
talking?
Sure
She is cracking herself up over here. Oh my God. Oh, it's so funny.
Your nonsense. Die slow, bitch. So it does seem that the apple does not fall from the trees.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, Sam's not getting it because she didn't even say the joke right. The apple doesn't fall from the tree, Sam. Oh, so the apple just stays on the tree. Never falls. Is that how the saying goes, Jillian? The apple doesn't fall from the tree? You fucking moron.
Oh, you're.
I'm just saying.
You're joking. That's my
Thank
fault.
you for being here. I think I would honestly say to you, off the top, given all
Are
that.
you gay?
Well, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about it? I've watched you make fun of gay people now, including Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder.
Wait, so are Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder gay? Does Jillian Michaels know things we don't? Because I don't think that they're out that I'm aware of. I think that they present themselves as heteronormative, cis, straight, white men. But Jillian Michaels is basically suggesting that Benny Johnson is gay. And so is Steven Crowder. And that Sam is somehow knowingly outing them? But she's actually the one. I mean, if in fact what she's saying is, I'm just trying to follow the logic of what Jillian is saying here. It sounds to me like she's saying that Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin, or sorry, well, we all know Dave is gay. Steven and Steven Crowder are gay. Right? I just want to listen to that again. I just want to hear that again.
Given all
Are
that.
you gay?
Well, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about it? I've watched you make fun of gay people now, including Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder, which is
gay people like Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder. Is she not saying like I am just interpreting the words, the English words that she is saying? Okay.
Precision of language, please.
And from where I'm sitting, she just seemingly outed Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder. A little awkward situation here. I wouldn't have done that, but here we are. Now, I actually didn't know Jillian Michaels was gay, or until she brought it up. I honestly I don't know anything really know much about her, aside from the fact that she has like a fitness brand, and she switched to politics like a year ago.
Weird because
Benny Johnson is not gay.
Benny Johnson was
okay, so like this,
slamming trans
like this right here.
Oh,
Is he not gay?
He's not gay.
Okay, do you see this? Like this cut right here. It's some of these, it's not clear. Like the first one, the first clip that they play, I think they played that for Sam. This one, I think this just got interjected by a producer. All right? Like watch.
He's not. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
No, but you've insulted him.
You see what I mean?
Utilizing that context.
You see what I mean? Like Sam is still in the middle of a word when that clip ends. Like they're doing some very fascinating things editorial wise. I assumed like a lot of times with these debates, usually the full debate is just posted without edit. Like even, like a lot of most of these, sorts of debates go unedited. In a lot of the context that I've seen them. But in this case, they released both clips and an edited supposed full version of the debate, which is a very weird thing, in my opinion, to do. Because you would think that you would want one unadulterated version for everyone to make their own personal decisions on it. But instead, they try and make the argument vicariously through the editing. Since Jillian wasn't able to do it on her own with her ChatGPT searches, the editor, like the producer, tried to do it themselves for some reason. It's a fascinating choice.
So weird. Like, why
What do you
would
mean?
Okay.
Oh, you mean like I said he's closeted?
You're like, oh, he's gay. But like
I don't think I have
you did.
ever
I'll
said
clip
that
it.
he's
You
gay.
did. You
since,
did.
Like,
you did. I'll clip
oh,
it, and you did it to Crowder as well. But that's
I do think. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty well documented that Benny Johnson is. I mean, certainly not. I'm not the only person to bring that up at all. A lot of right wingers have been more explicit about it than I have. Crowder, yes, I do think that Crowder is suppressing
Crowder also is gay. All
some
right.
things,
Well.
and his ex-wife sort of like hinted around it. But I'm just asking because somebody wrote that to you in the thing, and I wasn't aware that you were gay. If you are,
I am. You are gay. You talked about it in the thing. You've talked about it numerous times, actually.
That you're gay.
You've talked about it numerous times on your show, Sam.
I mean, honestly,
I mean, there are many things that you get wrong.
I was surprised there was that many clips that we talked about you over the past year. But I think, let me just say the first one, where I was telling you to F off.
We're going to get there.
Was a response. Well, I mean, you've
we're going to get there. I promise you, we are going to get there.
Do you see what I mean, though? This is a really weird...
Some proximity of that video.
It's a really weird debate style. Whenever Sam brings up anything of substance, Jillian is just like, we're going to get there. We'll get there. And it's strange. It's like she just doesn't want to talk about anything that Sam initiates. Like, she has to go. It's like, I think she's going by, like, a script. Like, from what I think that they've really hyper planned this out, and it still goes really badly for them. But that's the vibes I get. Is that she doesn't want to talk about these things because she's not prepared for them. And they have like a very finite schedule for this with talking points and like clips and all these other things to try and make her case, right, as best as they can. So if Sam brings up anything else, it derails that plan, right? And so she's like, we'll get there, don't worry, it's on bullet point D3. And that gets frustrating for Sam, I think, because it's not really a debate, right? It's not really a debate when you do that. It's like Sam is like a participant in a show, and it's really a different vibe.
That specifically was when the first report of the tens of thousands, now hundreds of thousands of children, but also adults who have died as a result of the cuts in USAID.
You want to talk about that study? We can start there. You're wrong.
Oh, I'm happy to start there.
All right.
So we should play the clip of when you were on Piers
I
Morgan.
promise you we are going to. I promise
well, let's do that.
I want to litigate some of the other stuff you said first, though, if it's okay.
Wait, is this really going to be just about like your feelings are hurt?
No, it's proving a pattern that you either don't fact check your information.
Proving a pattern.
You mischaracterize things. You lie by omission. And I can give you so many different examples. It's staggering.
Oh, God.
SOT 9, everybody.
You've seen Iranian people in the streets here.
So rather than address that's a very strange thing. Like, but once again, they keep doing it. Like, rather than address the nexus of this disagreement, right? Which is their appearances on Piers Morgan together. She like jumps ahead. She's doing like this weird sort of what's his fucking face? Kill Bill. Not Wes Anderson. Fucking hell, what's that fucking guy's name? I can't think of the director's name right now. My brain just broke. But she now it's gonna kill me. I have to do this because it's actually important. Because it's a device that he uses. Quentin Tarantino, for the love of God. It's like a Quentin Tarantino. Like, she's just like starting halfway through the movie and then we're gonna go backwards. Like, I don't understand why. It's such a weird choice.
Telling everybody, listen to what we are saying to you. Mom Donnie sounds like the Ayatollah.
Wait a second. There are Iranian people in the U.S. in the streets of the U.S.
Saying
that Mom Donnie sounds like the Ayatollah?
You called me an
I'm assuming
you called me an idiot for this one. Like, dude, that's all she's got. And Sam is right. Like, ad hominem's names? Really? That's the thing? I mean, this is political. This is a political discussion. People get called names, right? And like, you called me. Did you hear her under her breath, like over the clip, say, "You called me an idiot. You called me an idiot in this one."
Wait a second. There are Iranian people in the U.S. in the streets of the U.S. saying that Mom Donnie sounds like the Ayatollah?
I'm assuming in 1979, like they're saying, like leading up to the revolution?
I guess.
What? No. The Ayatollah was in exile in Paris, I believe, when the revolution hit.
Like, she's talking to Sam like he's her friend. You know? It's like, so what? Sam called you an idiot. He probably thinks you're an idiot. But that's not that shouldn't be the purpose. Is it the purpose of the discussion to get Sam to apologize for saying that she's an idiot, or to actually have a political debate about the situation? Right? Like, it's so childish. Like, I don't understand why this 52-year-old woman is bringing on this 56-year-old man, however old Sam is now, onto her show to complain about him calling her an idiot. So many names and, like, you know, like, negative things are thrown back and forth in the political, like, discourse that, like, is beyond me, that that's what she wants to do here. Rather than, like, discuss the issues, she wants to be like, look at all the mean things you've said to me. I don't understand. Why do you do that? It's because you're in a fucking political environment, dude. I don't know what to tell you. If it was your producer calling you an idiot, maybe you'd have something to stand on. But Sam's not your friend. Sam is literally the opposition, and you're complaining about him being mean.
A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago in Iran, which was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s and they just wanted to be hippies. And
I just want to point out something. We are going to be dissecting the shit out of this. But I just want to point something out here. You'll notice that this clip, this montage that the producer put together, right, starts off with all the time Sam and Emma and Brian and Matt are saying mean things about Jillian on the podcast, and then just randomly, without any prompting, no, like, this is shoddy fucking editing, guys. But, like, it goes straight from that to this clip that's supposed to prove something about, like, a claim that Jillian had made, which also has absolutely nothing to do with the Piers Morgan discussion, right? So it's like, it starts off with, oh, my fifis are hurt because Sam and Emma said mean words about me on the podcast, to, oh, here's evidence regarding an Iranian diaspora protest where one woman saying something that I said that you said that was, like, irrelevant. It's like, there's no coherence to this. Like, who put this together? Like, it really does feel like the producer is actually just ChatGPT. And actually nobody works at the Jillian Michaels podcast. It's just Jillian and whatever her, you know, like, like Claude assistant or whatever it is that she's using. And she's named it, right? What do you figure?
ago in Iran, which was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s.
The Islamis. It's like a salami, but it's a little different.
That's in the Bible. Just wanted to be hippies and free, and that's how it looked like at that time for Iran. So they picked a Khomeini that was supposed to just come and help people have free everything and give the oil money.
How could you say no to free everything?
Free and all of that. And you watch watch what he says. You listen to Mamdani.
Find Iranian people on social media telling us.
By the way, do you know how popular it would be? Like, including among Republicans, I can almost guarantee you. Like, among the Trump base, if Trump came out and said he was nationalizing all of the oil in the country, right? And that everybody was going to get free gasoline for life, right? It'd be incredibly popular. She realizes that, right? People would love that. I should pull up the YouTube channel that the clip is from. Which clip? Oh, wait, the clip that she just showed of that woman talking?
And over again that the way Mamdani speaks in New York City is exactly the way the Ayatollah was speaking in Iran, word for word, verbatim.
So this is the promises Khomeini made back in 1979, pre-1979. Look at this. He has promised free water, free electricity, and free buses. Now, does that sound familiar?
That's why you see the Persians, especially the Persian Jews, being so loud in America right now, because we lived this. It wasn't necessarily our parents or our grandparents or our great-grandparents with the Holocaust. This was us. Like, I lived that. My parents lived that. We escaped that.
So what is the red? Who's red and who's green?
So basically, it's the Islamists joining hands with the communists.
There are numerous clips like this, Sam, and it's okay if you don't agree. It's okay if you want to
What was the
attack
name
it.
of that first woman on the street?
I don't know. An Iranian
Right.
protester in the street. One of many. I can
Just
give you
some
many
lady.
different sites if you like. I can pull up different posts that have
So
names on
what
it.
is what is the argument that
Here's
that
the argument.
in offering free buses that
That's not the
Mamdani
argument.
is like the Ayatollah?
You're more than welcome, by the way, to have that argument with me. But the fact is,
let's
that not the purpose
talk
of-
about let's have that argument.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me.
Here's their
what
argument.
See, she has no rhetorical abilities. And she's making a fool of herself. She is completely incapable of actually engaging in debate. Every time Sam tries to engage in any topic, she just collapses and she turns away. She's like, yeah, oh, we can have that conversation. That's literally what we're here for. It's literally what we're here for, dude. You just played the clip and now you don't want to have the discussion? Like, what the fuck? It is this sort of laziness. Like, it's incredible to me that I've been demonetized. I'm the fucking low effort asshole. But this woman is over here and her entire thought process is dictated by ChatGPT. She can't form a single fucking original thought. I mean, I would actually put up with like just a thought that's not being regurgitated from reading it off of ChatGPT. Just something that exists in her brain. Even if it was just repeating something she read. I mean, she just can't even do that. Look at her. She's looking at her computer over here to try and respond to this very basic premise. Sam hasn't even finished saying what he's trying to say, and she's already lost it.
You're more than welcome, by the way, to have that argument with me. But the fact is,
let's not talk about let's have that argument.
Well,
explain to me.
Here's their
what
argument.
What communist things that
Here's their
Mamdani
argument.
has.
See, that's what she says. She says, here's their argument. And then she starts looking at her notes. She has no argument.
Has
graphic number
communist
3, guys.
policies-
These are the parallels.
No, wait. Let's just
you. But you're asking
explain
the
to me.
parallels.
Let
I'm
me
telling
finish.
you what they're citing.
What communist policies has Mamdani proposed?
This is
And
what they are
Islamist-
citing, Sam.
In
What they are saying is that the parallels.
What Islamist policies? Answer.
Sam, he's
has
a Muslim,
none.
correct?
He's a
Is he
Muslim.
He is a Muslim, correct? And
He
this
is a
is you're
Muslim,
saying
that's
I'd like
correct.
to know what they're comparing. I'm telling.
This woman is a fucking moron. She's a fucking moron. It's incredible. It's incredible how people like her can fail into success in this way. Like, she does not know anything. It's like Sam asks her for the very barest specifics. Every time he does, she collapses. Like, you tell me one Muslim policies, but she's like, he's a Muslim. It's like, but bitch, that doesn't. There's plenty of Christian lawmakers who haven't enacted any Christian policies. Somebody being Muslim Like, this is like the most like base, like fucking racist assumption that you could make, right? So the most bigoted sort of thought process you could come up with is like, oh, he's a Muslim, therefore he's gonna govern like a fucking Muslim, whatever the fuck that means. Like, it's insane. Like, oh my god.
Guys,
no, I'm asking you right now. What communists? Let's argue the validity of these points.
I'm
Those
fine
people
having you come on to talk about that, but what's not okay is you calling me an idiot saying it didn't happen.
No, I do.
It did happen, and all you have to do is
the
Google
judgment
it.
is still reserved. Yes,
Exactly.
You can find a random person on the street.
Sam, I
saying
showed you
anything.
numerous clips. Guys, graphic 2, graphic 4, graphic 3. Give me any one of these.
Here is so. But you're avoiding the actual
I'm not
point
avoiding
here.
the question, Sam.
Graphic 4, graphic 2, graphic 3.
Guys, graphic 2.
Graphic 2 is an article where the author and publication is cut off, so we have no idea who's written this. It's just a picture of Mamdani. Title: Iranian diaspora critics voice doubts over Mamdani as New York mayor. This is her proof. This is her proof. He is the Ayatollah. Oh, and there's a quote in here. Some critics in Iran's diaspora are expressing skepticism about Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani,
The Muslim and self-described democratic socialist frontrunner in elections for New York City mayor on Tuesday, even likening his populist vision to Ayatollah Khomeini's 1979 Islamic Revolution. No, there's no credit given, right?
Give me any one of these.
No credit given to that. It's just it's an unknown quote.
Guys, graphic 2, graphic 4.
Graphic 4. Graphic 4 is another authorless, outletless article that just says deep dive. New York mayoral race becomes mirror for Iran's political divides. Iran/society is just circled. It's like scribbled like 4 times the words Iran/society. And this is proof. This is the laziest shit I've ever fucking seen. You've got to be kidding me. How am I low effort again? Is this a joke? If you just circle the word Iran, that's proof of something? Oh! Proof, Sam! Get pwned! Look, the word Iran appears on this article, this authorless, outletless article. And it's next to the word society. Oh! Oh! We all know how dirty society is. Iran and society together. Only the worst possible things. Oh my god.
3. Give me any one of these.
And then wait.
Avoiding the actual.
I'm not avoiding the question.
And then number 3, Article 3 is just this. The musings of what I assume is a schizophrenic on X, who just wrote the words Khomeini and Mamdani with the Iranian flag in front of Khomeini and a clown emoji in front of Mamdani. This is the sort of thing a mental patient does.
Give me any one of these.
Here is but you're avoiding the actual.
I'm not
point
avoiding
here.
the question, Sam.
Yes.
If we were going,
there is no doubt the Iranian diaspora.
What's the
They
source?
also told us that.
What's the source of that? I assume Grok? I'm just guessing Grok.
Attacking Iran, not all of the diaspora, but certainly large elements of it. So their credibility. Let's talk about the actual issue that you're out there saying that.
Okay, I'll give you an example of something that concerns
Mamdani
me.
is a communist.
Here's
and
something that
Islamist.
concerns me.
Give me one.
I'll
example
give you
of
an
that.
example. Here's a perfect example.
She's not going to give him, just spoiler alert, she's not going to give him an example.
Okay. There's a video, and I can drop it in. I can send it to you of Mamdani at a mosque. seeming perfectly lovely, ringing in the new year at the mosque for the first time. He gets off stage and they swiftly call for death to the infidels. That freaks me out, Sam.
We pray daily for your success in this journey, inshallah. Thank you.
والناصرين لك على أعدائك والمستشهدين بين يديك في جملة أوليائك والفرج فيه للمؤمنين على يديك وقتل الكافرين بسيفك.
Like, I'm sorry.
Who does?
Now, I would just like to point something out, okay? There's actually a couple of different things. First off, I'm not familiar with Memory TV, spelled MEMRI. So I don't think any of us can speak to the accuracy of these translations here. But there's actually no way of knowing that the audio is even being in this room, right? And considering the level of journalistic scrutiny that Jillian Michaels and her producers seem to be putting, and I mean, by her producer, I mean ChatGPT, seem to be putting into this, I would not be shocked if this was fake. I don't have any evidence of that, aside from the fact that she seems to be clipping most of this stuff from, like, X.
ناصرين لك على أعدائك والمستشهدين بين يديك في جملة أوليائك والفرج فيه للمؤمنين على يديك وقتل الكافرين بسيفك.
Like, I'm sorry.
Who does?
The exact imam, he gets off stage and the guy immediately says a prayer that calls for death to the infidels by the sword. That freaks me out, Sam. It freaks me out,
and so
dude.
that's your evidence that Mamdani is an Islamist.
No, Sam.
This is like harkens back to when Barack Obama was a member of the Weather Underground because of Bill Ayers, or because of
he's a Muslim,
his reverend.
Okay,
She gets so exasperated because Sam won't just accept these random clips with zero context as evidence of her claims. Like, this is some of the laziest debating I've ever seen. Her debate style is clips. Like, her debate is like she's got nothing when it comes down to actually defending what she's. It's actually hard to say what exactly she's trying to defend. I mean, right now, I believe she's trying to prove that Zohran Mamdani is enacting Muslim policies, Islamist policies, Sharia law, I guess, because he's a Muslim. Just inherently because he's a Muslim. And because this proof because of this clip that has, once again, no context, and none of us speak Arabic, so. And I can guarantee you Jillian does not speak Arabic. She has no idea what that guy actually said, for sure.
on the Quran. He's a self-proclaimed Muslim, which is totally.
And once again, we didn't actually see the imam say anything. If anything, it was something that was being said over the loudspeakers. It wasn't clear who said it.
Fine, but he has some radical positions.
Are you aware of what's in the Old Testament? In the Torah?
Sam, I've actually had scholars on to compare both texts. And if we talk about a religious war and a jihad, it's confined in the Old Testament to the Canaanites. And that
these arguments are so washed. Like, people who want to play this game of which religion is worse disgust me. Okay? Just full on. It is so tired. It is so tired. And it's just a form of racism. Okay? And it just goes down the worst possible fucking roads. You know? It's like, oh no, Muslims are inherently terrible because of the book that they read. No, all the books, all the Abrahamic religions are fucking terrible. Okay? Repressing women, minority groups, violence as a form of justice, you know, pillaging, raping, murdering, all sorts of fucking terrible shit going on. And they're smiting, especially if we go Old Testament on it. And I mean, like, Like, it's just, it's ridiculous. It's a fucking ridiculous game. And we should just leave it at that. All the Abrahamic religions are equally, if you just stick to the texts, they are equally shitty to basically everyone. Maybe in slightly different ways, right? Like different groups, like, you know what I mean? There's like a slight shifting in each one, but basically same ideas. And nobody should want to live in a society ruled by any religion, right? That should be for you to do on your own time. Don't bring it into fucking politics. If you want to do that, move to Iran or Israel. You know, move to a theocracy. Not here.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Because they were sacrificing babies. So it's not an ongoing holy war or jihad. And I'm not saying that that's what Mom Donnie is recommending.
Oh, you're not?
Sam, you blatantly got caught in a lie just now. And there are so many others.
Lie that I got caught?
Well, you claimed I was an idiot and it wasn't happening, but it is happening.
Well, I think we haven't resolved that.
All right. Well, how about this one? How about this one? There's so many of these, but fuck.
You see what I mean? Like, she's gish galloping. She's just like rapid firing. Every time that Sam addresses any of her points, she just is like, I got another clip. You don't like that one? That's fine. I'm not going to even defend it. I'm just going to play another clip. It's pathetic. This is one of the laziest forms of debate I've ever seen. You know, it would be more impressive if she was rapid firing them off of her memory, but she can't even do that. She's constantly got to look down at her notes and her fucking computer. She's got nothing in there. And Sam already 15 minutes in looks like he already knows this is not going to go anywhere productive. Like, what am I doing here?
So, SOT number 5 is Anna Kasparian. We're going to pull that up in a second. And Amy Dangerfield.
Play when you stormed off your show with her?
Actually, I am. Because here's your claim, right? Your claim is that I get paid to defend Israel. I'm more than happy to give you the exact same offer that PBD gave Tucker. We can hire independent accountants. They can go through our finances. It's never happened. I have no problem doing that if you want to take me up on it at any point.
I don't know if we literally meant that you actually get paid from the Israeli government. But I think clearly, you have an audience where you need to suggest
how many people have I had on from the other
a radical Islamist, and you're
really? Do you want to see
promoting the Israeli line dramatically, and that's your business.
I've had Dave Smith on twice. James Lee and I have spoken twice.
I don't know who that is, but that's great.
He's very pro-Palestine. We had a full episode with Crystal Ball coming out on her take. I'm the one who got Anna Kasparian that job on her take. And the issue was not about Israel versus Palestine. And in fact, I've had Cenk Uygur on to talk to me about it as well. And I can even drop a clip in here where we're on peers and I'm saying, I've learned a lot from you on this subject matter. Having said that, the debate on her take was not me being uncomfortable debating because there was no debate because they both agreed with me.
Laterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact.
I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries.
I don't know, and I don't look.
There's
for those who are saying evidence to suggest none.
Oh, you're saying,
guys, can we stop for a second? This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
About
no,
that.
we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought. Okay? The real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead,
honestly,
you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews.
Here's the thing.
This is honestly this is a huge waste of my time.
What is the point of this?
If this is going to be about you crying.
Seriously, what is the point of this, though? Right? It's to avoid actually having the fucking conversations. She is over-prepared because she is unprepared for this debate, right? It happens all the time. You see it, like in people, especially like with like like presentations and group projects and stuff. Somebody who feels very unsure of themselves in front of a group of people, they're going to over prepare for that presentation. It's the same situation here. She's got thousands of clips because she genuinely has no real way of defending any of her positions because she has spent no time actually thinking about them, picking them apart, and considering the validity of what she has to say or think. Like she's an incurious person. And that became very clear. Like I've spent very little time like listening to Jillian. Her take was a terrible show. Like we listened to it a couple of times on this channel and it was awful. Right? Like everybody on there can get bent. But listening to this 2 hours, granted I listened to it like 2x, but even at 2x, like it was enlightening to what is going on in her brain. She's just an empty shell. I don't know what got her to switch her focus, because up until like a little over a year ago, she was just doing exercise videos on her channel, right? Like it seems like she switched over to do her take and then started doing these politics videos on her channel, switching from years. I mean, it goes back, like her channel's like 9-10 years old or something like that. All these exercise videos on there, and just went from that to the, I think it's pretty evident that in between going from the exercise videos to a political podcast, she did not like spend a whole bunch of time like actually educating herself on all the things that she might expect to talk about during all of this, examining all the ideas with a skeptical eye. No, she was like, no, I am perfectly capable of this. No reason to even think about it. Anybody can get into this. Anybody. It's honestly, to some degree, that's true. You see a lot of idiots in this game who don't know anything and or don't put any time into it. Her, Asmongold. I mean, there's so many people out here, especially on the right, who seem to just phone the whole thing in. And Sam looks furious. I'm not gonna lie. He looks pissed because he actually knows how to debate. He actually understands the issues. He's actually spent the time, like as a former debate bro, essentially, because he's not really a debate bro, although now he, now and again he'll do a couple. Like, but that was his thing. Libertarians constantly calling in to debate him, right? Those guys gave up. And it's because Sam has spent a great deal of time researching the issues that he cares about. And so he wants to talk about those things. And he's now up against somebody who has not done that and has invited him onto her show to discuss the issues he cares about and is now unwilling to do that. And I'm sure you can imagine how that might be frustrating.
If we have been mean to you, I'm very sorry.
Sam,
and I apologize and I'll go. But
Sam,
if we're going to talk about issues, let's talk about it.
Constantly.
I don't care. I'm willing to stipulate.
All right, let's do another lie that's right
person.
here. Let's do this
I'm
one.
mean to you.
Let's do
and
this
all
one.
of that.
All right,
I've
let's do one in the wheelhouse.
Now let's talk about issues.
Shall we? Can we do the trans kids? Because you have a crazy lie about that.
Do you see what I mean?
Let's start with what you...
Do you see what I mean? She has nothing. She just like, look, we could talk about this thing that you clearly want to talk about and that I brought up. It's like the third time it's happened now in 15 minutes. Maybe more. Where she brings up a subject, Sam wants to talk about it, and then immediately Jillian collapses and is like, let's talk about trans kids. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. It's like, dude, can you focus at all? And what I've realized by watching this, and it will become, you'll all see, but she has an interesting, I think a new form of Dunning-Kruger. I think I might have to write a paper on it because I think we're going to see a lot more of this in the near future.
suggested to my producer.
Okay,
what does Sam want to talk about?
The turf
Let's
comment.
talk about the only thing that I actually care about. And
I went over all this with your producer.
You're whining and crying about
you
how
want me to drop it
we've
in?
been to you and how we called you a name,
Sam,
and this and that.
you're
I'm
a
very
liar.
sorry about that. I accept
I'm
all
gonna bust you in so many lies.
Liar.
Okay,
there you go.
Here we go.
Let's talk about issues
SOT
like
number
grown-ups.
7. Let's do SOT number 7.
I'd also say that organic-y type of thing that she represents, it would be catastrophic. There's an article in
This is so childish. Sam just wants to talk to her about the goddamn issues, and she plays him another clip of his show. Oh, I'd be so mad if I was Sam right now.
Magazine 2022. In Sri Lanka, organic farming went catastrophically wrong. Nationwide experiment is abandoned after producing only misery. Basically, they tried to go pesticide free, and it caused food shortages. So these people have no real solutions other than they have a perverse incentive in that when people are sicker and aren't covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them.
Yep. Okay, so that's exactly what we're talking about. That was in relation to USA. Did you read the article?
Did I read the article?
Mm-hmm. You said yup. So did you read it? Because it doesn't support
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The clip
honestly,
just
Matt
aired.
was
Did you
talking there.
read?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
said yup. Are you not?
Oh my God.
I said yup just
well,
now.
It in the clip when he read it.
What?
It's incredible that Jillian thinks that this is a gotcha moment. She has been having to go to her fucking notes and to her fucking computer every time Sam brings up literally anything, and she plays some random clip out of context. Sam does a fucking 2.5 hour show 5 days a week, all year round, missing almost no holidays, aside from like Rosh Hashanah or I'm trying to think of what actual holiday Sam takes off. It's like nothing. And it's like she expects him to know, have perfect recall on his what? He sees what shirt he's wearing and what hat Matt's wearing, and he's like, oh, I know exactly what day and what clip and what what we were talking about that day. Are you fucking kidding me? And she can't even keep track of basic shit in her head. She expects perfect recall on Sam's entire career. Come the fuck on. It's insane. She's like, oh, got you. You don't even remember that time that you said that one thing. You said yup. Remember that time you said yup, Sam? What?
What now?
I do
ties
3
back
hours
to
a day. I don't know when that clip was from.
Well, don't you think
want
you
me to
should be
respond to
responsible
what
for the
Matt-
things
because
on
I
your-
said yup.
Okay.
Yeah, what is the? I don't even know what.
So
the,
this ties back
I'm
to
not
USA.
listening to this.
This
You
ties
can
back.
play it. It's your show. I'm here to have an adult conversation.
Exactly. No, she's
You're
not, though.
You're
She
just
isn't.
I think you're in
talking
a free
about how
fall.
Jillian is not here to have an adult conversation, though. Sadly, Jillian is not actually. I don't think Jillian is capable of engaging on the issues. Have you seen? This is what's happening right now. Remember that time you said yup? Exactly. That's literally what she's doing. Remember that fucking time you said yup, Sam? No. What? Of course not. Who? What? No. Who would? And she doesn't even lead it up with actual context, right? That's the other fucking batshit insane thing she chooses to do, is she goes into this clip without any fucking context. She's like, trans people, play the clip. You're like, wait, what? And then she's like, USAID. After the fact, it's like, wait, you initially said something about trans people. Now you're talking about USAID. You've given no context for the clip, and you're upset that Sam doesn't know. Remember the last time he said yup. Oh, God. Have you seen this skit? Do you all remember this one?
turn it right here. Tell me an opinion that you have about something. Just one opinion that you have about anything at all. Just share an opinion. Anything. Share an opinion.
This is what's happening. Sam is trying to get Jillian Michaels to share an opinion about literally anything, but she can't because she's incapable of forming an opinion. She has no independent thoughts. This is her. She is Jordan. Oh, that's her.
Because I'm going to bust you in lie after lie after lie.
That's great.
So
you can.
In the article,
let's start at the beginning.
That
shall
is the
we?
beginning. That's
we
USAID.
were on Piers Morgan. You said to me that when I brought up that there were going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over the course of the next decade who are going to die because of cuts in USAID. Your words to me were, quote, and I'm sure you have it sought, whatever number it is.
I do.
Your words, that's a red herring. And then you said to me, read a book.
And if you had, I think you'd know what I was talking about.
You remember what book it was?
Save 3 Lives by Rodale.
Yes. I did read that book.
Did you? Then you should
I bought that book. Okay. I have it right here. It was an okay book.
She's in so much.
There was a lot of stuff in there which I agreed with.
Do you see the look on her face? It's a look of defeat. She's like, wait, what? You did buy the book? I only said that as a rhetorical device. It was a vague threat of reading. I assumed anybody would cower in the face of such a task. And you, brave sir, have decided to purchase the book in complete contravention of all that I know. Jillian Michaels, what? What? Somebody gave me that book. I didn't even know I didn't even know where you find books. You're telling me you went out and find it yourself? I had to ask my assistant. I had to ask ChatGPT where you find books.
It was an okay book.
But it should explain
there was a lot of stuff
to
in
you
there which I agreed with.
Ongoing
Do you know
food
when
is-
that
I
book
would
was
think
written?
you would, Sam.
You know
this
when that book
actually-
was written?
Not only do I know when it's written, it actually started in the 50s.
1991.
Sam, can I explain it to
And
you?
that was 35 years ago. And so I read the book. It mentions USAID once on page 65.
Honestly, this is one of the better parts of this issue because it's kind of incredible. Like she expected Sam to not read the book. So the way she prepared for this was she was planning to sort of, shame Sam for not having read the book.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
However, Sam did read the book. And so she's like, oh, Sam, let me try and explain to you. And then she sort of loses track because she realizes that she couldn't possibly explain the book better to Sam than Sam has explained it to himself by actually reading it rather than asking ChatGPT to summarize it for her, right? And so she sort of just gives up on that and just sits here listening to Sam explain it. And it's just kind of a beautiful moment.
Read the book. It mentions USAID once on page 65, where Rodale actually speaks sort of positively of the USAID representative at a conference who was discussing the
what does
the
food aid
troubles
run
with
through? What does
with
the food
getting,
aid run through, Sam?
The supplies needed to grow food in Africa was actually more expensive than the actual food in of itself.
Yes,
and so
you got it.
Everything
Exactly.
that was in this book and everything that you complained about, saying that USAID was just a front for corporations to go in and destroy the food supply in these countries by forcing and much of what has been written here, I've interviewed countless people on this topic later than 1991, where this dynamic continued.
It got worse.
All of those operations that you supposedly had a problem with.
Yeah, I mean, it is a point we shouldn't gloss over that Sam is making fairly well here. But just to drive that puppy home. Jillian Michaels wants to have a political debate around a book from 35 years ago. From the 90s. It's 2026 right now. She wants to talk about the fucking 90s. That's the level of political thought Jillian's getting into over here. And I'm not saying you shouldn't learn from the past, but to be so stuck on and fixated on something from this long ago in this sort of just a general discussion, right? Like, you know, like, I mean, like, you don't need that book to have this discussion, but she just insists on it, right? But it's 30 fucking years old. So it's really weird that she wants to do that. Like from the jump. It just doesn't make a ton of sense. Why that in her mind is like the Bible on USAID.
It continued.
It got worse.
All of those operations that you supposedly had a problem with USAID have been moved over to the USDA.
I'm well
All
aware.
of that stuff is still happening. But
Yes,
what is not
I
happening
know.
is
That's my
people
point.
Are not getting. People are not getting. They're not getting like TB fighting drugs.
Yes, they
They're
are,
not
Sam.
getting,
That waiver was on the 28th of January.
That's PEPFAR.
It's got secret information in it that's only been published once or twice. Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. I love this comment because it absolutely... This is the kind of thinking we're talking about, but this is non-scientific thinking right here, right? What we're talking about, if it's something that's only been published once or twice, that usually... I mean, it depends, but oftentimes, if it's only cited like a couple of times, not even published, but like just cited, right? Like once or twice, that's probably because it's not science. Or it's probably because it's not relevant, right? Like if it's not something that we don't talk about regularly, right? That isn't being cited constantly, right? Then it's probably not, I mean, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but like it's a sign that perhaps the data that you're so focused on is not all that important. Like, you know, if it's the only place that it exists, maybe everybody else, perhaps rightfully so, did not think this was all that foundational of a work.
The
that
blanket
was the PEPFAR waiver.
PEPFAR
and
was,
that waiver,
and
I'll
then
tell
2.3,
you right now, I've
and
got
then
an article
2.4
right here in my hand that talks about the fact is that even after the waiver was issued,
it took a few weeks.
Screwed up the supply side, the logistics stuff, that they still having problems. PBS just wrote a piece on this actually, maybe it was in March, about how they are actually seeing deaths, extensive deaths in as a.
So you'll notice that this, I'm fairly certain, based upon what I'm looking at, I could almost tell you what program this is being done in. I would guess Final Cut. I could be wrong. It's just a couple of telltale things I'm noticing. But they are, once again, doing more edits after the fact, which I find to be fairly disingenuous. But you can tell, based upon, you know, a few things that are happening here, it's not happening live. Because it's happening too instantaneously. Like it's literally, I mean, there's no way they picked it up that quickly and then also switched to a fucking Ken Burns zoom at the end.
A function of
send it to me because I did a ton of homework on this.
Uganda, April 22nd, sees spike in disease-related deaths after elimination of USAID from PBS.
That's been moved over to the State Department, though, Sam. It isn't eliminated. It changed departments.
It specifically talks about the abrupt grinding to a halt by USAID for both HIV and HIV-associated illnesses like TB,
on the 4th
meningitis.
Of February.
Close to 15% of the clients dying of malaria and TB. This is
Sam,
because of a function of USAID.
Anything? Okay, first of all of that was done on 128, a blanket waiver for life-saving aid.
She's incapable of responding to anything that Sam says. Like, it's very disjunct. It's very hard to follow what she's even trying to say. Like, she picks up in like the middle of a sentence, and like in the middle of a thought. I have no idea what she's 2, 4. It says what? Huh?
Anything.
TB. This is
Sam,
because of a
2,
function
4.
of USAID.
Anything. Okay, first of all,
You see what I mean? First of all, Sam, 2, 4. It says everything. People. It makes no fucking sense. Say words. You're a grown woman.
that was done on 128, a blanket waiver for life-saving aid.
It shut everything down. I'm sorry.
On 128,
2, 4,
it
6,
was a
8. Who
blanket
do we
waiver was given.
appreciate?
Okay.
That this will produce 14 million additional deaths by 2030.
Let's go through that. Can we do that? Can I address your two studies?
Can we do it?
Okay. So number one.
God.
Well, that's
you've
not
got
a study.
two.
This one's not a study.
They're modeling.
This one is direct reporting.
No.
By PBS on the ground in Uganda.
That 14 million people have died?
She doesn't understand.
That people were dying in Uganda because of the destruction of USAID.
Sam, send it to me.
I mean,
because
take it up with PBS.
So I did take it up with PBS.
Oh, here we go.
Here's what I learned. Since the 2025...
And here we go. And then they pepper in the middle of this debate, what is an AI response, right? They cut it out, but you can tell by the format of this. Like, I've seen enough of these on Google to know that this is absolutely an AI response, right? Because it shows what it's compiling, right? U.S. Chamber of Commerce +1, Center for Global Development +4, right? So it's clearly compiling a whole bunch of information, right? So in the middle of this, very, very abruptly, they just pepper in this counterpoint that she couldn't come up with on the spot. It's incredible. It's like if Jubilee allowed people to like send in video clips after the fact, for their responses. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine those debates if like the unhinged weirdos that say the weirdest fucking things over there on Jubilee like also got to, after getting obliterated, like if they got to send in like homework after the fact, like, I did some research on ChatGPT and ChatGPT says I'm actually right. Like, can you imagine? Like, that would be unwatchable in the same way that this is unwatchable. Like, this is fucking insane. It's the only way this is watchable is as a hate watch, right? Like, this is fucking insane. I'm gonna skip past this because I just don't think it's right. I find it distasteful. I find it distasteful that she would do such a thing. Like, you got a problem with what's being said here. Great. Say it during the fucking debate. And then, of course, before we can get back to the debate itself, she's got to pepper in a OneSkin ad. Come on. Jillian, you got to make the money. How is this monetized and I'm demonetized? It's fucking insane. It's incredible. Discover more. OneSkin. By the way, just a reminder, the Galactic News Network is brought to you by space fams like you. We just blew through the galactic content goal. I haven't been checking my shit, but yes, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, the like button too while you're at it. We got another dono on PayPal from Perf. Last gasp with the content goal. Yeah, that gets us closer. Trying to think. We're getting very close. I think we're like 75% of the way through the galactic content goal. I'm not going to end the stream. We're just going to keep it going. I'm just going to assume we'll eventually hit that goal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start with your first study. Okay, so you claim
Never give up. Never surrender.
numerous times that 600,000 people have died All right. So first of all, that's a model. It's not. Here's what it is not. Are you ready? A death registry, confirmed bodies, forensic evidence, a WHO mortality census. None of the above. The author
what study do you have that
this is
suggests
your.
You know who Jillian Michaels sounds like? She sounds like Israel. She sounds like the government of Israel. Every time we get like a new number of the, the Gaza Health Ministry. Although it's been a little while since they've been complaining about that, because I think they know, just like we all know, those numbers are woefully undercounted at this point. But like Jillian's like, look, those are not. This is not detail. Why don't you have photos and proof of each dead body? Says Jillian, in the middle of a, war-torn, famine-stricken, sort of massive geographical area. Why don't you have more specific data, Sam? Like, that's the argument she's playing. Like, there's a literal, civil war where ethnic cleansing, war crimes, all sorts of other nasty stuff are happening in Sudan. Similar-ish stuff, but to a much smaller scale down in DRC. Like, you got, all of these, conflicts. And they're all sort of, right next to each other. And as we talked about in the past, there's even before USAID was shut down, there was not enough aid going. This is ridiculous. There was not enough aid going to Sudan, right? Because people were scared to go to Sudan, right? There was not enough cameras on the ground. In fact, there were almost zero Western journalists daring to go into Sudan for any period of time, for fear of all sorts of different things happening. Even though it's frustrating to me, I understand the reasons to some degree why people haven't. But the fact is, international aid organizations have been trying to get shit into there, but it's been tough. And there hasn't been enough help, if you will. And there's literally 20 million people starving. It's the largest population of starving or famine-stricken individuals on the planet in Sudan. And Jillian's pissed off that we can't get more specifics, that we don't have charts. We don't have charts and names and social security numbers for all of these starving refugees. It's fucking insane. It's depraved. What kind of sick person makes this argument?
Sam?
No, I am asking you what counter evidence you have. That's correct. Modeling happens all the time in public health.
There isn't any. In fact, there's none. And here's the reason. Because it is impossible to identify exact numbers. The author herself says they're modeling numbers, and I recognize the limitation. And then I'm going to show you the limitations with the study that you never cite. Sam, they're modeling numbers.
How many are you okay with?
None, which is why I want to get into Sam. They're modeling numbers, and I recognize the limitations that this comes with. We don't have routine data sets that we can measure, such as those killed by lack of U.S. funding. Having said that, what she doesn't take into account in her modeling, she doesn't take into account any of the waivers. There was a blanket waiver for life-saving aid given 8 days after Trump's.
She's trying to make this sound really bad. But she's so fucking stupid and so uninformed on what's been going on in Africa that she thinks that what she's saying is a fucking win. She is basically repeating the same fucking thing I just got done saying. Is that these aid organizations cannot verify because of the size of the populations and the geography, like I was saying, the massive geography of some of these countries, right? And the lack of resources on in the context of these fucking conflicts, right? Like people, like these aid organizations, to get those fucking numbers that she wants so badly, have to put themselves in fucking danger, right? Like they have to go and hope that they don't get kidnapped by the RSF or by the Sudanese army and fucking get ransomed, right? Both of them have committed fucking war crimes and targeted all sorts of like civilians and civilian infrastructure. Aid workers have not gone unscathed in this conflict over the last however fucking 6 years. How long has it been? I can't even remember now. But suffice to say, she is just telling on herself. She just does not understand fundamentally the things she's talking about. And it's kind of pathetic. And it honestly, it makes me upset. Because the fact is, I'm living way worse than this woman is. But she doesn't know shit. I don't think I'm not an expert on all of this. But I know enough to know that Jillian is a fucking moron. Okay? And she's reading shit that literally proves the points that dispel like everything she's trying to prove here. And it's just so frustrating. Like, how you could just fail to understand this is just beyond me. Just completely incurious idiots are ruining this planet.
Executive order.
I just read to you a piece from PBS that said that waiver was irrelevant in terms of actually getting the aid to people because of all the other mechanisms that were destroyed. The waiver was okay.
Sam, send it to me. Send it to me, and I'll have the team fact check it right now.
Because just have them Google
Sam,
Uganda spike in disease-related deaths after elimination of USAID.
Check that. How many deaths? I did find some through Washington Post. I found a handful. Hardly 600 to 750,000. I found a handful. And
a handful? How many is a handful? Kids dying.
Honestly, I found about 8 cases that are documented. Okay. And the issue also has to do with war. It's very, very difficult to lock it down. Having said that, you're throwing out numbers that are not true. So
these are models by the Lancet. I said this is the Lancet study.
Okay,
there are
but
models
Sam,
that are being done.
You neglected to mention the problem with this model. The author of the study has significant conflicts of interest because she gets grants from USAID.
Wait.
All right. There's flawed math because she's saying that every dollar.
She has a conflict of interest because the organization she works for receives U.S. Every single aid organization on the planet receives at least before USAID got closed, received USAID dollars. USAID was the largest government run sort of aid agency on the planet until it was dismantled by Trump, right? So it's like anybody who works at an aid agency is immediately just in Jillian Michaels' fucking puny mind just discounted. We can't listen to any of them. We can't listen to the experts because they work at organizations that have received money from the largest aid giver on the planet. Like, if you go by this, you're left just listening to Jillian Michaels, who knows nothing about the subject, right? Like, we just have to discount all the experts it is the path to believing the things that Jillian Michaels says, at least. Jesus Christ.
Spent equates to an amount of people saved. That's not true at all. She's got opaque, not rigorous layered modeling. She layers 6 different historical studies on top of each other and mashes them together. She ignored pre-existing duplication, which I'm going to give you an example of with the NIH, the USAID, the Eco Health Alliance is a perfect example, which I'm going to give you. USDA, local governments, private philanthropies, she just forgets completely exist. She ignored reassignments because PEPFAR, as you know, went to the State Department, USDA got food. These things were reassigned.
It's not clear to me that she understands what she is saying. She's just rattling off a bunch of words in front of her. It's not clear to me that she has even gone through any of this before she's talking about it. Like, when I listen to her, it just sounds like she's just repeating things that ChatGPT has spit out. It is stuff like this that throughout this whole discussion sort of built up this image of the pre-game on all this in my mind. And it seems to me that Jillian and her producer Claude came up with a bunch of AI hallucinations and gobbledygook and just sort of fired off like a 2-hour long like plan, you know, with like accompanying clips and word pasta to repeat. It's just like none of it is cohesive. None of it is a debate, right? That's the thing about all this. Like none of it is a debate because she refuses to actually engage Sam. Like she will rattle off all of this shit. She will play clip after clip after clip. But when Sam asks her like a basic question or asks her to like substantiate a claim or, you know, to make like, to give like one example of like one thing that she has said, it just all just goes out the window and she says, oh, next, please.
No. No. First off, they were not all reassigned. And secondly,
they weren't.
It's one thing to get a waiver, but if you have undermined the entire logistical side, if all the contracts are canceled,
Sam,
if all
let's go to USDA because I think you'll like this one. Let's go to that one.
Oh my God, see?
So you read the book and I think you get it. You referenced that it's from 1991. It actually started in the 50s. And it was started by Eisenhower and it was public law, I think 480. Then Kennedy turned it into Food for Peace when he created USAID.
He's an idiot.
Trump grabbed this. You'll like this. This is anti-Trump. He grabbed this on the 3rd of February of 2025, right? And he moved it all under USDA and then he called it America First Food Aid. And what he did was he made sure it's called Tide Aid, which existed, but it got expanded over the years. So you referenced 1991. It got worse over the years. So Tide Aid.
God, she is a dumb person. He is talking about the book that she referenced. The book that she wanted to talk about, that she thought Sam had never read, that Sam pulled out from under his desk, was published in the 90s. That's why Sam brought up the 90s. The USAID program, as Sam well knows, was created in the 60s. And like she's saying right now, like fledgling efforts into it came into the 50s. But it's just fascinating how she just doesn't seem to be able to connect. Like the synapses in her brain aren't connected. Like there's little bits and pieces of information, but she has no idea how they connect. She's like a child. You know, no object permanence. Like she has no idea how anything relates to anything, but she's heard stuff. She's heard concepts of thoughts before, and so she's trying, but it's a real struggle.
Essentially means that all aid has to come from our big ag companies and go through our shippers. We lose 30 cents on every dollar as American taxpayers because of this. Now, what it does in the developing world is horrible, but there's no universe. And this is what I mean when I tell you it's a red herring. There's no universe they're giving up those contracts. It's billions of dollars to big ag. Billions of dollars. It moved over in.
Now, I thought Sam would make this point, but I don't think he does during this. So I'm going to make this point. I'm sorry to pause it as much as I have, but this pissed me off. This one pissed me off because I was actually, I forgot about how bad the showing was on Piers Morgan. I don't know. I expected better. At least Jubilee level. This didn't even hit Jubilee level. Like, that's how pathetic this is. But like, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta go back. I forgot what I was saying. Shit.
World is horrible, but there's no universe. And this is what I mean when I tell you it's a red herring.
Sorry.
And what he did was he made sure it's called Tide Aid, which existed, but it got expanded over the years. So you referenced 1991. It got worse over the years. So Tide Aid essentially means that all aid has.
I can't remember. It's so hard. It's like part of the difficulty of arguing this, which I'm sure Sam experienced, is like she is so disjunct in her thoughts that like I get lost. Like I try and bring myself back because there is no cohesive argument. I forget what we're arguing about, or like what I'm like. Oh, now I remember. Right. Sam doesn't bring this back up, but like agricultural aid, like the big ag stuff that she brings up, like that's farms, right? Like she realizes that's farms. Like she conceives of it as being like Monsanto or like Bayer or whoever, but it's farms, right? It's U.S. farmers. Like we talked about it. Talked about it last year. But like farmers are getting fucking decimated because USAID stopped buying their fucking crops. Right? Do we all remember this? Like farmers were freaking the fuck out because USAID got dismantled and like millions of tons of crops on US farms were just going to waste. And like molding on the fucking bale because it wasn't going out. We all remember this, right? Like, and it's such a baby-brained argument. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking hate Monsanto and Big Ag, but I don't think she conceives of Big Ag in the same way that I fucking do. Like, I don't even think she understands what the problem is. She just, you know, like, she heard, like, she probably like watched a documentary one time and she's like, oh my God, this is the fucking worst. And they are bad. But like, she doesn't understand what we're talking about here. Like Big Ag, like the reason why it's seen as Big Ag, from my understanding of this, is because all of those farms are like being forced to work for Big Ag, basically. And they have to buy the seed from Monsanto to make the crops. Right? To grow the crops, they need the seeds, and Monsanto is like the #1 seed monopoly in the country, and I think like #1 in the planet, actually. Like there's a couple other companies, don't get me wrong, but like she just doesn't understand this concept. Like she's upset that farmers are selling their crops to USAID to help starving poor people across the planet. She doesn't even understand like the concept itself. And that's why it's hard to argue with a woman like this, because she's arguing from a place of misunderstanding at all times.
From our big ag companies and go through our shippers. We lose 30 cents on every dollar as American taxpayers because of this. Now, what it does in the developing world is horrible, but there's no universe. And this is what I mean when I tell you it's a red herring. There's no universe they're giving up those contracts. It's billions of dollars to Big Ag. Billions of dollars. It moved over in less than 2 weeks to USDA. And the reason I'm telling you it's a red herring is because it's covering up for so much filthy, dirty stuff that has gone on.
You're saying that any of the life-saving stuff that USAID did, is it your contention that USAID never saved a life? No, never provided malaria stuff.
No.
Okay, what is your contention?
Okay,
More than 60,000, this is Washington Post. More than 60,000 metric tons of food have languished in warehouses in the United States and around the world with expiration dates nearing on some items. Fuck off. Destroy stickers were affixed this week to hundreds of cases of U.S. branded food aid, 15,000 pounds worth, that have languished for months in a Georgia warehouse and then expired before they could be sent overseas to famine-stricken areas like Sudan. Where does fucking Jillian think this food came from? It was off of U.S. goddamn farms. I guess Jillian just hates the farmers.
An example, all right? Can I give you an example?
When I mentioned kids,
can I give you?
You said that's a red herring.
Yes, it's a red herring because we're still feeding them, Sam.
To you that
it's a red herring because we're still feeding them. They're distracting you.
On the contrary, the idea of the corporations, that is a red herring. Because if Donald Trump wanted to go in there and reform that Big Ag is getting all the contracts and creating monocultures and growing crops that are not appropriate for those countries, et cetera, et cetera. This is all just sort of like imperialism and
it's neocolonialism. It's right up your alley, which is why I don't see why you don't.
But if Donald Trump wanted to fix that,
No,
he could have easily
he
fixed
didn't
that.
want to fix that.
That's correct. All that ended up happening is all of those bad things continue.
Yes.
The only thing that is no longer
I'm saying
there
that's my point.
are the
None of that is
providing
changing.
of anti-malaria
That's what I was
stuff,
trying to tell
of
you.
Anti-TB stuff. No, well, let's play the clip and let people decide.
Exactly, Sam. And she does. She hates that Sam wants to like co-produce this show she's putting on right here. It's not a debate. I know that much. But like, one thing I would add to this, because this is a slightly complex situation, but have you heard of climate change before? Because one problem places like Africa are experiencing are extreme droughts and sudden unexpected floods in its agricultural regions. And as a result of a changing climate, right? Like with lack of water, too much heat, not enough heat, right? The wrong climate for certain local crops, right? It actually becomes necessary to have, like, I hate to make this argument because I fucking hate these guys, but because of the genetic engineering and stuff that they've been getting into, like they're making crops that are able to withstand these conditions better than the native crops. If we want people to be able to go back to farming native crops in the places that they belong, we should try and reverse all of the things we've done to the planet that are causing it to experience this tumultuous period of change. Climate change.
Climate and everything are the same word.
That's what you were trying to
Okay, no problem. Guys, it's shot number 8.
Jillian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. So first of all, the vast majority of this USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that. Second of all, we
bloat
have
and corruption
children
does not
starving
go
here
to
in
the
America.
food
But
piece.
third of all, and what you don't know and what you have not looked into, okay, is that read a book. It's called Save 3 Lives, and it's by the Rodale family. And it has to do with the fact that our big ag companies went into the developed world to addict their soil to our GMO.
The fact of books. She really does not know how to make an argument. Her arguments are, look, the fact of the existence of a book written by somebody else that I cannot adequately nutshell, but I'm going to reference right now.
It's a money laundering game. They can grow their crops in their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your homework. So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
Jesus
so I'm
Christ.
telling you that bloat and corruption is not about the USAID program, but if you're truly concerned,
like, does she think that big ag doesn't make food? Big agriculture, because that's what it stands for. Ag, right? It's short for agriculture. Does she think that they're not in the business of making food? Or of at least, providing the things needed to make that food? She thinks that she's got like this big fucking win here. But it's like, dude, big ag, they make food. It's not a red herring. They're not just like taking the money and then not giving people seeds to make the fucking food. They are doing that. Believe me. They are doing that. And it's just weird that she thinks this is a gotcha, but it's because she she cannot tie one synapse to another in her brain. There is just these like chasms and valleys inside of her brain that don't allow the transfer of information from one side to the other, and she can't seem to understand these simple concepts. And Sam, I think, is flustered by it. Which I can understand because it's like. He's used to having arguments with people at least understand the basics. Like, even the libertarians. Like, I hate to give the libertarians that have called into Sam's show over the years this much credit. But in comparison to Jillian Michaels, those guys are titans of intellectual thinking. Okay? Like, the idiots who have called Sam's show to talk about the fucking non-aggression principle and property rights at least understand the fucking basics of the arguments that they're trying to make. Jillian, I don't understand. Go back to working out, because this is not working out. I am sorry to say. This is really sort of hard. It's kind of hard to almost watch. It's like watching a car crash in slow fucking motion.
About it. It's way worse than not sending Puffy Nutty or whatever the
exactly. Walter Block. This woman makes fucking Walter Block look like an intellectual. You know, like
it is because it is actually because
the budget, the spending by sector from 2024. You said the majority of this stuff.
Bloat and corruption, I said. The majority of the bloat
maternal
and corruption.
Child health, basic education, good governance, disaster readiness.
Sam, that's not what I said. I said the majority of bloat and corruption is not going to that.
But she doesn't seem to, she genuinely doesn't seem to understand the concept. Like, she really is such like a nubile babe, you know, like a naive little child. And she doesn't seem to understand that when Elon Musk says bloat and corruption, he means all of it. The food aid, the mosquito nest, the AIDS medicine, you know. He thinks that that's waste. I don't think she I genuinely don't think she understands this concept. And I hope that this reaches her somehow. Because I need her to understand this fucking concept. When people like Elon Musk say bloat and corruption, they mean the whole thing. That's why the entire USAID program was shut down. Right? And unless you think that every single dollar went to corruption and bloat, I don't know what the bloat means necessarily. But like, unless you think that not a single dollar went to feeding any children anywhere, right? Then you're just like, you're living in a fucking alternate reality. That agency is gone now that fed children, right? Some number. I don't know what number she thinks were fed, right? And yeah, some money went to Big Ag, vicariously through farmers, who were the ones who grew all the food. But like, that food went somewhere. It was grown in the real world, and then it went bad in those fucking warehouses. And now all of that's gone. The agency's gone. And now none of those people who were getting food previously, and it's not just Africa, it's all sorts of other places too, including Myanmar, right? Or outside of Myanmar and where all the refugees there are, right? And all sorts of other conflict zones across the planet. And it's just, it's just insane. It's just deluded to think this way. To actually be thinking to yourself that when people like Elon Musk say fucking bloat and corruption, or when Republicans talk about like these sorts of things, they are not being genuine. And I, at this point, do actually believe she is naive. She's a 52-year-old woman who is naive to this concept. Because the way she talks about it does not give me the confidence that she actually understands that that's what's going on here. I think she genuinely thinks that Elon was looking for waste and fraud and abuse. I think she genuinely believes that that was the goal, and not to eviscerate programs intended to help poor people, right? People who Elon Musk hates. That was the whole point. It had nothing to do with fucking fraud and waste and abuse. That was proven.
Can I give you an example?
So the majority of stuff that's not going to them is not going to them. But is your suggestion?
Can I give you an example?
The majority. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm
going
to try to tell you.
Are you saying that the majority of the USAID budget was just bloat and corruption?
Bloat and corruption that Elon Musk is referencing. He was very clear, by the way, that he didn't want to cut food aid.
Wait, are you going to try and argue to me that Doge was somehow successful? It's universally considered an absolute failure.
Well, let's talk.
We didn't save any money. The budget.
We did save money, not nearly as much. You're absolutely right.
We didn't save a dime.
Can we get
Not
into
a dime? The way they went about this was just the most ham-fisted way. They used AI just to look at contracts and willy-nilly. We just had a judge ruling the other day. Half the stuff is being reversed to the extent that it can be because it was done so poorly.
Why don't we talk about what he was talking about? You see if you don't agree with it, okay? So can I point out something I think that you got wrong? I'll give you an example of what we're talking about.
The COVID pandemic, I think we all know.
Oh my God. I mean, it's incredible that she thinks in this way. And that she thinks that this is fooling anybody. Like she thinks that she can gish gallop through a debate in this way without addressing fuck all. She just switches topics. Completely switches topics. And just plays a clip. Rather than just having like a conversation. Like if you've watched any of Sam's debates, he doesn't do this. He just sits there and he talks and talks and talks, you know, because he understands the issues. He knows them in and out. You know, you want to talk Social Security? You want to talk Medicaid? You know, what do you want to talk about right now? You want to talk about the war? Like, what do you, like, he knows the issues that he's talking about enough to be able to sit there and have a discussion and not rapid fire clips at people's faces. All right, I'm going to skip past the COVID denial shit she gets into. It gets pretty unhinged. I'm going to move over to she starts relying on ChatGPT pretty heavily. Where does that start? I think probably pick it back up around here. God, this is a long discussion.
From malaria, 25% cut.
But Sam,
from
okay.
Basic education,
wait, I gotta go back.
35% cut.
Mm-hmm.
From the cuts right here.
So tell me, here's my question.
I will tell you the
then
percentages.
What was the
in which they were
blanket
cut.
waiver on 2.4 that specifically is for
okay, you can
child
say the blanket
mortality
waiver
and
over over
maternal
again.
care?
I will give you the actual dollar amounts that were cut from each of these programs. From malaria, 25% cut.
But Sam,
from basic
finish.
education, 35% cut.
Mm-hmm.
From disaster readiness, 24% cut. From pandemic influenza and other emerging threats, 33% cut. I mean, I could just keep going on and on and on.
Can I address that? Can I address that? They are cutting bureaucracy, corruption, fraud, and duplication. Was it perfect? No, it wasn't. That's why I'm trying to show you, just with one example on COVID.
Have you not heard how the guys from Doge did this? They used AI and they just used keywords to cut all these contracts. They're not cutting any bloat or waste or whatever you're talking about. It's absurd. There's not a single piece of evidence that there was any bloat or corruption or whatever it is you're talking about.
I just gave you a ton of evidence. Okay, Brent, can I give you more? Can I give you more?
Listen,
can I give you more?
I agree with you that we
should
should not allow big corporations.
Do you want to talk about Afghanistan? Do you want to talk about Haiti?
You will come out. Listen, I have talked about both those places.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We know she's so I won't be surprised she drank some of that blue dye that RFK drinks, which can explain why she's so damn lost in the sauce. Cause damn she's dumb AF.
No, seriously though. It's just like, this is such a infuriating discussion. Because it's like, she presents a piece of evidence. It doesn't land with Sam. Sam thinks it's a dubious piece of evidence. He's skeptical. He tries to show her how that doesn't actually prove the point she's making. And rather than trying to address that, right, she just tries to move on to another one. And this is what I am dubbing AI Dunning-Kruger. ADK. Like, I think we're seeing it more and more, where people think that because AI can spit out all of this information so quickly and summarize it in a way that they can digest, or at least think that they can digest, that they assume that it has something to do with them and that they've actually learned something. But it was actually the digesting of that information to turn it into something synthesized that's easily accessible to anybody, that is leading to this kind of thinking, right? She doesn't know anything she's talking about. She spent no time thinking about it. She spent no time assessing her own opinions. She's just been given this sort of AI-fueled sense of self that has no foundation in reality. She can't talk about any of the topics in any detail. Sam wants to talk about one thing. She just wants to move on to other shit, completely different from what they're talking about, because she has no knowledge on any of these things, right? It's just the surface. It's just the surface. The AI did all the work for her, presented it to her, and then she's just representing it to all of us and assuming that it's a good job. But she doesn't even know how to verify that it's a good job because she doesn't have the ability to connect all of these things together herself. But on paper, it looks good. It's AI Dunning-Kruger. I hate this phrase too. I feel like it's often overused. But this is like one of the first times I've ever even used the phrase Dunning-Kruger, aside from in response to other people using that phrase in the past. But like this is, I have no other way of labeling what I'm looking at.
But Doge did nothing to address those issues whatsoever. They have flourished under this administration.
Sam,
they did nothing.
I don't disagree with you about that. If you want to say they flourished under this administration, then what I would say to you is maybe this is an area where you and I could find some common ground, because I still stand for what I stand for. But when people are hoping that stuff dies, there are reasons.
What in the hell does she stand for? I don't think she knows. I refer you back to that Key and Peele sketch. She has not actually given an opinion. All she's done is cite things given to her by ChatGPT up to this point and given zero opinions. She's an empty husk of a human. I just don't know how you get this far in life and not have formed actual opinions at this point.
They hope it dies. That's what I'm trying to show you. There are, for example...
You're telling me that the reasons why Doge did this was because they were concerned about neo-colonialism?
No, that's why I told...
By the way, thank you, Columbia Rican, for the bits. I forgot to say thank you for the bits. I was more focused on the comment. It happens to me a lot where I'm like, the comment is more my focus than I remember the bits after the fact. Those are much appreciated, getting us incrementally closer to completing the galactic content goal.
That's a red herring. That's not what it was.
Colonialism is a red herring?
No,
does she know what
the
red
children
herring
dying is a red herring?
No, Sam. What I was telling you is they weren't cutting that ever.
They
was
weren't
just
cutting the red
moving over to the
herrings?
USDA. That's what I was.
They weren't cutting the herrings, don't you see, Sam? Come on, Sam. You must see. They weren't cutting the red herrings. The blue herrings were fine. And the red herring, they weren't cutting it. They were the blue ones, the red ones, the green herrings. You know how herrings, right, Sam? They weren't cutting them for the kids. Does she think that they're like giving the kids herrings? Is that what she thinks is happening? Just like Jillian, when Sam says red herring, does Jillian think that like we're talking about the USAID like packing herrings up in like little tins and sending them off to kids in Africa or something? Like, does she not understand the concept of red herring?
That is not what. Let's watch that clip again, because you specifically said the children dying is a red herring, not.
I said in the very beginning, and we can play it again. I said the corruption and the bloat is not going towards the food, meaning that is not what he is talking about. I can play it again. That's what I'm talking
looking at. I'm just simply looking at all the cuts across the board
Sam,
here.
The cuts, $1 cut of duplication, of bloat, of bureaucracy, of corruption does not equate to aid.
Show me the place sought whatever number where you have the proof that this is bloat and corruption.
Okay. Can I give you examples? I don't have.
I'll be right back. Jesus Christ.
Clips of what happened with COVID. I can put the articles up. So that's
with bloat and corruption.
So, okay. When EcoHealth Alliance is given tens of millions of dollars from USAID, and they're double billing two different government agencies for the same thing, do you think that's bloat and corruption? And
Eco Alliance had this contract in 2024.
Okay, let me give you the exact.
Or did they? Or that contract had ended before that?
They got the contract, so here we go. Okay, so they got it before that, obviously. I can get you the exact date if you want. So USAID's Predict program. All right, team, can you get me the exact year that USAID Predict gave $1.1 million to EcoHealth Alliance, specifically for a sub-agreement with the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
$1.1 million?
They all.
Seriously, though. I'm glad I made it back in time for this. $1.1 million? Like, it's incredible, like, that we're even talking about this. What is that? 0.3 cents person? There's 330 million people in the country.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Jillian Michaels reminds me of a flat earther trying to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson on the earth being round. My brain hurts listening to her right now.
That's exactly what it is. Don't worry, we're going to end it soon. We're going to end the suffering soon. Like, honestly, it's painful. It doesn't get any better. She starts really relying on ChatGPT quite heavily. It just starts going downhill from here, honestly. And that's hard. Hard to even imagine things going more downhill. But 1.1, it's like 30, it's like a third of a penny, right? It's a threepence. It's a threepence per person. It's not even a real piece of coinage. It doesn't even exist. It's a rounding error. A third of a penny per person. $1.1 million. Oh God, the EcoHealth Alliance. Oh, what were they studying? Oh, it was Wuhan. Oh no, not the Wuhan. Oh, whoopsies. I didn't need to do that. I went too far. Go back. We're not done with Jillian. I'm sorry. No! Not the Wuhan. Oh, God.
They got the
Wuhan.
We're not done.
We're not done.
Liberia.
$50 million.
EcoHealth also operated as a subrecipient on other multi-million-dollar USAID projects.
So she just like reads off. Like, she doesn't seem to know any of this off the top of her head, which I just find fascinating. Like, she claims to care a fuckload about this stuff, but she's got to read it all. Like, why? Why doesn't she just know this? Like, it's super weird. Is it not weird to you? Oh, she's so animated about it, but she's literally just reading it off of a fucking cue card. She's a great actress, but what does she actually know about it? This could be the first time she's talking about it, and I would not know the difference. She's clearly quite animated about it, but I couldn't. You couldn't prove to me that this isn't the first time that she's read this fucking thing. And Sam looks genuinely exasperated. Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here.
$1 billion from HIV/AIDS. They cut $672 million, or I should say $300 million from malaria. They cut $200 million from basic education. They cut $200 million, approximately, it's a little bit more. from maternal and child health.
Sam,
they cut money from good governments.
They
cut money from disaster readiness, private sector competitiveness, family planning, and reproductive health. I could go on and on.
You know, I think that body language from Jillian Michaels really tells you how much she cares about this. She doesn't care. She really doesn't care. Like, this isn't important to her. It's why she doesn't know any of this stuff. You know? Like, this is just a grift to her. This is just fitness. Just fitness vids to her. This is like, you know, it's not of genuine importance. She's not ideological because she's not capable of having ideas. You know? And she's in the wrong business. She needs to figure that out fast.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Influenza and other emerging threats.
So if they're cutting, corrupt organizations like EcoHealth,
the Alliance, did they do all of those?
Can I give you a bunch of other examples then? Speaking of,
Sure.
right? Okay.
Like, do you see what I mean, though? She's completely disinterested in the concept, right? That's why you see her, like, tilt her head and, like, rest her hand on it. She doesn't care. This is a woman who doesn't care. She doesn't actually have, like, she's a wealthy woman who made money in TV and saw that people were making money in politics and thought to herself, I could do that. And didn't think once more about it. And it's worked to some degree because there have been a bunch of people who want to prop that up. You know, people like PBD and her take. Right? Without her take, I don't even know we would be talking about Jillian. And it's just really weird to me that somebody would want to get into this that isn't like genuinely interested in politics. Right? Like, you're in the middle of a debate and you look like you're sleeping. And that's not the vibe that you should be giving off. You should be engaged. Like, this is a battle of the wits and you're taking a fucking nap. And it comes off as, I just don't care that much about this thing that I'm claiming to care a lot about. You know, it's weird.
All of those
can I give you a bunch of other examples then?
Can I talk about a bunch of other stuff?
Okay. So why don't we look at things like
this is number like 30. This is like number 30 of Jillian, instead of responding to a simple assertion or criticism from Sam, just switches to another topic. So we're gonna switch to, because I'm fucking, like, I'm getting real sick and tired of it. It's the same thing. It happens for 2 straight fucking hours. I can't believe it. I mean, I'll give her one thing. She has stamina. She has the stamina, even though she looks bored as shit for basically the whole 2 hours. When she realizes that she's actually got to think thoughts and, like, respond to the words that Sam is saying. Like, listen to what Sam says and then respond to it. Because that's the thing about these sorts of debates. Like, and I found frustrating in the past when I've engaged in them. We haven't done them on the stream, but I've done them in real life on many occasions. And it's just that you can't come at this like half-cocked, right? Like, you can't come into a battle of the wits, a battle of ideologies, without, like, having considered your ideology and without having considered more importantly, the ideology of the other side, right? Like, you have to be prepared for the counter arguments, right? And it's clear to me that she's never studied debate, that she was never in debate club, anything like that. And so she doesn't understand that she's using, like, one of the flimsiest forms of like debate tactics, which is a gish gallop, right? She just continues to throw more and more spaghetti at the wall hoping that something gets through, right? Not having put any thought or effort into any of the arguments she's making. But the fact is to be able to have these discussions, you have to actually want to hear what the other person is going to say, right? And that can be frustrating, especially if you don't like the other person or if you don't think that they're going to say things that are interesting to you. And you have to somehow find a way to make it interesting. Whether it's with, your own rhetoric and forcing them to say things that you want to hear, essentially. There's plenty of things you can do, rhetorically speaking. She doesn't seem to be familiar with any of that. And she just sort of continues for like 2 hours doing exactly that. She then starts like bringing out ChatGPT at every possible moment. There's more commercials, more weird edits with clips of Jillian saying things off camera, essentially, or on camera, but not during the debate, just post hoc.
Give up their nukes.
Sam, what does that have to do with Putin saying, I don't want to go to NATO? It is a hard red line. Like, I can't.
Oh, right. Sorry, we got to do this one.
Dr. Oz or any of that, who then went and joined the administration. None of that happened. I have video of it, but none of it happened.
No, I didn't say
when I testify. None of that happened. I have video of those conversations, but none of it happened.
Not what I was talking about.
Okay. Okay. So again, I don't know what else to tell you. This stuff does matter to me.
That much is clear.
What else would you like to litigate about it? I'm not quite sure. Tell me what else you want to discuss. I'll discuss it with you. These are the things that matter to me.
By the way, at this point, an hour and 20 minutes, Sam has tried getting her to discuss dozens of things that she has immediately tried to move on from because she is not prepared. She is way out of her fucking depth. It's intense. And honestly, it's like super fucking cringe and sort of hard to watch.
Wars, not the.
But if you want to talk about war, Biden is the one who. We got into Ukraine under Biden.
And we got into Ukraine under Biden.
We got into Ukraine. There was an invasion of Ukraine.
But Sam, there were potential off-ramps for that. One would argue, like the Minsk Accords.
Argue one.
There were potential off-ramps.
I think Ukraine didn't want to give up their territory.
They didn't have to give up the territory in 22.
I don't see why
they didn't have to give up the territory in 22.
Had any more opportunity.
What the fuck does she mean by that? I don't think she understands this situation. But she thinks there's off-ramps that didn't include giving up the Crimea and the Donbass. Or parts of the Donbass that were occupied by Russian forces. What was the off-ramp from that? Because she's talking about... Also, I don't know what the off-ramp from the Minsk Accords is. Because usually off-ramps are from conflicts, not from peace agreements. But just trying to... It's difficult to follow the logic here. I'm just trying to stay with it. But like... I don't understand what the alternate... Like, I'm assuming off-ramp means just alternate option. The alternate option was fucking war. Like, it started... Like, the invasion first started, in 2014? Winter of 2014, going 2015? That's when the invasion started? Yeah. And then, eventually the accords were agreed to, which included Russia just continuing to hold the Crimea as part of its territory, which was the off-ramp to the conflict. Right? And then, because, like, it's 2014, that's under Obama, right? Like, we're talking about multiple presidents here, technically. I'm just not sure whether or not, like... The thing that is confusing, though, actually becomes more and more clear throughout this, is that Jillian just doesn't know what she's talking about.
To end this than Trump does.
I don't agree with you. I think that there were opportunities at the Minsk Accords that provided off-ramps, and we didn't take them. Why we didn't take them? I could pause it, I guess.
Just name one. So under Biden, we controlled Ukraine, but under Trump, we don't control Ukraine.
Well, let's look at that one. And this is the way I perceive it.
Uh-huh.
We pushed and we pushed and we pushed with regard to expanding NATO. And we promised we wouldn't, right? There was a hard red line. You've got the memo, I think it was from, was it Burns to Condoleezza Rice, that was like, under no circumstance should you add Ukraine to NATO. It is a hard red line. Like, I can't remember.
It's not a member of NATO. See, this is the thing about it. Like, we're going to skip this because she just doesn't understand what she's talking about. Ukraine's not a member of NATO. It wasn't a member of NATO. And going into 2014, or not 2022, because that's a different situation. But going into 2014, like, NATO was not expanding. In fact, around that time, it looked fairly useless of a organization and meaningless. Like, what was there to protect from? And then in the winter, Russia invaded and made it relevant again. Like, Ukraine was not going to NATO. Oh, there was talk of them wanting to join the EU, but those are two different things. And being part of NATO, being part of EU does not make you part of NATO, and vice versa, right? Like, the United States is not part of the EU. I feel like that's a basic that we all understand, aside from Jillian. And it's just impossible to have to like really unpack this, because she just isn't grounded in the facts. She doesn't realize that. Like, at least here's the thing, right? At least the other right-wingers, most of them, not all of them, but most of them know that they're not grounded in the facts, right? Like, they know to some degree that they're being disingenuous with the facts, that they're bending the facts, that they have a narrative to push, and they know the ways to twist, twist the statistics, twist words, to make these things sound a particular way, right? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. It's so like inherent, like I'm just like struggling with it. Like, I feel like most right-wing operators operate this way without even considering it, right? Or how, without having to think about it too much, right? But, like, you know what I mean? Where, oh God, like, they'll take like IQ statistics and like knowingly twist it for racist means, rather than, picking it apart on like a socioeconomic way. Like, like, they have disingenuous goals, and they'll do whatever they will with the data, but they know that they're doing that. Jillian doesn't seem to know that that's what's happening. And that's what makes this so difficult to watch. Because, like, it's like watching a kid. It's like watching a kid try and be a political pundit. Because she doesn't seem to understand the concept. Just the very basics. She's going to go to the very end now, because I have had enough of Jillian 6 hours into the stream. We got to move on to other stuff.
President that has said, I'm going to deal with Iran. Don't. Every single one. But like that, what about them? What about them? Just listen. Just Trump.
The Iranians came to George W. Bush and tried to make a deal in the wake of 9/11 that was completely comprehensive. And in fact,
what does that have to do with Trump, though?
They brought the deal to the Swiss. The Swiss went to the United States and said, "Here's a big deal where Iran is willing to stop, fund,
and that they adhere to the JCPOA, and Trump ruined it."
And
that's
the
not true.
Bush administration was so upset that there was a chance for peace with Iran that they sanctioned Switzerland for even delivering the message.
What does that have to do with Trump? I didn't vote for Bush. What does that have to do with any of this?
It is the same agenda that has been operating, this hostility towards Iran. And
I gotta say, once again, I really do hope Jillian hears this, because really, just end it, okay? It is clear that you're not capable of actually having these conversations. Working out seemed to be going really great for you. And I know that, we all get older, and working out for a living, is probably difficult, but I'm just saying, this is not it. This is not the lane for you. The fact is Jillian cannot tie these basic concepts together. She can't see parallels between these examples, which I find fascinating because that's all she had was examples, right? She just came with 1,000 examples, clips, ChatGPT searches, and whatever else. Like, all she has is examples, but she's not capable of actually comparing them. And actually going to the foundations of them. And looking at the concepts behind them and sort of apples to apples. Like abstractions seem to be very difficult for Jillian. I'm not trying to be condescending. As somebody who's been doing this for longer than she has and has not seen nearly as much success as she has, honestly, I'm not trying to be condescending. She has better numbers than me technically, but I don't think she is in the right space for her. If this is what she truly believes in, here's my advice. Okay? I know she's never going to hear this, but maybe she will. Crazy shit could happen. Crazier shit has happened, honestly. And if she genuinely cares about this stuff, she needs to pull herself out of the media ecosystem that she is in and do some genuine research. Go to a library and start from square one. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to say go back and learn how to speak English again. No. I'm just saying literally, she has to start reading things. That's not being fed to her through clips, right? I don't think she finished college. I don't know what her degree was in. I don't know what her life was like growing up, honestly. I don't know very much about Jillian. But I know after listening to this 2 hours of maybe the most frustrating thing I've ever seen called a debate. She has to take the fucking time to learn about the things she's talking about. And to at least have the backbone to take a fucking stance. Because she's trying to play the Dave Rubin. That's what I think. I think if she thinks that if she doesn't fill herself up with, thoughts, she can be an enlightened centrist. Well, she's not. You're an empty vessel with no understanding of the concepts that you're talking about. And it's upsetting to me. It's upsetting to me because I know people are listening to her. I know there's people. I looked at her clips. It's crazy. She's getting views. But it really worries me that people are getting their media through you. It's 2 hours of her hitting her head against the wall and Sam trying to get her to have a conversation like an adult. It's a debate, all right? And how much I hate the Jubilee debates. I think those are way. I take back all of the shit. All right, not quite, but I take back a lot of the shit that I've said of the Jubilee debates. And I've got to say, I think this is the first one that's the first of the Jillian Michaels debates. She put out this open call for debates. This should be the last one. Do not do another debate. This is not a debate format, right? This is just not a debate. It's a show. She put on a show. We watched a 2 hour, well, didn't watch the whole thing. I did. I watched a 2 hour show. A debate is putting up ideas against ideas, not clips against clips. Okay? That's what YouTube's for. It's not what these things are for, right? It's not what a debate is for. I would rather listen to the fascists on fucking Jubilee yell racist shit at Mehdi, at least those guys had the pride, had the what do you call it? Had the self-respect to at least take a position. Because she's unwilling to do that on almost all of this. She just presents things and says, isn't this bad? That's not a debate. That's not a debate. It's a farce. It's a circus that Sam was invited to. I feel bad for Sam. I feel bad that Sam had to sit through this. It's really, he's sat through real debates. Sam has done real debate after real debate after real debate. There was a time where I was something of a debate bro myself. It's kind of how I wound up watching Sam long, long ago. Well over a decade ago at this point now that I first found Sam. And this was not a debate. I recommend if Jillian intends to do this again, that she needs to do a different form of preparation. You can't do this color by ChatGPT, okay? Paint by Claude. You know, you can't do that. Debate by fucking Grok. Oh. Like, honestly, it would have been as interesting, in my opinion, for you to set up Grok and Anthropic in a room and just have them debate each other. It would have been just as useful for the political discourse. Can we get that time back? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. There's 4 hours of my life gone. Well, 3. I spent 1 hour listening to that at 2x, then rewatching it with all of you for the last 2 hours. Oh, Space Fams, I'm sorry. Sorry you all had to go through that. It's very painful. I really was hoping for a genuine debate of the ideas. I was hoping that she would try and defend anything at all with words. Her own words. But that never came to fruition throughout that entire conversation. I just cannot understand how that's possible. That's why I know it wasn't a debate. Oh my God. Moving so slow because of that. All right, let's talk about AI. You know? Because that last thing that we just watched was brought to us by AI. With trillions of dollars of investment are going into it. It's just unbelievable, almost unfathomable amounts of energy are being used up to power this great artificial intelligence we have that it brought that programming to us. I mean, Mr. Terrible, aka Kevin O'Leary, is building a data center for AI in Utah that's going to take up more energy than the entire fucking state combined. And this is what we get out of it? Yeah. Well, there's that, and of course, you know, displacement out of our jobs and other things.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver for the theatrical release of Steal This Story, Please, and Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. We end today's show looking at recent news on the fight over regulating artificial intelligence and the growing community resistance to AI data centers. On Thursday, President Trump abruptly canceled a scheduled ceremony where he was expected to sign a new executive order on AI regulations. Several top tech executives, including Elon Musk, Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg, and David Sachs reportedly warned Trump about the regulations. Meanwhile,
By the way, I just want to say thanks to the individual who just donated over on PayPal. 5 bones. Thank you, GSL. Wish I could send more. Perfectly fine. Every dollar helps. Or every 5 bones helps. Really, though, every dollar does actually add up, you know? Over time, as we continue to grow, that becomes more and more the case. In theory, the more followers and subscribers that we have on the different platforms we're on, the less that each space fam galactic viewer needs to contribute to keep the show alive.
Has sent layoff notices to about 8,000 workers, or about 10% of the social media giant's workforce, as the company pivots to AI. This comes as Mark Zuckerberg acknowledged in an all-hands meeting to workers that Meta's training AI data on its own workforce. In other AI news, a federal jury in California Monday rejected Elon Musk's $150 billion lawsuit against OpenAI and Sam Altman. The jury ruled Musk waited too long to sue over the matter. To talk about this and more, we're joined by Karen Howe, author of the award-winning book Empire of AI, Dreams and Nightmares in Sam Altman's AI. It's now out in paperback. She's just helped launch the AI Resist List to document acts of...
I've been wanting to read this. I still haven't gotten a chance, but I've listened to her talk about it a bunch, so I kind of feel like I have. But I've been meaning to. It's just, God, I have so many freaking things I'm working on these days.
Paperback. She's just helped launch the AI Resist List to document acts of resistance to the AI industry across.
What sucks is it feels like every time I make progress, like in life and on the stream, like something kind of holds me back. People tell me that that's just a sign that, you know, greatness is around the corner. But it's a little frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. And, you know, like, you know, it's like I feel like I get close to a point where I can start working more on systems, more on my efficiency, if you will, and improve my workflow, increase, you know, like the stuff that I'm doing, streamline this or that. But every time I feel like things get settled, some sort of catastrophe happens. We gotta find a way to prevent that. I haven't yet figured out what the solution to that is, but when I do, I'll let you all know.
World. Karen, thanks so much for joining us from London. Though we only have a few minutes, if you could start off by talking about looking back across the pond to the United States. What happened yesterday? There was going to be an executive order on AI restrictions.
I'll be right back. I need tea. I need hydration over here.
And then apparently in consultation with Musk and Sachs, two of the PayPal mafia, and Zuckerberg, Trump canceled the executive order signing.
Hi, Amy. Thanks so much for having me. I mean, I think this is a perfect illustration of what the moment that we're in right now, where these really powerful tech billionaires have fused with the state and are trying to override what the people actually want. 80% of Americans in the latest polling are concerned about AI. They support AI regulation. And because of the pressure that they've been applying to elected officials, there was actually, in fact, potentially going to be some momentum on that at the federal front. And of course, now there's this setback because the tech billionaires stopped it.
I wanted to ask you, in terms of the the massive movement that's developed in the country, especially against data centers, that cuts across all political views. You're seeing Americans turning out by the hundreds and thousands in local city council and county meetings opposing these data centers. Could you talk about that movement and as part of this resistance?
This has been one of the most remarkable stories in the last year. In 2025, these data center protests successfully stalled over $100 billion worth of these facilities. I think part of the reason why so many communities are mobilizing, and it really does cut across political lines, as you mentioned, is because this is a manifestation of the thing that at the heart of what so many Americans are angry about right now, which is that there's this huge chasm in American society where there are these, we're minting the first trillionaire in the world while simultaneously so many Americans are just trying to afford their basic life and trying to put food on the table for their kids. And in come these data centers. They're a physical manifestation of this because they consume an enormous amount of energy. They consume fresh water resources. They're hiking up people's utility prices and exacerbating that affordability crisis, all in the name of producing a technology that is concentrating yet more wealth in the hands of those very same billionaires.
And in terms of
By the way, I'm just doing the math. I think we're close enough. I don't know if we quite got there, but I think we're close enough to deserve one of these. A little round of applause and a quick confetti party. That's right, Space Fams. Thanks to all of your incredibly generous donations, you get to bask in the glory for just a moment. That's right. Your contributions have helped keep the Galactic News Network alive one more day, one more stream. Without your efforts, I would have ceased to exist and go floating off into that deep dark void never to be seen again. Thankfully, that's not gonna happen tonight. We got the whole show ahead of us, so buckle up. Take one last peek at all of this sweetness before it goes away. Okay, moving on from AI data centers, which are ravaging the environment and our wallets, to the Trump administration, which is also ravaging the environment and our wallets, while simultaneously enriching the wealthiest, the largest multinational corporations.
Follow the rich white man.
Kyle Kalinske from yesterday.
One of the under-discussed evil policies of, honestly, any Republican regime is that they want to utterly destroy the administrative state and the regulatory state. In other words, they want the government to have no capacity whatsoever to make your life better, to protect your food, to protect your water, to make sure you're not, taking some product that's going to kill you in 3 years. Right? Where somebody's just getting rich by selling you snake oil and poisoning you. This is all very basic shit that government is supposed to do, but Republicans in this country are so deranged and so extreme, and they're such free market fundamentalists that they would rather worship the gods of capitalism than actually protect the American people and have reasonable rules and regulations in place to actually look after the public. Right? So this is something we've been dealing with for a long time. But with Trump in particular, oh my goodness, is it so far above and beyond what anybody could have seen coming. Okay, I mean, this guy is genuinely satanic and demonic with some of these policy decisions that he's made. Okay, so first let me show you this. This is from FactPost. Ready? The Trump administration has authorized the continued use of cancer-causing pesticide atrazine. Atrazine is banned in more than 60 countries. 60 countries. Gee, I wonder if we're correct or these 60.
Wow. That's America first, baby. America first. To get cancer. America deserves the worst of the worst. Cancer-causing pesticides. Beautiful, beautiful atrazine being prevented from giving cancer to America by the nasty, radical left Democrats.
The news and the left promotes pedophilia.
60 countries. Gee, I wonder if we're correct or the 60 countries are correct. Guys, the way it works in this country is it's a YOLO shit. It's a YOLO thing. It's like, yeah, put whatever you want out on the marketplace. And then maybe if/when it starts mass murdering people, then we might, have some rules or.
Disturbing. I thought we were making America healthy again. Wasn't that the plan? Are we doing that or what? What's happening?
Sir, I would love to get on my knees and slurp you sloppy. Can I felch with you too and not just Olivia Nuzzy, sir? Here's where we're at. This is where we're at. Unbelievable. So as Pedro Gonzalez says, best part about the Trump-Vance administration refusing to ban carcinogenic atrazine is that RFK Jr. has been a vocal supporter of just that. Everyone who backs Trump will be forced to betray everything they believe. Doesn't matter if it's their political convictions or their faith. By the way, what does this remind me of? Remember that famous picture of RFK Jr. sitting there with Trump and Elon Musk, and I think Mike Johnson was in the picture, maybe Don Jr., and they're eating McDonald's, and you see RFK Jr.'s face as he's eating McDonald's, which is something that he thinks is outright poison that he would never eat. Trump made him eat it. Why? As part of the humiliation ritual. In the same way that they're giving all these issues that they poll horribly on, they give all of that to JD Vance.
Hold on. Here we go. Fucking Lee Zeldin. Head EPA ghoul.
To remove the drinking water limits on 4 forever chemicals.
Go back.
The give you some more. Look at this from Notice. The EPA wants to remove the drinking water limits on 4 forever chemicals, including the notorious North Carolina Cape Fear River contaminant Gen X. They are officially proposing to kill the nationwide standards set under Biden and start over.
Dude, we have talked about Gen X on this fucking channel before. That shit is nasty. That shit is nasty. It was created for nuclear weapons, right? It's literally the shit. It's insanity. We know how bad these forever chemicals are, and we're learning more and more about them as the science continues to get better, and it's bad. Everything we learn about them is worse and worse every fucking day. And Lee is like, actually, those are great. Put them in the river.
This is ridiculous.
Actually, that's perfectly fine.
Joe Biden actually listens to the science and says, hey, the experts are telling me these things cause a bunch of different health problems. Let's regulate it.
Very bad
Let's do the
ones.
right thing. And Trump comes along and goes, how about for my billionaire Epstein?
It's not just cancers. It's crazy mutations and shit. The documentary we watched about Gen X and all these forever chemicals. You got 2-headed cows being born and shit. It is bad. And they're like, yeah, nah, just put it in the water. No big deal. It's fine. It's somehow the cancers are the least of your problems. Even though most of these forever chemicals cause the worst forms of cancer. Somehow that's not all of your worst problems somehow. Oh, God. It's disturbing. They just really don't care about Americans, do they?
Administration has repealed drinking water limits for 4 different PFAS forever chemicals. Water providers will no longer have to test or filter for pollutants. No tests, no filtering. In the same way, remember when they got rid of the routine food safety inspections? You remember that? Or did you memory hole that because that's also fucking terrifying to you? That now there's no routine food safety inspections. Just absolutely horrific. Gutting basic things that government is supposed to do to keep our food and our water safe.
I wish I could memory hole some of these details, but actually all of these are not actually, most of these are not news to me. Like, we've talked about most of these on this stream. They were seared into my brain. I can't forget them. Every time I look at a glass of water, I think, I wonder if my municipality is staying to the EPA approved limits or the ones we had last year.
Trump approved lifting restrictions on PFAS forever chemicals, not because of Biden, but a pro-growth move for data centers. PFAS are a common byproduct for AI cooling fluids, semiconductors, and wastewater. Data centers also drive the demand for PFAS production for construction. The forever chemicals are going to end up in the freshwater sources and water tables in Ohio and Kentucky next. So in other words, this is all for the data centers. In the same way that Trump's allowing these things to let her rip, build them everywhere, I don't give a fuck, that's leading to light.
It's not just the data centers. But it is, the data centers are driving up demand for PFAS production, but we were producing PFAS. We've been producing it for decades, right? That's why there was already existing long-standing court cases and settlements and all sorts of things that have happened over the years with the PFAS stuff. It's in everything, actually. It's not in fucking everything. This is something that we don't think or talk about very much as a society because it's scary and terrible, but it's real. It's on everything. They put it on, and by they, I mean manufacturers, put PFAS on practically everything because it's hella useful. And we started putting it on things before society knew that it was so dangerous. Now, the manufacturers are another story. They knew decades before anybody ever really figured it out. Right? They've, in fact, been trying to keep that information from the public for decades. But it can only be kept a secret for so long. But it's in everything. It's not literally in everything, but it's on practically everything, especially plastics, right? On food wrappers. PFAS makes things slippery, right? So when you touch something, it's like plastic or polyester or some form of plastic, right? That feels slippery. It probably also has a coating of forever chemicals on top of it. There's all sorts of very well-known ones. Teflon. My brain just broke. There's another one that I can't think of all of a sudden. What the fuck? The Gore-Tex, which is really just sort of another form of Teflon. But you know what I mean? There's all sorts of different kinds that you don't think of necessarily even of being forever chemicals. But it's just the chemical bond. There's the kind of carbon chain, the way it forms, that creates these long atoms that make it slippery. Effectively, by a particular chemical process, you can make long carbon chains of very long atoms or molecules, that effectively will block things like water or whatever sort of, depending on how you do it, different chemicals, right? Because they're physically larger than normal, and these compounds will be repellent to different chemicals based upon how they're formed, right? And or just things like water, right? You put it on jackets or food, inside a bag of chips. It's literally on all of the things that I just described, and so much more. In fact, because it's been so pervasive in production, in manufacturing, in human production for so long, it can be found in the snow of Antarctica. Right? It travels across the globe because it's forever. Because of the way that these compounds are formed, they are not easily destroyable. That's why we call them forever chemicals. You know how I'm able to bring up all that information without searching ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or any of these other fuckers? It's called effort. You know, the thing that I supposedly don't have. I'm being punished for on YouTube right now. Meanwhile, Jillian Michaels can debate by clip over there and remain monetized somehow. That's higher effort than what I do, apparently. Even though I try to actually understand the concepts I talk about a little bit. Okay. One last list of all the shit Trump is ruining.
Fucking graduation because they relied on AI. It's all fucking so stupid. And Trump is willing to poison all of us to continue with the fucking pipe dream of a bunch of Epstein-class billionaires, okay? At the same time, the Trump administration has waived 29 environmental and conservation laws to build roads and barriers across protected habitats in Texas. And then they list all of them here. Administrative Procedure Act, Antiquities Act, Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act, Archaeological Resources Protection Act, Clean Air Act. So understand something, he simply just does whatever the fuck he wants to do. We discussed how the Senate parliamentarian came out and said, yeah, you need 60 votes to fund your stupid fucking ballroom, right? Trump went, I don't care. The courts came out and said, yeah, you can't just build the ballroom, like you need to go through the proper process. He's like, I don't care. He literally takes the media the next day and shows them all the work they're doing. Oh, it goes six layers deep underground, and we're putting drones in that bitch, and we're putting a hospital in there, and like it's basically my doomsday bunker for when I decide to launch the nukes. And they're doing all that shit. They're doing all that shit. Just does what he wants. No consequences whatsoever. People sit around and act like, well, what are we supposed to do?
Yep, I'm with you, Kyle. Living in a fucked up time right now, pal. Real fucked. Terrible, terrible timeline. Yep, everything's bad and it's getting worse. Speaking of bad and getting worse, let's go to California for an update on the multiple wildfires happening in the state, mostly in almost actually entirely in Southern California. Now, if you recall, last stream, we were talking about these fires, multiple fires throughout California and the United States. Most of the ones we were talking about got under control, but there's at least, I think, 3 fires still going on right now in California that are fairly large, and 1,000 acres or larger in the SoCal area. The Bane fire, the the fuck fire. No, there's another fire in the Simi Valley. I can't remember the name of that one. And then a new fire, which sprang up in the last day that we haven't talked about yet. Let's start here. NBC LA.
6:31 right now. Firefighters are battling 2 brush fires in the Inland Empire. They are trying to take advantage of the weather right now before the temperatures heat back up. NBC4's John Caddy's Klimek is live near the Bane fire in Riverside. And John, thousands of families are under evacuation, but there's progress to report this morning.
Yeah, in fact, they actually lifted some of the evacuation orders on the Bane fire specifically. There's another one that we're going to tell you about where they added some evacuation orders that you need to know about as well. But I wanted to point out, now that we got some daylight, we can kind of see some of this area, this bird area. But Joel pointed this out. If you zoom in, you can kind of see a burned out car where that was an abandoned vehicle at the time. But you see the damage that's been done to it because of the fire that did burn through here. But the good news is, we've been reporting it this morning, the containment is now up 25% now on the Bane fire. So that's great news. Overnight temperatures fell, winds calmed down. CAL FIRE says they've been able to make significant progress through the night. More than 1,300 acres still, the number, but 25% containment is the update on that. They were able to downgrade some evacuation orders on this overnight, but that doesn't mean residents shouldn't be on guard. The fire is now burning in both Riverside and Harupa Valley. Several structures were damaged by this fire, the Bane fire. 4 people were injured. We understand 3 of them had smoke inhalation. 1 of them had a traumatic injury. We did see people packing up their cars and moving their large animals yesterday, many at the ready to evacuate.
The cops were like knocking at the door saying that like, oh, like the fire's heading this way. So we were like, yeah, okay, maybe we should start getting our stuff ready and then packing up.
Nervous, anxious. It's really sad that this is going on. It's not really safe for everybody, you know, so it's best to go ahead and follow the orders.
About 40 miles southeast of here, a second brush fire now triggering the new evacuations we wanted to tell you about. Early this morning, just after midnight, people living along Highway 74, they've been ordered to also pack up and leave right away. The Verona fire has grown more than 400 acres. As of last check, they have 0 containment on that. But the fire did spark yesterday afternoon east of Paris near the 215 freeway. The evacuation orders now near the towns of Homeland and Green Acres.
Well, it's fire season, all right, and the fires are here. Getting off to quite a start. This is also from yesterday.
Well, first, we want to talk to you about the other fire we're tracking, the Sandy fire out in Simi Valley. It's now 30% contained, but some evacuation orders are still in effect, leaving thousands of families out of their homes, wondering when they can return. NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi is live with an update. Camilla.
Hi, Annabelle. Fire officials tell me that the cooler temperatures overnight have helped with getting more resources on the ground to strengthen containment lines. And as you can see throughout this afternoon, we have been seeing these ground crews focusing in on the hot spots here on this hillside. And despite the containment going up to 30%, fire officials are still reminding people to stay alert and to be prepared.
Are you safe? Yeah, we're fine. Good.
As the Sandy fire continues to burn, a moment of community here in Simi Valley today.
Really grateful that they're helping out the children.
They're getting lunch and it keeps a little bit more.
As you can see, the fire has grown, but not as substantially as it had previously. The wind conditions, from my understanding, in Southern California died down, which has allowed firefighters to increase containment as well. It still grew, like 500 acres from the last time we talked about it, if I recall correctly. But slowing down, which is good. So you do not need these things to get out of hand. Some of them are fairly freaking close, especially this one. The Sandy fire, which is like right there in the Simi Valley, it's not that far away from the Palisades, honestly. And it's very close. At least where this fire started was very, very close to neighborhoods. I think the wind shifted. It may have drawn it slightly further away, but there was a long line of active fire near like residential neighborhoods. It was very concerning when we first looked at this fire.
The stability.
Campuses across the Simi Valley Unified School District remain closed for the rest of the week. Families lined up their cars today around Barrowwood Elementary School to pick up free meals.
We have a lot of families in our community that use the services of the free meals that we do at schools. So when we close down schools suddenly, it can make a huge impact.
Very.
Yep. Community members doing everything they can to band together and help one another out. As this fire causes problems for a lot of people. Now, a new brush fire popped up near Gorman over the last 24 hours. Here's NBC LA once again. How many fires is this now? I mean, in total, because there was like one on an island. There was like 2 other small ones. It's like well over like a half a dozen. And that's just of what we've covered, right? You always have to assume that there's a bunch of tiny fires that happen in the middle of nowhere, like lightning and sparks from like passing vehicles that nobody talks about and like get put out fairly quickly. Because like I can't possibly cover every single fire that's happened. I'm just getting I tend to get the broad brushstrokes of it all, right? And like the ones that are actually larger, threatening residential areas, stuff like that, or that's been going on for a long extent, like an extended period of time. But if it's short, if it's out in the middle of nowhere, it's highly unlikely. I mean, sometimes I catch them, but you know.
I want to go back out to that breaking news we told you about at the top of the hour. News Chopper 4 now over that new brush fire burning east of Gorman. Eliana Moreno is live with an update. We see that plume of smoke out there, Eliana, fast moving here as well.
Hey, Annabella, we're having a little bit of a IFB issue, so pardon me if I spoke over you, but as you were saying, we're just east of Gorman, off of 230th Street West, and this is called the Alta Fire. It started at around 150. It's about 330 acres that have burned here, but what I'm showing you here is what appears to be a structure that has caught fire. It's right off of 230th Street West. Unclear to me at this point if that was a home or some sort of other type of structure, but you can see that it has been fully engulfed. Next to that, there's another structure that also caught fire. So unclear if that's how the fire began, but this particular area does have some homes. It's obviously a remote area, so not too many all in all. But as I widen out the shot, you're going to see the way that the flames have moved and the smoke is currently laying, which is in an easterly direction over toward those solar panels. Now, the good news in all of this.
There you go, hundreds and hundreds of acres burning over here in Gorman. Now, I see somebody saying that the fire retardant that they drop is made of forever chemicals. It actually isn't. Love you, Carl. But we've actually talked about this in the past. And what it actually is like a phosphorus-based... Here, let me show you what this is. Because... this is basically this. It's basically one of these. I'm not sure if they were if these were actually made of phosphorus. Yeah, one of these right here. I think it's fairly similar to the concept of these. That they would like explode when they got hot, right? I think the concept is fairly similar to this. I think the slightly different chemical, like they came up with a better chemical, but it is not a good chemical. Like you don't want it on you. I think it's quite corrosive. Like, and it's not, like you don't want to inhale or drink it or have it on you. I don't think PhosCheck classifies as a forever chemical, from my understanding. Because we talked about this a bunch, because we talked about fires, like wildfires so much. And the fact is they used to use a forever chemical base at one point, which is why I think it gets confused. So I'm like, what I mean? Like, don't beat yourself up about that, because it's like, there was a time, not just that, but where other fire retardants, right? Like the foamy fire retardants, God damn it. My brain just broke. I can't think of the word, fire departments, Jesus Christ, used like through like the early 2000s and stuff. Those got banned. Well, I think mostly banned because they realized they were so toxic. But that's my understanding of it. But yeah, not a nice chemical, but not a forever chemical. I think that's the we should take away from this. It does put out fires, though. What we need to do, though, is get those air-powered fire extinguishers. Does everybody remember those? Like, we watched it, like, I don't know, a couple months ago, or something like that on a Sunday fun day. But some guy had invented some, like, battery-powered air, like, high-powered air, like, fire extinguisher. It just shoots air at such a high power that it just puts out the flame. We need to get that going. We need to get that going. What was I doing? Oh, right. Sorry, I got gone down the forever chemical road suddenly. Moving on from the fires. Let's talk about China real quickly. Where, unfortunately, in Guangdong, massive floods have led to multiple dead, unknown numbers of injured people, and crazy scenes like this.
Do you know what we're here for?
What is that? Goddamn, Segway Films with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in, Segwayers. Hope you're doing well. Hope the stream was good. Segway Films. That sounds familiar, but I cannot say with any certainty that I've seen your stream. I hope it was good today. Hope things were good. What were you guys talking about over there? That's a big old raid. 50 viewers almost. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah! What were you Segwayers getting into over there this evening? Hopefully good things. Hopefully you're prepared for a little bit of news talking right now. I see some Palestine flags in there. That's a good sign. All right. To Guangdong, where shit is getting a little crazy.
China! Oh! Can you? Đây, nó kiểu
Yeesh. Bridges completely washed out by massive floods. I mean, you can see the floodwaters basically just going straight into these buildings. This appears to be a canal. It's hard to tell since there's so much water. Watching stuff, movies and TV mostly. Okay, that's what's up. Cicero Fields. I know I recognize that chat name. Do I have more? Oh, yeah. One more clip, I think, from China.
China.
好，接应，不用管我了，不用管我，去接。你兩個都係鞋呢？
Fields flooded. Is that a Chinese duck? Well, the ducks seem to be fine with the floods, but the crops don't seem to be faring as well. Yeah, it is that time of year. As I've been saying, we all got to be ready for it. It's fire season. It's storm season. It's here. It's all here. Okay? It's all coming, and it's going to be bad. We got the... It's also going to be a little weird, most likely, because it's El Nino. So you got the confluence of factors all going on. You know, hurricane season still happening. But you got a much warmer Pacific Ocean. It's going to lead to significantly weird and hot, extreme weather. Of course, we're already living in a time where we have extreme weather all the time, it feels like. So it's just going to be a banner year. It's 2026. Should be fun. All right, moving on from the environmental news, one quick piece of space news before we talk things like Cuba, Ukraine, and Iran. Oh, and Tulsi Gabbard quitting. We might throw that in there at the end. We'll see how we go time-wise. Already 7 hours into this puppy. Space news. In the world of space news, yesterday, SpaceX was planning another launch of its flagship spacecraft, Starship.
Hello, star people, and welcome to Starbase, Texas. It's currently 5:46 p.m. Central Time, and we are just over 43 minutes away from the first flight of SpaceX's next generation vehicle.
Sweet. Oh, only 43 minutes away. That's exciting. Okay, I guess we'll just go 43 minutes from now. Sure, this will go perfectly fine. No way. It is up 53 minutes. Wait, still hasn't gone. Oh, wait. What? What is happening? Huh?
A what now?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Just now joining us, we got the vehicle totally loaded. We hit a couple of different holds as we worked through that count. Again, new rocket, new pad. We're learning about a lot about these systems as we execute them for the first time, and we're not able to basically troubleshoot all of these issues.
It's a learning experience. We were 43 minutes away from another learning experience. Sweet. Thanks, SpaceX. Great job on the not launch. Okay. Moving on from failed space launches at the behest of creepy billionaires to creepy dudes with weird plans. Nosferatu. Wait, no, Voldemort. No, sorry, take it back again. That's Stephen Miller, Chief White House aide.
A few because I got to run to a meeting.
May I ask you
yes.
When you were in China recently, obviously at the summit, the president brought up Jimmy Lai and also Pastor Ezra Jin, who are in Chinese detention. Have you heard anything since then? Your request to free them?
I'll let the State Department answer any of those questions. Yes.
I want to ask you about Cuba. At this point, Secretary Rubio earlier today suggested maybe a diplomatic path isn't the strongest likelihood. What's your take on that? And where do the considerations stand at this point?
Well,
yes, please. Please, Stephen, explain to us. why a diplomatic path is perhaps not the best path forward. Yes, we need answers. Why would a military solution to the existence of Cuba be a good idea? Because please, somebody explains to me what the other option, if not diplomacy, is. Right? Just follow me here. You got diplomacy, and then you got not diplomacy. Diplomacy? Not diplomacy. What's not diplomacy? Oh, right. It's fucking war.
Cuba specifically, the most important thing to understand from a national security standpoint is that you have a nation that is 45-minute flight time from our shores that has been a foothold for our adversaries for generations.
A foothold? What does that even mean? Wait, so it's a 45-minute flight time. It's a 45-minute flight time for people who can't fly an airplane because they have no gasoline. So how is that a threat? Exactly.
But from a national security standpoint, which is a foundational way to look at your question, you could have an adversary of the United States send, for example, attack drones to Cuba.
Oh, God.
They would then be within very short reach of the United States territory and its citizens. We can't have a foothold for enemies, adversaries, or terrorists that close to American territory.
Exactly. America must expand until there's no other countries left, because all countries could be a potential staging ground for an attack. Oh, God. Oh, nobody thought of that. Oh, God. Attack drones. Oh, thank you, Stephen. Very helpful. Oh, God. Attack drones. That's why a non-military... Because of the existence of theoretical attack drones that don't exist, which even Stephen is admitting don't exist. He's like, think of this, play this thought experiment game with Stephen Miller. You know? Hey, imagine a world where there's a bunch of attack drones in Cuba that don't currently exist. That would be the reason for this. He's like, oh, it's a preemptive strike. Look, they have the capacity to potentially have a capacity one day to launch a potential strike. Can you imagine the horror? Let's try and make sense of this a little bit.
Cuba has officially run out of fuel, I think as of 5 days ago. And we know that Cuba relied on basically a shipment of fuel every single week from Venezuela. And since the early January toppling of Nicolas Maduro, strong arming of the Venezuelan government, to all sorts of chicanery that we have to and will continue to cover on this show, that Cuba has been cut off, starved. Residents are now relying on like wood to like burn anything for like to make food, to cook. There's no lights. Blackouts are lasting now for 22 hours a day.
Yeah.
You get an hour a day of electricity.
Exactly. So we are supposed to accept from Stephen Miller that a country that cannot keep lights on for longer than 2 hours a day can somehow launch some sophisticated drone attack across the strait, right? Like, what?
What you talking about?
Also, Cuba's been minding their goddamn business for decades, and all we do is like try and start shit with them over and over again. Now, of course, this is the most shit that we've tried to start with them in quite some time, but nonetheless, it's a theme, a tired one, but a theme nonetheless. And it's just, it's real weird. God damn it! I need tea. Oh, that's much better. It's just weird that Nosferatu, I'm sorry, I mean Stephen Miller, wants to claim that, you know, like our enemies are like are like using Cuba as a staging ground, and they have been for decades. It's like, name one, like name one, Stephen. It's quite a claim.
Russia did send one fuel tanker, but that's completely run out. And amidst all of that, this desperation, the blockade, right? The fact that this administration is deliberately, under Marco Rubio, trying to starve, trying to kill as many Cubans as possible in an effort to get.
Why does looking at Miller make me think of the melons dropping off rooftop skits on Letterman on a loop in my mind? I don't know. But every time I look at Steven, like, all I can see is Nosferatu, okay? And I'm not the only person. It's a meme at this point. Like, I don't know who started it. I've been saying it for quite some time, though. I know that. I've been saying it for, like, over a year and a half now. But this has been a long standing. This is great. This is really good Photoshop work. Oh my god. If superimposing Stephen Miller's face onto, it's very, honestly, if I didn't know what the original actor looked like, I'd be sold. I'd be like, that's terrifying. God. It's uncanny. And it's not just Nosferatu, though. It's also Voldemort, right? I mean, there's similarly. Look, right? It's more Nosferatu than Voldemort, though. Because the nose really sort of throws it for a loop. That's all I can think of. I don't know about this melon thing. That's literally all I can see.
Them to rise up against their government, or more specifically, have a little, Gaza of this hemisphere, right? Beachfront property. Trump would love to take Cuba, as he has said. I would love to, I think it was, have the honor of taking Cuba. And now the CIA clearly has the audacity to float this story that Cuba could attack the United States via drones. The U.S. eyes attack drone threat from Cuba. What? So apparently, CIA Director John Ratcliffe traveled to Cuba on Thursday and bluntly warned officials there against engaging in hostilities. He's urged them to scrap their totalitarian government to end crippling U.S. sanctions. A CIA official.
To end our crippling sanctions. The way that that's worded makes it sound like Cuba's the one sanctioning the United States. It's just, it's fascinating to me. It's still fascinating to me that John Ratcliffe made a public trip to Cuba. Like, the director of the CIA showed up to Cuba to say we want regime change. It's a real interesting shift in CIA's sort of activities. They've switched from covert spy stuff to just being the State Department, I guess. We might as well. It's not like Marco Rubio is doing anything.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Told Axios Director Ratcliffe made clear that Cuba can no longer serve as a platform for adversaries to advance hostile agendas in our hemisphere. That official said the Western Hemisphere cannot be our adversaries' playground. Who are they? Who would they even be using? Anyway, the reporting basically is that Cuba has been amassing drones. Cuba, Mark Caputo is the byline on this Axios thing, has acquired more than 300 military drones and recently began discussing plans to use them to attack the U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, military vessels, and possibly Key West, 90 miles north of Havana. And far-right Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, who I'm going to go out on a limb and say is Cuban-American, said, we've seen the threat drones pose in the Middle East. Now they are 90 miles from our shores and near critical infrastructure. It's clear the Cuban regime is a national security threat. There we go. We've manufactured the threat. So because Cuba, and I'm calling bullshit. I'm just going to call bullshit. I don't know about you. I don't know. That's fine.
Toilet.
Here's where I land on this issue. I'm calling bullshit. And if it's not bullshit and Cuba has some drones, good for them. Okay? That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
Cuba is not a threat.
Yeah, also, I mean, these sorts of claims, like, we would never stand for the opposite of this logic, right? We would not accept Canada invading the United States because we have drones that could make it across the border, or Mexico invading the United States, or, you know, any other country invading the United States because we have drones. I mean, we've got a fuck ton of them, right? And big old planes and bombs, nuclear weapons. All of them. Navy. The biggest navy on the planet. We would never accept this premise. Right? But it's like the feeblest of like attempts to justify via what do you call it? My brain just broke. I just said it 2 fucking seconds ago. Preemptive, by the terms of preemptive warfare, right? Like it's the feeblest of attempts, right? Like it's like, oh, in theory, like they're not even claiming that Cuba has drones, just that they could. It's like, look, the possibility is very similar to the Iran situation, honestly. It's like, oh, they have nuclear dust, which they could, in theory, even though they haven't for decades, and they've had that dust forever. In theory, could make nuclear weapons, and that justifies an invasion right now, right? They could, in theory, get drones that justifies an invasion. In theory, the United States could fucking nuke Canada tomorrow. It doesn't mean that it would justify an invasion. I mean, unless we were actually going to do it, right? And there is no evidence that they're actually going to do it because they don't have the drones and they have no way of powering the drones. They can't even keep the lights on at the hospitals. You know, priorities. And it's a weird argument to fucking make. It's not so much the melons. I see. It's not the melons themselves. It's just what the melons are doing. It's like eliciting some sort of imagery. I get it now. I get it now. It's all making perfect sense. Now, it wasn't just Francesca who had things to say about this. Or me. Or Stephen Miller. Nope. China had some stuff to say.
China!
Here's Channel 4 News from yesterday. China warning the United States to stop threatening Cuba. Oh. Damn.
In Cuba, where oil from Venezuela has dried up under US pressure, electricity, fuel and medicine is running short, with another airline ceasing operations today and 20-hour blackouts leaving food rotting in fridges, if there at all. The banging of pots and pans, a signal of distress, is now a nightly soundtrack in Havana. And it is this moment that the US has chosen to tighten its grip.
Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others.
This is such a fucking circus. Does everybody here know that Raul Castro is a 95-year-old man? If we do what we did to Nicolas Maduro, to Raul Castro, dude's gonna die on the way back. Then we're gonna have that to answer to the international community for. Because, you know, you arrest a guy as all of a sudden he's in your fucking custody. Right? I mean, if that's what we're planning, I'm just transposing the behavior of this government, of the Trump regime, onto the future right now. Okay, I'm playing Nostradamus a little bit, but I think we have enough evidence to make some suppositions, if you will, right? And I suppose that the U.S. government might do something similar to what we did in Venezuela. And I don't think that dude could make it back in a helicopter. He's like 100 years old. I'm not exaggerating. The dude is 95 years old. And it is fucking insane that we're going to try and... We're going to bring him back. We're going to try him. We're going to put him in prison. 95-year-old guy. Yeah?
I'm staying in the race.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. That makes sense.
With conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals.
The US waited 30 years to formally accuse Raul Castro of ordering the downing of 2 civilian planes, killing 4 Cuban Americans in 1996. An indictment a bit like the one issued before the US seized Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, with one big difference. The former Cuban president, while still seen as the power behind the throne, is about to turn 95.
Look at this guy. It's insanity. It's insanity. Why are you gonna arrest Grandpa? Guy is older in sin. 95 years old. What's the purpose of arresting him? What is achieved by that? They're just trying to distract from their failures in Iran right now. Everybody understands this, right? Like, we're just switching to Cuba because Trump is losing in Iran, and he's about to have to make a bunch of fucking concessions to Iran, right? Like, do we all understand this? Hopefully. Like, this is the same thing with the Epstein files. It's how we got Operation Epstein Fury in the first place, right? Everything Trump does seems to be a distraction from the last blunder that he's made, hoping that we will all forget it, move on. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead. It's when they start talking about China.
Music was different when CIA Director John Ratcliffe visited the island nation last week, with US intelligence leaked to Axios, claiming Cuba had acquired more than 300 military drones, a claim that has been met with skepticism. As tensions rose, China stepped into the fold, with a foreign ministry spokesman saying it opposed US pressure on Cuba.
The US should stop wielding the stick of sanctions and judicial measures against Cuba and stop resorting to threats of force at every turn.
Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C.,
Americans have really had their fill of Donald Trump's excursions.
I don't know what the president's plans are, but the combination of his rhetoric and the positioning of U.S. forces and blockading of energy into Cuba, you know, if this was happening in the United States, we would consider it an act of war.
Exactly. Like, so many of these things, when reversed, when the logic is reversed, we would absolutely never fucking accept any of this shit. Like, if like Russia and China like blockaded the United States from receiving you know, shipments and whatever else, dude, we would launch like, I mean, unfortunately, well, or whatever, probably fortunately, actually, now that I think of, actually, no, I take it back. I think, unfortunately, since we've blasted through much of our missiles and munitions, we would be left to, like, I don't know, just start using nukes or something, I guess. I mean, it's basically all we got left, right? That and like 5.56. So, yeah, you know, gotta make a decision there. I don't think the 5.56 is gonna do much. I'm kidding, of course. I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that. It's just insane. It's just fucking, like, it's just crazy making. Like, the time that we are living through right now is just so frustrating. And honestly, it's well beyond frustrating. Let's be real. Like, things are falling apart. The people who are in charge are bringing that about because of their ineptitude and and or like self-interest. At some point, we have to put an end to we gotta put a stop to all of this somehow, whether it's through the elections or whatever else, I do not know. But the chaos needs to come to an end, and we need peace. We just need humanity to find a way towards broad peace so we can fix the other problems we have on the planet. Not just these weird, like, military fucking adventurous bullshit or the genocides or whatever else. I say genocides because, of course, there are multiple things that probably meet that description that have happened in the recent past or are still ongoing. It's just incredible that we can continue. It's just very frustrating to me that we can continue. That there are people who can accept this framing because they just don't seem to understand. But like the United States has been waging an economic war against Cuba for decades. Basically ever since the Cold War. And we are the reason for why this country has had like any hardship, honestly. Like when you really look at it, they have technically thrived. Okay, like when you really think about it, sure, does stuff suck in Cuba? Yeah. And most of that is our fault. The fact is they've managed to survive what I think a lot of people predicted would never be survivable. Right? They've banded together. They've made things work in ways I think a lot of Americans couldn't fathom because we don't have that sense of community here. Right? We should have a fraction. That would be lovely. We don't. That level of, ability to band together and solve problems. We don't really do that here so much. If America was faced with the same, we would starve. We would starve and we'd kill each other. I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying, based upon how Americans tend to behave in the capitalist society that we live in, and when other sorts of disasters happen, if we were blockaded, right? If we were sanctioned by the planet, if everyone refused to sell us stuff, and we were left to our own devices, we would be fucked. That's effectively what we've done to Cuba. Via military and economic threat. I'm sorry, I've lost my place. Let's move on next to this clip of Cubans protesting the arrest warrant issued by the United States of Raul Castro.
Well, our correspondent Ed Augustin is in Havana for us. Hello to you, Ed. So we've seen these protests over and over again this year, but why is this protest any different?
Because Washington is making clear that the possibility of military intervention is even more likely. I'm not saying it is likely. It's the feeling here that it is that it's not likely, but more likely. And that was said explicitly or implied very clearly by the acting Attorney General on Wednesday when Raul Castro was indicted. He said that he thinks that Raul Castro should either come to the United States to stand trial, or he would get there some other way. I paraphrase, but that's the meaning. Marco Rubio yesterday on the tarmac said that he wasn't going to talk about how Raul Castro may or may not get to the United States. And so this is very clearly...
Yeah, it's very clearly a reference to Venezuela. Oh, well, let's not talk about how we're going to get him back to the United States to indict him. Or Operation Midnight Hammer. Now, Donald Trump had this to say earlier on Friday regarding Cuba and a possible intervention. Here's France 24 from 11 hours ago.
Cubans are now dealing with power outages that last between 20 to 22 hours per day. So many of them are in the dark when it comes to the escalating tensions between the regime that runs their country and the White House. On Thursday, in the Oval Office, and just one day after suggesting that a peaceful agreement could be reached, Donald Trump said just the opposite, that he would be the first U.S. president to intervene in Cuba.
Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it. So
it was a message echoed by Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban American who's long been critical of Cuba's communist regime.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Always a negotiated agreement that's peaceful. That's always our preference. That remains our preference with Cuba. I'm just being honest with you. You know, the likelihood of that happening, given who we're dealing with right now, is not high.
On Wednesday, the U.S. aircraft carrier Nimitz arrived in the Caribbean, escorted by 2 other warships. And the new threats from the White House come on the heels of a U.S. indictment of Raul.
Okay, there we go. I think we got it. Fuck's sake, dude. There's Donald Trump saying, looks like I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be the one. I love how he went from being the guy who wanted the Nobel Peace Prize to the guy who's going to do all the wars that every president before him refused to do. It's quite a drastic shift. You think that the Johnny Infantino would take that FIFA Peace Prize away, right? Like if it was, you know, at all meaningful in any way, shape or form, right? I mean, honestly, he never deserved it, even though it was a completely meaningless award to begin with. But all this really does seem to cement that, doesn't it? All right, that's it on Cuba for today. Let's quickly talk about Russia, Ukraine, a little bit of NATO in there too. Some fascinating developments on that front today as well. It's been a real interesting week. Not gonna lie. Real interesting week. And we're not even doing a full week ending report today. Since we did a midweek report, I just decided not to throw all the clips that I've been saving for today because I missed the stream yesterday. I was just like, I don't know. Just figured I'd just focus in on issues more rather than jumping between more clips. Starting here, actually, just for time's sake. Start here. Associated Press. Actually, no, fuck it. No, you know what? I've been holding off on this for too many days. It's gonna get stale. I'm gonna start from last week. I hate to do this, but we've been, because of the wedding last weekend for my best friend and all this other shit that has been going on, I haven't covered this shit and I just can't hold off any longer on it. So let's go here to Russia first. AP from 9 days ago. Russia tested a new ballistic missile, which Putin called the most powerful in the entire world. Firstly, it is the most powerful missile system in the world, not inferior in power to the Voyadova missile system in our arsenal, as was just mentioned, which is of Soviets production. The total power of the delivered warhead exceeds that of any existing, most powerful Western counterpart by more than 4 times. Secondly, and this is crucial, the missile can move not only along a ballistic trajectory, but also a suborbital trajectory, which thirdly allows for a range of over 35,000 kilometers, which simultaneously improved flow characteristics by 2 times. Finally, it has the capability to overcome all existing and prospective missile defense systems. By the end of this year, Sarmat will indeed be put on combat duty. Well, there's Vladimir Putin vowing to use a new missile system he claims is more powerful than any other system on the planet by 4. A disturbing threat, no doubt. The validity of, I really can't speak to be honest. I wish I could. It sounds scary as fuck. But, I mean, it's highly likely that some of those claims are at least intended to do exactly that, and they're not necessarily accurate, right? But if in fact it can do even half of that, that would be real problematic. And suborbital has certainly been something people have been shooting for. Russia already exhibited some of its hypersonic capabilities last year. Was it last year or 20? It's been throughout this fucking war, honestly. But it's worse than some of the worst stuff we've seen from them. I do not look forward to seeing that used. That's more than around the world, right? That's what I'm saying. But that's the whole thing about going suborbital. Like, if you can make it into low Earth orbit, which, you know, poses problems for people like me who are orbiting here in LOE. Unexpected Russian rockets, probably not, you know, what, you know, people at the ISS are hoping for. But yeah, once you get out of the Earth's, you know, basically out of Earth's gravity, fuel consumption is drastically reduced. Make it all the way around, no problem. Omega, thank you for feeding Leica. I appreciate it. You know how she loves those puppy treats.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Cicero Fields.
Omega Star with a gifted sub. Wait, a 3 months tier 1 sub. A 3-month sub. Good God.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. 3-month tier 1. Incredible generosity. All right, now Kyiv sustained a significant Russian barrage around this time last week. Here's France 24 on that story.
Rescue workers dig through the rubble of a collapsed apartment building in search of survivors. Russian forces launched 675 drones and 56 missiles at Ukraine in the early hours of Thursday morning, Kyiv's Air Force said in a statement. The massive overnight assault comes after a rare daytime attack on Wednesday, during which Moscow fired at least 800 drones across 20 regions of the country, according to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. At least 6 people were killed and dozens others were wounded. The latest statistics from the UN are...
Yay. This conflict just continues to fucking drag on. It's been over a decade now. Really. When you really think about it. Like 2014 is when this started. It's been like a dozen years. But even if you count from 2022, it's 5 years. Right, am I doing that math right? 2022. 4 years, whatever. My brain's broken. Well, it's longer because we're halfway. Whatever. Just fuck out. Yeah, it's like 4.5 years. Now, reports of stray Russian drones falling in Latvia caused the resignation of the Prime Minister of Latvia, which I found to be very strange. But it sort of exhibits the high tensions as a result of this war on border countries. Faced with a strong whoopsies, god damn it. Strong whoopsies. Faced with a strong whoopsies. Faced with a strong professional candidate for the position. Of Minister of Defense, political empty talkers chose not a solution but a crisis. A government crisis. That is why I am announcing my resignation as Prime Minister. This is not an easy decision, but it is an honest decision. In this situation. Right now, more than ever, people need a sense of security, not partisan squabbles, not the division of posts, or political posturing. The drone incident in Latgale was the last straw in terms of political distrust, public distrust in Defense Minister Andris Sprutz. Right, 4 years and a bit. Right, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. It's like approaching 4.5 years. Now, a little later on, earlier this week, I guess, Monday, I think it was, or maybe Sunday night. Sunday night here, Monday morning, I think, there, because there's at least a 12-hour gap. Ukraine launched one of its biggest ever drone strikes on Russia in this war. Here is DW News 5 days ago.
Ukraine has just carried out what looks to be one of the biggest drone attacks on Russia. Ukraine has just carried out what looks to be one of the biggest drone attacks on Russia in the war so far, including on Moscow. So as Kyiv's military tactics evolve, ramping up its long-range strikes deep inside Russia, how much pressure is the Kremlin under?
Putin has been really making a lot of effort to try and keep the sort of most negative impacts of the war away from people in the urban areas, away from people in the big cities, especially Moscow, to create this illusion that, okay, the war is going on, but everyday life really continues for most people. And the more Ukrainians are able to demonstrate their ability to reach Moscow and Moscow region, the harder that position is for Putin to maintain.
Yeah, and over the last week, I've been seeing reports of Russia struggling to hold its positions in eastern Ukraine. I'm not sure if it was caused by this drone onslaught from Ukraine or any other number of factors. I can't say for sure. Fog of war and all, but suffice to say, all of the reports I'd been seeing were showing Russia no longer advancing, and in some cases, losing ground. Which, I mean, up until very recently had not been the case. Russia was absolutely, in terms of territory, winning. Even if it was slow as shit, they were still winning. They were like, taking out like a square mile at a time, but they were still doing it. And this is, I mean, there's been something of a marked shift in this war this week. I've been seeing, I mean, to be perfectly honest, in my estimation, I think it could have something to do with the fact that Ukraine has been managing to market its drones abroad, which in turn has got to be funding their war effort, right? Like, because you got to assume the Ukrainian government is selling these drones at a profit to the UAE and to Yemen and whoever else, not Yemen, whatever. You have, like I'm saying, like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar, and in some cases, I think Eastern European countries as well, right? Like Germany, I think, in fact, is buying a bunch, and like you got to think that influx of capital is in fact funding the Ukrainian war machine in lieu of U.S. funds, or, you know, like diminished U.S. funds. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that that's what's causing it, but that's what like comes to mind first, I guess you would say. Oh shit, this isn't the clip I needed. Wait. Oh, wait, actually this is. This is one day after Ukraine's massive barrage on Russia, with another Russian barrage on Ukraine, in the Odessa region this time.
Tonight, the enemy carried out another attack on the city of Odessa. 4 apartment buildings and 22 private houses were damaged in the 2 districts of the city. As of now, operational headquarters are providing the necessary.
Your voting precinct was closed? No mention of where your severely liberal site was moved, or if it was closed. It was precinct 2 in Alpena, Michigan? Okay, Kathy. That sounds weird. I'll see if I can take a look into that at some point. Now, back to Russia from Friday. Another Ukrainian strike inside Russian territory caused several deaths and many more injuries of children, according to Russian authorities. You would think at some point we would get sick of the atrocities and stop the nonsense, huh? Yeah. Fact is civilians across Ukraine, and now increasingly in Russia, are seeing this conflict firsthand. And that's been happening since basically day one. Like, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but like, the invasion of Crimea was like in like the eastern Donbass in 2014, like through the winter. Like, they were fighting in between, you know, like in between fucking like sheds and like apartment buildings, like launching tomahawks. Like, it was fucking insane. Or whatever the Russian equivalent of I can't remember what that's called, but it's like a very similar like setup, like a like I remember watching the videos of that invasion, being like, what the fuck? But like, the civilians have been seeing the fucking brunt of this since the very beginning. been the ones, like disenfranchised. And suddenly in a different territory, like you just mind your own business and now you're in Russia. Or, oh, wait, now I'm in Ukraine again. Oh, wait, no, Russia again. Because, like, in some cases, like, especially people on the front lines, like, that's literally the case. It's like the lines move back and forth. 1 second, you're Russian territory. Someone's planting a flag outside your freaking back door. And then the vice versa happens. And it's just dragged on. Trump promised this would be over day 1. It's now day 365 plus how many months has it been since what, day 500 something? I can't, no, less than that. 400 something, 90? I can't do the math. 300 years, okay? 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks. Now, what's fascinating about 2-3 weeks, I'm not saying that the United States is getting involved in the war in Ukraine, but I'm not saying it. It's a shocking turn of events, honestly. Like, this is not what I was expecting today. Like, I was going through, like, the week, and, like, I had a bunch of clips. As always, I go through my process, and I hit this today. This happened earlier in the evening on Friday, and I'm still kind of trying to grapple with what this means for the future of this conflict. But Donald Trump, before the stream started, about, I don't know, like, I think like 8 hours, 6 hours before the stream started, something like that. Donald Trump said that the United States was sending troops to Poland. 5,000 more. There's already troops, U.S. troops in Poland, technically. And not long ago, Trump was threatening to remove those troops. And in a massive and shocking reversal that I don't think anybody predicted, Trump claimed he was sending more troops.
President Donald Trump said on Thursday that the U.S. will send an additional 5,000 troops to Poland, stirring up confusion.
Wait, was it Thursday? Why did I think it was Friday? Whatever. That's when I first started seeing these. Like these started coming up like this evening. I didn't see any other stories on this. Whatever. I made a huge tiny mistake. I was off by a full 24 hours. On a whole story. God damn it, I'm a failure.
Weeks of changing statements from the administration about troop deployment in Europe. His administration had said it was reducing the American military footprint there, and confirmed about 4,000 service members were no longer being deployed to Poland. Trump's announcement for the additional troops to Poland came in a post on Truth Social Thursday, where he cited his strong ties with Polish President Karol Nawrocki. Trump endorsed him in elections last year. It all raises uncertainty for the European allies who have been blindsided by the changes. The Trump
Yeah, no kidding, blindsided. He's just a completely erratic being is a ball of pure chaos. He has no idea what he's doing at any time. He's just sort of winging it. 1 second we're taking troops out of Poland, next second we're putting more troops in Poland. Not enough troops in Poland, we need more. Huh? And the only reason I can think of is because of Russia. I mean, what other reason is there? And what does that mean? What does this mean? But that almost feels like it's giving too much credence to anything Trump is doing. Like, assuming that he's putting troops in Poland for a reason other than just like pure politics or just vibes. Like, I hate that it's like impossible to fucking know at all. You should be able to at least have some semblance of an understanding why this is happening. And maybe not you or me, but you would think at least, I don't know, the Secretary of State would know.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. That's a good point. Why should little Marco worry about that?
Administration has complained about.
Well, he was at the NATO summit earlier.
European
in Sweden.
leaders woke up on the morning of this NATO foreign ministers meeting reading the news that American President Donald Trump was changing American troops inside Europe. And that news came as quite a surprise again. American Secretaries Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth have both missed previous NATO ministerial meetings. And that caused
Donald Trump is constantly leaving his team, you know, the boys. Like, little Marco is walking around in shoes that don't fit him. You can still tell that they don't fit him. Look, it's hard to tell. But you can kind of see that they go out, like, way back, like, back past the pant. Like, you can see, like, the edge of the shoe peeking out from behind the pant because the pants are, like, falling into the back of them. He's still wearing those fucking, what are they, the Florsheim or whatever shoes that Trump bought him. But Trump is constantly throwing these guys under the bus, like, in all sorts of ways. Just like, you know, you got little Marco out there in NATO to yell at NATO, and then actually you reverse on everything, and you're like, actually, NATO deserves more troops. I know we've been saying I've been really tough on NATO, but actually, they're good guys. It's like, you know, like, and then like you're basically, as like a member of the cabinet, you're judged on your ability to on the fly capitulate to the president and completely change everything that you've been saying on a dime. Oh God, must be fun.
quite a bit of unease inside the alliance. Rubio's presence here in Sweden made the NATO family feel whole again, but not quite completely at ease. Rubio said he understands why the NATO alliance is important to Europe, but he wants Europe to show why the alliance is important to the US.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. This next clip, I think, is with little Marco talking, right?
I think it's well understood in the alliance that the United States troop presence in Europe is going to be adjusted. That work was already ongoing, and it's been done in coordination with our allies. I'm not saying they're going to be thrilled about it, but they certainly are aware of it. You know, we have obligations in the Indo-Pacific, we have obligations in the Middle East, we have obligations in the Western Hemisphere. So this has been an ongoing process. It's not shouldn't be.
You hear it? Do you hear it in his voice? He's such a beaten man. He's a broken man. He doesn't know what to do. He can't pivot fast enough. He can't be like. Oh my God. For a basketball analogy, he put his plant foot down too soon, and now he can't pivot. He can't pivot, and the president has decided to run a completely different play that requires him to be able to dribble the ball, and he can't dribble the ball. And so he's sitting here going, look, with the United States, we got a lot of stuff going on in a bunch of places, and that's why we're trying to pull back from NATO. And you can tell, like, he can't sell it anymore because the president is completely reversed on this and be like, actually, NATO deserves a lot of troops. I know I've said a lot of nasty things, but Poland deserves all of American troops. And he just has no way of pivoting on it. It's incredible. To be a part of the Trump regime. No, I guess you never have any boring days. It's always on your toes, I suppose. All right, let's move on now to NATO ally Turkey. Real quick before we move on to our last sort of two discussions. Ebola, and Iran. Well, the Middle East. Oh, we have made great progress today, though. I would just like to point that out. The bulk of the stream, 60%, I'm sorry, 60 of 80, so that's what, 75% of all the clips. We've gotten through them nearly 8 hours, 7 hours and 47 minutes and 42 seconds. That's a long stream, but it's gonna go even longer. Oh boy. A stretch, I need a stretch. Yeah. Broke his ankle, exactly. Got caught traveling. No, you lifted the plant foot. That's a travel. What was I doing? Oh, right, Turkey, where the political environment continues to get more and more problematic. Strongman Recep Erdogan has been, of course, in power now for almost as long as I think Viktor Orban was in power. He's been in there for quite some time. And not by the most democratic means, of course. We've been talking about some of the efforts of his party to suppress democracy in Turkey. And that effort is continuing. Where a Erdogan-appointed court decided to rule that the leader of the opposition party could no longer serve as the leader of the opposition.
A what now?
Turkey's main opposition, the Republican People's Party, or CHP, is going through a major political crisis after Thursday's court decision, which annulled the party congress that brought Özgür Özel to power in 2023. According to the court ruling, the current leadership is totally invalid due to alleged irregularities and vote buyings during the previous Congress. Özgür Özel challenged Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, longtime CHP leader, during that Congress and came to power. But after Thursday's court ruling, the previous administration, which was run by Kılıçdaroğlu and his team, may come back to power, but of course, this is a process.
And as you can see, these people are all out here protesting. They're not just hanging out. It's not just, thousands of people just randomly gathered. There's a fuckload of angry Turks yelling at their government. But the fact is Erdogan's ruling, what's it called? HK party? What's it called again? I can't remember now. Sorry, gotta Google this. the AK party, not the HK. AK party has been doing everything it can to suppress the vote, to invalidate leaders, and generally kick out or prevent from leading the most widely supported people in the opposition CHP party. Whether it's Imamoglu, who we talked about, who's the mayor of Istanbul, who was put in jail earlier last year. I mean, it's just it's one thing after another. It's the same. It's basically effectively the same thing that what's his fucking name? Modi. I can't think of his first name right now. And Narendra, the same thing Narendra Modi has been doing in India, to to ethnic minorities and other opposition parties there. All right, now quickly to the crises in Africa. It would seem other people are noticing the same thing I was pointing out yesterday, and that is the sort of through line from the shutting of U.S. aid and the increased conflict and other sorts of problems Africa seems to be now facing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Did the abrupt defunding and dismantling of USAID, the decades-old U.S. humanitarian aid agency, have an impact on violence? Well, researchers sought to answer that question and examine data from across Africa. They've just published their results in the journal Science, concluding, quote, the abrupt withdrawal of U.S. aid led to a significant and sustained increase in conflict across Africa's most U.S. aid-dependent regions. Before it was shuttered by the Trump administration.
You know what's great about this? It's an opportunity for us to have a facts-based discussion around one of the things that Jillian Michaels claimed to want to talk about. The effect of USAID cuts.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Agency was the world's largest provider of aid, active in over 100 countries.
For more, we're joined by one of the study's authors. Austin Wright is Associate Professor of Public Policy at University of Chicago, co-author of the research article just out in Science headlined, Aiding Peace or Conflict, the Impact of USAID Cuts on Violence. If you could start off by explaining what you found, Professor Wright. This issue of the abrupt withdrawal of USAID led to a significant and sustained increase in conflict across Africa's most U.S. aid-dependent regions. Can you elaborate?
Sure. So first off, thank you for having me and for amplifying the sobering findings of our research. What we were able to do is to document, information on the incidence of conflict activity, and that ranges from riots and protests to armed conflict to violence against civilians across more than 870 subregions in Africa. We're then able to link that with the location of where USAID was present and operational years ago, and leverage that information to understand the impact that the shutdown had. And indeed, as you mentioned already, what we find is a large increase in violence in the months immediately after the shutdown occurred. And unfortunately, although we're able to extend the data out only for a period of time, we have yet to find a significant reduction in those effects over time.
Yeah, it is not at all even slightly shocking to me that if you cut off the already inadequate aid in Sudan, where there's tens of millions of refugees in an ongoing civil war, that you're going to have more conflict, right? There's already inadequate aid getting in there for the reasons we've already discussed. And you add in, or take away, I guess you should really say, the rest of the aid. Because as I mentioned before, the United States Aid and Internal Development Program, or whatever it's called, was, before it was shuttered, one of the biggest, actually not the one of, but the biggest aid, government foreign aid program on the planet, right? And was one of the main funders of things like the World Health Organization, all sorts of other programs. But that was not enough, because it was also an issue of getting it into the country safely because of the Civil War and getting it to the people in the giant country of Sudan, and all sorts of other factors, right? Just, oh, God. It's like, no shit. But that's not the only effect, of course. As I mentioned earlier, yesterday, it would seem that USAID's closure has directly led to the severity of and the unpreparedness of the outbreak of Ebola in the eastern DRC and Uganda, and the people's ability to monitor and prevent the further spread, right, of the disease, right? Because this is literally the job of USAID and, well, of the program that were receiving money from USAID, right? It was literally their jobs to monitor, right, in places like this, diseases, keep track of, and help the prevention of the spread. Like, this is literally like almost their entire job, aside from just giving people food.
In Goma, fear of Ebola is spreading almost as quickly as the virus itself. Iran Kamwami heads out to buy soap, hand sanitizer and face masks for her children. Schools are encouraging households to take preventive measures to slow the outbreak.
My children are still very young, and I'm worried because I don't have much for the coming days. I'm trying to protect them, but I don't know how things will go.
Irene and her husband lost their jobs when the Rwandan-backed M23 rebel group captured the city last year. A small packet of masks costs more than she is able to spare if she still wants to buy food.
I can't buy everything my children need for.
Exactly. People were already incredibly impoverished here, right? I know this might be a difficult concept for those in the West to grasp, but people are so poor, they have to decide between food and masks, right? The things that right-wingers hate, right? That they complained about wearing. People in Africa cannot afford them. That thing that you cried about in Target and, you know, bothered those poor, workers over. Yeah. That's the thing that people in Africa literally can't get their hands on because they're too poor. And are now being exposed to fucking Ebola as a result. Privilege, huh?
Protection. Without money, you can't protect your family properly.
The fear and frustration are visible on her face as she moves from one shop to another, searching for cheaper options. For many families in Goma, even the most basic protection against Ebola is difficult. Conflict, displacement, and unemployment have deepened since M23 rebels control of the city.
Yeah, let's not forget Goma is still occupied by M23 Rwandan-backed rebels. Yeah. And of course, we should not forget that USAID would have been the people with the funds and resources to be able to distribute masks without making people pay for them, thereby helping the prevention of the spread of the disease and unnecessary human suffering.
It's science.
Here's Democracy Now! Finish up this discussion from 10 hours ago. Well, a little longer than that.
The deadly outbreak of Ebola in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo has caused 177 suspected deaths out of 750 suspected cases in the DRC and neighboring Uganda. That's according to the World Health Organization. But officials believe the virus may have been spreading undetected for around 2 months, making the likely death toll much higher. On Thursday, officials of the Alliance Fleuve Congo, which includes the...
And not to interrupt Amy. Well, I have to, just to make sure I don't forget this point. But literally yesterday, when we were talking about this, a woman, I can't remember what organization she worked for, but she was speaking to France 24 for an interview and said that she estimated, or that some people, I can't remember if it was her or her organization or somebody else that had estimated, but knowing what we know now, with 2 months transpired, some people believe that the death toll may already be at nearly 1,000.
Based M23 rebels who seized control of parts of the eastern DRC last year confirmed a case of Ebola had been found in South Kivu province, which is hundreds of miles away from the epicenter. Authorities believe the first cases originated in Mangwalu, a region known for artisanal gold mining in the eastern Ituri province. Instability and weak health and infrastructure have made treating patients and containing the spread of the virus more difficult. On Thursday, protesters set fire to Ebola isolation tents at a hospital in the town of Rwampara after a dispute erupted over the burial of a man suspected of dying of Ebola. A witness says the family had wanted to take the body for family burial at home, which can be dangerous.
I'm in Rwampara. At the Rwampara hospital, we're locked down. Look at the angry protesters. They're setting fire to the tents of the sick because they want to recover their bodies, and there are a few police officers who can't even contain the situation. A significant intervention is really needed.
We go now to Kinshasa, the capital of the DRC, where we're joined by Jimmy Munguriak. He is country director for Resource Matters in the DRC, an NGO that works on natural resource governance issues to ensure mineral and energy wealth generates benefits locally. He's also from Bunia, the capital city of the Ituri province. Jimmy, welcome to Democracy Now! Thank you so much for being with us. You're right near the epicenter of the Ebola outbreak. You're from that area, which you visited frequently in your work. If you can talk about the extent of the crisis and talk about the gold mining region there and why you see that as intimately connected, the conditions with the Ebola outbreak.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. Yeah, as you say today, Ebola outbreak is really a very urgent issue.
Yeah, seriously. This needs to be taken with grave seriousness, and it's not. And that's because we dismantled in a year, or almost overnight, an apparatus that has existed for decades and was set up to deal with these sorts of things. And just like with FEMA and these other sorts of agencies we've talked about, like, having the apparatus and having the people, the knowledge base, and the experience are half of the battle, right? You wouldn't, like, optimal emergency response is actually a preemptive one, right? Like, you know that a storm's coming, so you get ahead of it. You start filling sandbags, right? You start, waterproofing shit. You start, in some cases, moving to higher ground. You start, mobilizing tents and resources and all this other shit, right? You wouldn't want to do that in the middle of the flood, right? But that's effectively what we're doing here. But instead of a flood, it's a virus, a deadly virus. All right, I'm sorry. I'm just going to skip ahead because I got to keep this moving. We're already at 8 hours.
transition. There is currently no vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain of the Ebola virus. The Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, which funds the development of new vaccines, said at a press briefing in Geneva Thursday that it could be hard to meet their goal of developing a safe, effective vaccine within 3 months. This is CEPI board chair Jane Halton.
Oh, I forgot about that.
We thought we had that clip, but some experts are saying the U.S. has been noticeably absent from the global health response following the withdrawal of the U.S. from the World Health Organization earlier this year and massive and abrupt funding cuts to global and domestic public health efforts and research. For more, we're joined by Matthew Cavanaugh, who is director of the Center for Global Health Policy and Politics at Georgetown University. Professor Cavanaugh, we just have a few minutes, but if you can talk about both the travel bans that the Trump administration is now imposing on foreigners who've traveled in the DRC, Uganda, and South Sudan, and the slashing of U.S. aid around the world, how that connects to what we're seeing with this surging Ebola virus.
Amy, thanks so much for covering this issue. The Trump administration came into office and slashed USAID, slashed all sorts of programs internationally, and many of us were very worried at the time that exactly this was going to happen. The Congolese epidemiologists and doctors and nurses who are confronting this are the best in the world. These are the global experts in how you stop an Ebola outbreak. But what we're seeing is that they're trying to do it without the tools that they need. You know, in 2022, there was an outbreak, and they were able to stop it, detect it in a few days, and stop it quite quickly. This time, we've seen a really different course.
This is ridiculous!
Yeah, instead of 3 days, it went undetected for 2 months. And now we have like 1,000 dead on our hands, potentially. It's crazy. And it's just that little difference, you know? You know, that Jillian Michaels was talking about. That little difference. Oh, it's just a bunch. It's just, you know, it's that, the lack of bloat and corruption, I guess, right? You got rid of all that bloat and corruption, and now people are dying. Huh, weird. It's really, I guess there must have been something else in there.
Weird.
I guess they might have been doing something other than just corruption and giving money to Big Ag. I guess they had a purpose. What do you know? Oh, it's very frustrating.
It's been so slow to be detected and so slow to respond. Now we're hearing that there are folks who are trying to respond on the front lines without gloves, without masks. This is in large part because hundreds of millions of dollars were cut by Doge. The Democratic Republic of Congo used to be one of the biggest recipients of USAID funding, not just for surveillance activities that were happening, like trying to actually detect when there were spillovers like this that we're seeing right now, but also to fight AIDS, to fight malaria. Thousands of health workers were laid off because the Trump administration issued this stop work order. And so what we're seeing now is folks without the tools to be able to respond. And instead, what we're seeing, the major push is a travel ban, which is theater. It's not public health response. And I think it's part and parcel of a racist immigration policy that front and center tries to, say that we can somehow protect Americans by keeping people out and keeping viruses out. And
Yep, we know that's not gonna work. What we do know works is meeting these things where they start. It was one of the explicit benefits of having a program like USAID, doing work in underserved places, where there was no capitalist benefit, really, like immediate capitalist benefit, to doing it, right? I mean, technically some people got some money, right, to make some stuff, but like, it's like not a market that would have like been able to afford to buy those things on its own. Right, like you know what I'm saying here. Like, Like, there's a capitalist mechanism that is facilitating it, but that it's not like market forces, right? Like, it's capital that's making it happen, but not markets. Because once again, like, that woman can't buy a fucking mask, right? You know, can't buy a mask. How are you going to buy vaccines or whatever else, right? And that is the point of having these fucking programs, is to fulfill a need at the source so that it doesn't become a broader fucking problem. You have people monitoring these things, people with the resources and the know-how to do those things, because we are at least, you know, we were a species with a vast amount of knowledge at our fingertips. And technically still are. We just seem to refuse to be using that information. So we got a bunch of incompetent, delusional, and or ideological psychopaths in charge of our fucking planet right now. People with no justification for being where they are. Trump has no merit. What is his best skill? Marketing? Is that what you want in a leader? A good marketer? You know, a guy who can sell cups and hats? Yeah? Is that what you want for a dude who's going to do geopolitics and the economy? Like, the whole thing? Not just for himself? Go down the list on that one. With all of his fucking sycophants. Sorry, I'm getting off base. Well, not really off base, but just sort of not focusing in on keeping the show moving right now. Let's move to the Middle East. Operation Epstein Fury.
America! Fuck yeah! Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Where to first? CNN last week. CNN on the ground in Iran, viewing the site of that Iranian bridge that the United States decided to destroy. And if you're not aware, bridges, historically treated as civilian infrastructure and not military targets.
Oh! It's science.
I want to take you live to the ground in Iran for a rare look inside the country. CNN operates in Iran with the permission of the government, but maintains full editorial control of the reports. Matthew Chance is there, and he got a first-hand look at some of the destruction on the ground.
A rare glimpse of the tightly...
You know, it's kind of incredible that there's more press freedom in Iran than there is in Israel. Like, CNN is still allowed to maintain full editorial authority over their reports. Sure, did Iran have to allow them in first? Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Controlled Islamic Republic. We drove out of Tehran.
I mean, Dubai, I mean, people were getting fucking arrested, you know, in the United Arab Emirates for filming drone strikes.
Right to jail, right away.
Puzzling, but still tense capital. Past anti-American slogans daubed along the route. To the town of Karaj, and one painful scar left by the latest US-led war. When finished, the B-1 bridge was meant to be a symbol of Iranian engineering prowess, the tallest in the region. But for now, it's become a battered monument to ruthless American air power. Wow, well, you really get a sense of the incredible destructive force that was at play with these US airstrikes that smashed this concrete look and, you know, twisted all this reinforced steel. Let's take a look, see if we can get closer, a bit closer to the edge. I mean, look at the concrete pylons that have been absolutely shattered. And down here, I mean, it's a huge drop of 450 feet. This was...
Yep, the bridge wasn't even fully completed and was intended for civilian use, like all bridges. Or the vast majority of bridges. And this is clearly a war crime the United States committed. CNN is getting an up-close look at. Really fucking disturbing. Just how blithely the Trump regime can either threaten or execute war crimes. Little girl schools, bridges, threats of annihilation, civilization ending attacks. I mean, fucking lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah, Jennifer's right. Moving along through the week, this is from Monday. Global news. Hostilities, economic uncertainty persist amid continued Iranian conflict. Yep, stuff still sucks, because Operation Epstein Fury is not done.
As the war in the Middle East drags on, escalations among Iran, Israel, and other Persian Gulf countries continue to test the fragile ceasefires in the region. Sunday, a drone strike on a generator near the Baraka nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates sparked a fire in the area after UAE forces struck down 2 of the 3 drones that breached its western border. There's no word yet on who's responsible, but the UAE's foreign minister insists it has the right to respond to such, quote, terrorist acts. This as Israel continues to strike in southern Lebanon in its pursuit to eradicate the Iranian-backed Hezbollah, despite agreeing to extend its ceasefire by 45 days on Friday. While gas prices continue to reach historic highs in the U.S., Canada, and around the world due to the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil supply passes through. A new CBS News YouGov poll finds only 31% of Americans say they have a clear understanding of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, those aren't great numbers. People don't know why we're doing what we're doing or even what we're doing at this point. That's not good. Right? Narrative wise, you want people to at least understand at the very bare minimum what you're doing, right? Why you're doing is also an important secondary. In fact, some would say it's really a primary. Like you want to start off with why and then the thing, right? Hence why we have like the War Powers Resolution Act, stuff like that, the UN resolutions, things of that nature, you know? So some say that that's actually the best way to go about it. But I'm just saying, you know, people focus more on what's physically happening in front of them more often than the reason why. But the reason is important too. But the fact is, if people don't even know what's happening, you got a real problem. Because how are you going to explain why you're doing the thing if people don't even know what the thing is? They're still like, wait, what are we, what? Is the strait open or is it closed? It's a blockade. It's blockaded, or is it not blockaded? Or is the blockade? Have we blockaded the blockade, or is there a blockade of another? How many blockades are going on? Like that's basically where people are at right now with the strait situation. It's the opposite of straight talk. It's confusing talk. How do we stop Trump? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, voting in theory, you could get enough people in Congress to impeach him. Take a little bit of work, but I mean, with James Tallarico down in Texas looking to unseat John Cornyn, and some other opportunities in other places like Louisiana, Jamie Davis. I mean, I could go on. Got some opportunities out there. Could do it. It's only 60 vote threshold, technically. I have lost my place. How did this happen? Oh, there we go. Was I honest now? Global news, right? Okay. Staying on Monday, let's go here now to France 24, where Iran officially announced Something that will hopefully clarify for some Americans on what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, at least for now. As Iran now has an official governmental body which will be managing all passage through the strait.
Iran says it's created a new body to manage the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has effectively closed the strait and wants to charge ships to cross it. It comes as peace talks with the United States appear to remain stalled. Let's bring in Reza Sayeh. He's in Tehran. First, Reza, good evening to you. This new arrangement then to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, this is an announcement that was first made with a post on social media by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Committee provided some details today, saying the ships, the commercial vessels, will be charged a fee. Not clear how much. We've seen reports, unconfirmed reports, that the fee would be up to $2 million. There's going to be a designated routes for the commercial vessels. Also, the ships that will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Tehran, will only be from friendly countries. In other words, if Tehran decides that these ships belong to countries that are hostile and unfriendly to Tehran, they're not getting through. But this is
There you go. Yeah, big news in the Strait this week. Iran making an official governmental body to collect those tolls, which are lower than originally proposed. Because if you recall correctly, it started off at $5 million in either yuan or Bitcoin, and that has now gone down about 60% to $2 million. So really, it's a real deal when you think about it. It's a real discount. Very generous, that Iran. Moving on to other things, Iran. U.S. Admiral John Cooper? Fuck, what's this guy's name? I always forget this fucking guy's name. Admiral Cooper was asked about the strike on the girls' school that happened earlier this year. He had this to say while in Congress.
And can you, at this moment, acknowledge that that mistake was made and that we were responsible for it? It's something we didn't want to do and don't want to repeat.
Congressman, to reiterate, the United States does not deliberately target
Got that part.
Period. Full stop. And nor are the Iranian people our enemy. The IRGC is the adversary in this case.
I heard that in your opening statement, Admiral. I asked you a very specific question, and I'm curious what the answer is.
So the investigation is ongoing. As soon as it is complete, I'm happy to be as transparent as possible.
We will not take responsibility for something we very obviously did.
So it's a complex investigation. The school itself is located on an active IRGC cruise missile base.
Absolutely.
It's more complex than the average strike. As soon as we're complete, I'm fully committed to transparency.
He's fully committed to transparency. That's good. Very exciting. But you will notice that, you know, considering the question that was asked, now I don't think Republicans forced him to be under oath, nor have they forced really anybody to be under oath in Congress lately. They're kind of lame like that. Although I think they made Hillary Clinton go under oath. I can't remember. But the point is the current sitting admiral of the Navy, no reason to ask him. It's Navy? I think it's Navy. I can't remember what his exact job is. But suffice to say, like, according to the wording of the question and the way in which he responded, Admiral Cooper has essentially just admitted to this being a U.S. strike, but with a caveat. This girls' school, which he admits to being a girls' school, he claims is on an active missile base. Now, we've yet to see any evidence of that, but this is quite a claim, and also something of a shocking admission, since Donald Trump has also been claiming that we didn't do it and it was Iran, or at least he was claiming that until recently when he said there was an investigation ongoing. Hard to keep track of it all, really. Makes the head barely swim. Ah, fuck. I gotta pee. Shh. Well, I gotta do this one too. All right, let's go to CBS Minnesota. Honestly, not enough people are talking about this. But soldiers are disputing Pete Hegseth's, the Department of War's secretary's recounting of the strikes in Kuwait, which led to the deaths of at least 6 soldiers, including one from Minnesota, which is, I assume, why CBS Minnesota in particular is talking about this. Here's WCCO from 3 days ago. I will be right back. I gotta hit the little Space Boys room.
Your important oversight role and the other members here.
Whoopsies. Oh, there we go. Whatever.
We have an important update now to a CBS News investigation into the Iranian drone attack on an American military post in Kuwait.
That attack killed 6 soldiers, including Master Sergeant Nicole Amer from White Bear Lake. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said that the post was fortified and the drone swept through those defenses. But more soldiers are now coming forward to dispute that account.
Jonah Kaplan has been following this story for months. He joins us now from New York. Hi there, Jonah.
Hi, Amelia and Aaron. You know, if you remember, this was the deadliest attack on U.S. troops in the war and the worst since 2021. It happened on the second day of the war, March 1st. Before, we learned from surviving soldiers about the lack of aerial fortifications. Now others are coming forward to describe what they call a failure when it came to emergency preparedness.
Master Sergeant Anne Marie Carrier was right next to Amer when the drone hit.
I instantly started screaming her name.
Soldiers commandeered vans and scrambled to find the nearest Kuwaiti hospital. Carrier says her best friend was still breathing as they set out for help. Shortly after arriving at the hospital, Amer died.
Was the Army prepared for a mass casualty event like this?
No, we didn't have any training for that.
The attack was the deadliest against U.S. troops since 2021. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this the day after.
It happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons.
But Ramsbottom is one of 8 surviving soldiers who told CBS News something different.
We had no overhead protection. We had a tin roof. That was all we had.
Jonah, how has the Pentagon responded to all this?
Look, this was obviously something that we have talked about, and we put it to the Pentagon. And actually, we got a pretty lengthy statement yesterday. And the statement says that no plan is perfect, but the idea that there was any kind of gross negligence or that there was kind of an ignoring of the safety of the soldiers is unfair and inaccurate. And the Pentagon did say, though, that they did take measures to protect troops. But of course, what we're hearing from these soldiers is that it wasn't enough.
Am I the only one hearing some sort of like rift opening up over at the CBS Minnesota newsroom? Because like, I'm getting this weird vibe of like CBS parent company really is trying to steer this in a particular direction. But the facts are just so blatant, and they have like these actual human being soldiers, like these actual human soldiers with fucking real fucking experiences that they're talking about, and it's just so impossible to ignore that they're left in this weird place where they're like, well, the great Secretary of War said this. But then the troops, the heroes, they said this. So yeah. Oh, it's weird. It's like this, like they're sort of stuck in the middle. trying to pretend like both things are equally plausible when I think we all know the facts here, and that the multiple accounts of the multiple soldiers are more credible than the former Fox News anchor turned Department of War secretary. I think we can all agree on that. Is there more of this that I wanted? Actually, yeah, no, I take it back. For a second, I take it back. We're gonna watch this whole thing.
Why do you think the soldiers are talking on camera about this?
It's an important question. The second soldier we heard from was Major Stephen Ramsbottom, and he's a career soldier. He's been in for nearly 40 years, and he had 2 deployments beforehand, one in Iraq, one in Afghanistan. And after speaking with a lot of them, I think it has a lot to do with part of their grief for their colleagues who have lost, and to support the ones who are still injured. It's also part of their own recuperation. You know, they find it cathartic and part of their own recovery. They also recognize that there are soldiers still in theater, right? The ceasefire could be, it could end any minute now, right? And so we could go back to combat. They want to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
And what about investigations, Jonah? Do we know about any into this incident?
Certainly. We know that the Pentagon has said there's going to be an investigation. And look, there's certainly going to be push from these soldiers, and we know of their families. I've spoken to not just these soldiers, but the families of these soldiers. They're not the only ones, the servicemen and women who are making sacrifices and giving their all. The families of those who are injured and killed, they give so much to this country, and so they're also asking for investigations. Tammy Baldwin today, the senator from Wisconsin, she actually questioned the Army Secretary, Dan Driscoll, about our report today on Capitol Hill, and we know that there are going to be more opportunities for government officials to testify and to answer questions from lawmakers.
Oh, that should be fascinating. More opportunities for Trump regime officials to give statements and answer questions from lawmakers. That will be great. I'm sure we're all looking forward to that. By the way, I finally made a new Discord. I decided to make a second Discord. One where people can like I think we'll do call-in shows, like debate shows and things like that, like, you know, or like, you know, like I've seen a number of people doing this sort of thing. I figured maybe we'd do like one of these like a month or who knows exactly timing wise, but you know, just like sort of switch things up a little bit. And I finally started the process of making it. It's going to take me a second to like do all the permissions and other things before I go live with it. I think I'm going to make it like a public rather than a private Discord. And so, because that comes with like some level of like extra security from my understanding. I'm still looking into how I want to do it. So it's still fledgling efforts. But like if you make it a public community rather than like a private Discord server, I think Discord uses some amount of different security measures as well as like real-time scanning through the server to prevent nefariousness. And I just didn't want that to happen in our server at all. And to try and keep, you know, keep these, you get what I'm saying. I think. Just keep it separated. Let's keep talking about the Middle East. And we can't talk about the Middle East in this week without talking about Israel's decision to once again seize, interdict, arrest, imprison, brutalize, and otherwise humiliate hundreds of activists who were aboard dozens of boats attempting to break the illegal blockade of the Gaza Strip. Owen Jones, how about you get us started off, pal?
This has made my blood boil, and that might sound very strange when I start explaining it, because I'm particularly angry about cheerleaders for Israel who are kicking off over an Israeli minister for abuses carried out by the state of Israel.
Exactly, Mitty. A Discord for just cause. Because I wanted to separate the two things. Because I figured if I do any, like, debate stream call-in type of thing, like, it will almost certainly bring trolls. And why would we want them to come into our nice, quiet, comfy server? Right? You feel me? You follow me on that?
But you see, there's a reason they're angry. In fact, cheerleaders for Israel are in a state of panic tonight, and they are angry for all the wrong reasons. You see, what's just happened is that the Global Samud Flotilla, an international solidarity mission seeking to break Israel's siege and starvation of Gaza, were illegally detained and indeed kidnapped by the Israeli army in international waters while seeking to deliver humanitarian aid to the illegally occupied Gaza Strip. And when they were kidnapped to Israel, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, posted a video of him taunting and abusing activists from across the world. He posted in a tweet, "This is how we accept the supporters of terrorism." And that was in Hebrew along with in English, "Welcome to Israel." Let me just post this disturbing video.
Free, free Palestine! Check it, check it, check it.
ברוכים הבאים לישראל, אנחנו בעלי הבית. ככה צריך.
ישראל חי. ישראל חי.
כן.
זיכוי, כל המטרה כאן זה לראות שאין אנשים בתהליך.
לא להתרגש מהצעקות שלהם, לא להתרגש.
Vile stuff, nauseating stuff. Imagine this was the Iranian state doing this. Imagine Iran kidnapped a load of Westerners trying to deliver aid to somewhere Iran was besieging and starving, and then abused them on camera like this. Can you imagine what would happen?
No, absolutely, Owen. And that's the thing about this. You know, it's just the continued hypocrisy of the United States and Israel acting just with complete impunity, bullying, and I mean, every fucking like, you know what I mean? Like, I could go down the list, right? But like, literally, just bullying, brutalizing, and or killing everybody that they don't like, and nobody. And everybody just sort of watches in horror. But like, if the reverse of that happened, if Trump, like Maduro, was kidnapped in the middle of the night in a fucking Black Hawk helicopter and brought to Venezuela, the United States would fucking nuke Venezuela. Well, I mean, you get what I'm saying. Like, the United States would do some pretty drastic shit, right? If, you know, Iran, as Owen points out, like, grabbed hundreds of Americans and did what Israel is alleged to have done, and Ben-Gvir and all these fucking creeps are alleged to have done in this latest and or any of these other examples, we would not accept that. We would do some fucking crazy shit. If we weren't already at war, we'd be at war, right? We'd be a double war if that happened.
But as the State of Palestine's official account has posted, can you imagine the terror and horror Israel inflicts on Palestinian children, women and men in detention centres when the cameras are away? This is Israeli terrorism. Now, this has caused outrage in Israel itself and amongst cheerleaders of Israel. because it is Westerners on the receiving end rather than those Palestinian children, women, and men who are tortured, raped, and murdered in detention. The Israeli foreign minister, who sits in Ben-Gvir's government, Gideon Saar, posts, "You knowingly caused harm to our state in this disgraceful display, and not for the first time. You have undone tremendous professional and successful efforts made by so many people, from IDF soldiers to foreign ministry staff and many others. No.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought."
You got part of the way there. You got part of the way there, and then went through the successful, tremendously professional efforts of IDF soldiers, and lost it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That is not how I would describe the behavior of IDF soldiers or the foreign ministry of Israel. Not close. Sorry, I'm just gonna skip a little bit of this. I think I went too far.
Come out with, well, fiery tweets, let's be honest. Giorgia Meloni, the far-right Prime Minister of Italy, says the images of the Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir are unacceptable. It is inadmissible that these demonstrators, including many Italian citizens, are subjected to this treatment that violates human dignity. The Italian government is immediately taking, at the highest institutional levels, all necessary steps to secure the immediate release of the Italian citizens involved.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was not the reaction of all countries. Even though one might like that to be the case. I think perhaps not shockingly at all. But there were a few. Far in between. But still.
Whose government has actually taken action. He posts the
went too
images of
far
the Israeli
again.
Minister Ben-Gvir humiliating members of the international... Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, the real leader of Europe, I would say, whose government has actually taken action. He posts the images of the Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir humiliating members of the international flotilla in support of Gaza are unacceptable. We will not tolerate anyone mistreating our citizens. In September, I announced the ban on access to national territory for this member of the Israeli government. Now we are going to push in Brussels for these sanctions to be elevated to the European scale on an urgent basis. Now, Spain correctly just labels what Israel is doing to the Palestinians as genocide officially, and they're trying to get EU sanctions imposed on Israel, but other countries are vetoing this. Now, this international outrage, this, you know, the actual compulsion of Western governments to do something because their own citizens are involved, aside from the principled stance, for example, by Spain, this fear of the PR consequences is what's causing panic. That's why Netanyahu says Israel has the full right to prevent provocative flotillas of Hamas terror supporters from entering our territorial waters and reaching Gaza. Just remind you, these are unarmed, peaceful activists who are trying to provide baby formula for starving people. However, the way Minister Ben-Gvir treated the flotilla activists is not in line with the values and norms of the State of Israel. Oh, yeah.
Point to me one instance in which this departs from the values and behavior of the government of Israel, or whatever the fuck he just said. Shut the fuck up. You shut up.
What? Shut up.
Okay. I think that's all we're gonna do on the fucking flotilla. Suffice to say, I listened to a whole bunch of the accounts. There's multiple claims of physical abuse, sexual assault. It's fucking disturbing, but it's, you know, this is just more of similarly abhorrent behavior coming out of Israel. Because here's the thing, like at some point you do, I think, hit like a peak on the crimes. Like it's just a big mass of crimes, especially as a person like whose job it's been me to go through all of this stuff. day in, day out for 2.5 years, right? Like, for me, I am in that cloud where it just all looks, it's all genocide colored, right? It's all Nazi flavored, right? It's just all just the behavior of a rogue nation acting with impunity and just doing a bunch of humanitarian crimes of different colors and variety, no doubt. But it's just a mass. It's just a mass of it, you know? It's like you ever heard of like those fatbergs? They get like stuck in the sewer. You know, it's like that. It's like a big fatberg of human, you know, atrocities, war crimes. It's just like stuck. And it's sort of causing a massive clog in the goddamn system. Are you following me right now? Are you following this bleak analogy? It's going to be a struggle to identify too much amidst the clog, because it's all just sort of stuck together. And until we can unpack it in, I don't know, say court of law, you know, it's going to continue to look like a clog. It's just going to get worse and worse. Have we reached peak crime? It's feeling like it, but I do worry we can, in fact, outdo ourselves. So let's not jinx it. Knock on spacewood. Staying on the behavior of Israel, let's go here to CNN from yesterday and talk about the U.S.-Israeli plot to install a former Iranian leader.
The most unlikely puppet in Iran. Stunning new details tonight breaking about a U.S.-Israeli plan to install the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad back in power. He, of course, is a hardliner. Now, the New York Times is revealing the existence of this plan, which played out like an action movie, even reporting that Ahmadinejad himself was consulted about it. Now, Ahmadinejad was under house arrest as the war began. I mean, he was a hardliner who called for the end of Israel, but he had fallen out of favor with Iran's powerful regime circles, right? He was under house arrest. Now, then Ahmadinejad gets injured at an Israeli strike near his home on the first day of the war. You don't know if you remember that. I mean, wow, they're going for him too? No. The strike was designed to kill the Revolutionary Guard soldiers who were holding him under house arrest.
Yeah, honestly, you know what this feels like to me? This feels like a Hamas situation. You know how Israel had a hand in the funding and the creation of Hamas? Well, that's the vibe I get here. It's like they're thinking, you know what would be perfect? A guy in Iran who really hates our guts being in charge. Just in case, you know, we take out the whole IRGC, we can have another guy in there who also hates us that we could also use to justify the continuation of Operation Epstein Fury.
And Ahmadinejad's current whereabouts now are unknown. He has not been heard from since that strike, which raises major questions, to state the obvious, of where is he? Who controls him? This comes as today Trump says the war will resume, quote, very quickly if Iran doesn't reach a deal.
Here's another question. Does it matter? Because unlike Reza Pahlavi, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was a democratically elected president, like a leader of the country, right? Like not a Shah. And it's just a weird idea to try and install a former president. It's a strange concept, if you ask me. The whole thing. Not making any sense. I don't see how that benefits the the United States in any way. I see how, in theory, it would benefit Israel if they take out the entire, you know, like, what do you call it? Like the leadership, like not the IRGC, but the like the Ayatollahs. Fuck, why can't I think of this word right now? Like the caliphate or whatever you fucking call it, right? And I can see how maybe that works out. Like, you pretend there's democracy, maybe, but that guy still really hates your guts, so you got to keep fighting, right? But now you don't. Now you like no more Islamic rule, I guess. Like, it's not clear. Like, it's not the most cohesive plan. I wouldn't have come up with it myself. Now, amidst all of this, Donald Trump is continuing to make bold claims like the United States is going to recover all of Iran's uranium, something which Iran's been pretty adamant about not doing. Here's BBC.
Hello, I'm Geeta Gurumurthy. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, which will bring you up to date with all you need to know on day 83 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. President Trump vows that the United States will eventually recover Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium.
We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it.
This follows reports that Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei has issued a directive that Iran's uranium should not be sent abroad. The world oil market risks entering a red zone in July or August. That's the latest warning from the head of the International Energy Agency. Meanwhile, Pakistan continues its diplomatic role. Its interior minister is already in Iran, and there are reports its army chief, Asim Munir, may revisit. President Trump has vowed that the United States will eventually recover Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, despite comments from Iran that it will not hand over the material. President Trump told reporters at the White House that the US will probably destroy it after we get...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Am I the only person whose sanity is being tested by this moment in history? Like, we got a guy who's in charge of the United States who's just living in an alternate fucking reality. And, like, we're being challenged every day. Or, like, we're being dared. We're being dared to challenge it. Every single, like, I dare you to challenge Donald Trump's reality. I swear to God, you're going to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. BBC, almost verbatim. Donald Trump is insisting that he is going to retrieve all of Iran's nuclear material, even though Iran insists that that will not be the case. Oh, God.
This is a human man.
But we're not going to let them have it. Earlier, the Reuters news agency had reported that Iran appears to have hardened its stance over the nuclear issue. According to Reuters, the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, has issued a directive that Iran's near-weapons-grade uranium should not be sent abroad. Well, in a moment, we're going to hear our assessment from correspondent here in London and elsewhere. But let's first listen to what Trump said on that key issue of uranium.
We're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yes, Daniel?
Just let me just do one follow-up on that. How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have...
Well, we want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. I don't know. It sounds like a lot.
Okay, am I the only one who's, like, being... Like, I am struggling to hear what the president is saying because I keep looking at this man's belly button. Like, wow. That thing is, like, just, like, wants to come out of the shirt. Like, holy shit. What is he hiding in there? Holy fuck, dude.
Money, but whether it's 500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval. And the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran without our approval.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it.
Well, more on.
He's a fucking lunatic, dude. They can't have it. We're going to have it. We will probably destroy it, but whatever we do, it can't be with Iran. Okay? We will have it. It will be ours. Yeah. Well, Donald Trump saying more ludicrous things that Iran is vehemently disagreeing on. Meanwhile, reports are showing that Iran's replenishing of its stockpiles of things like drones is happening at a much faster speed than anticipated. You know, the drones and the equipment that were gone. If I recall correctly, that was the exact phrase.
Recent U.S. intel assessments actually assess that Iran is rebuilding its military industrial capacity at a much faster rate than previously anticipated. One U.S. official actually told us that, quote, the Iranians have exceeded all timelines the intel community had for reconstitution of their military capabilities. And one big example of that is how fast they have been able to rebuild their drone program. They have restarted that program, we're told. They have already been able to produce a lot of new drones, and their drone program could actually be fully reconstituted, we are told, within 6 months. And that's worth noting as well, because of course those drones pose a huge threat to Iran's regional adversaries, many of which are U.S. allies. They have proven to be extremely lethal, these drones. One of these drone attacks actually hit a U.S. Military facility early in the conflict and killed U.S. service members. So the drones do pose a huge threat. And even prior to them reconstituting their drone program, they still had thousands of one-way attack drones still in their inventory. So this is just adding to that. In addition to this, they are also able to, we are told, rebuild, and they have been reconstituting their bombed out missile sites that the U.S. did attack, of course, throughout the course of the war, as well as with their missile launchers, many of which were buried underground.
Right. I believe those are all the things Trump said were gone. All gone. No more drones, no more missiles. No more anti-aircraft anything, okay? Gone. All gone. And yet, it would seem that we have literally the exact opposite of that situation. It's weird. It's almost like we spent like $100 billion or something obscene like that. Killed thousands of people. Caused just untold amounts of economic hardship across the planet. And gotten absolutely nothing, I think. I can't think of a single thing the United States has gotten out of this. A new Ayatollah, but he's got the same last name as the last one, so I don't know if you can count that. I guess if you want to, you can. It's a little weak. A little bit weak, if you ask me.
Awful. Weak.
That they have now been able to dig out and produce more of. And the reason for this is multifaceted. Part of it is that Russia and China, we're told, have continued to provide assistance to the Iranians. The Chinese have continued, for example, to provide missile components to the Iranians throughout the course of the war, something that Beijing denies, but that U.S. intelligence has seen very clearly. And the Russians, of course, have continued to provide dual-use technology, drone tactic advice as well to the Iranians that has allowed them to continue to produce and manufacture a lot of this equipment.
And this is the piece of information that I was wondering to myself whether or not it had any sort of relevance vis-a-vis the sending of thousands of U.S. troops to Poland. I could see Trump getting upset if he, if people started to, talk about the fact that Putin is helping to fund Iran's war, basically against him, and, and I can imagine him realizing that Iran's military is not gone. It's still very much in existence and basically as powerful as it was 3 months ago, or to a degree that, you probably shouldn't be claiming it's gone. I can imagine him being upset and doing. I'm not saying that's the reason. There's also supposedly like political reasons, trying to prove that he had like loyalty to this particular like sort of right-wing Polish figure. I don't know which one it is. I'm just saying I could honestly see both. All right. We are making crazy progress on this. All right, we got through the rebuilding of Iran's military. Now let's talk about the talks. Let's talk about talking about talks. Let's talk about the talks. There's been a lot of talk about talking, or talks about talks. Will we have them? Won't we have them? It's really been the talk of the town for like a month now. I mean, we've been in a fake ceasefire where seemingly everybody's violating different aspects of that ceasefire for like about a month now, I think. Hard to say exactly timing-wise. I'm losing track of it all. Because, how important is a fake ceasefire, right? What was I saying? Oh, right. There is supposedly renewed optimism about the battalion. I got caught in a fucking verbal trap just now. I've said the word talk too many goddamn times. There's renewed optimism around the possibility of potential talks. Here's Al Jazeera from 11 hours ago.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington is cautiously optimistic in negotiations with Iran, but he adds that an alternative plan should be in place if Tehran insists on controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
We all would love to see an agreement with Iran in which the straits are open and they abandon their nuclear ambitions and so forth, their nuclear weapons ambitions. That's what we would all hope for, and that's what we're going to continue to work on, and that's what work is ongoing even as I speak to you now in that regard. But we also have to have a plan B, and plan B is what if Iran refuses to open the straits? What if Iran decides we refuse to open the straits, we're going to own the straits, and we're going to charge tolls for it? Okay, at that point, something has to be done about it.
Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed has...
Something has to be done about it, says little Marco Rubio. Yeah. I know one guy who's got some ideas about what you could do about it. Although I do prefer the former to the latter, right? Let's do the talks and not the forceful opening of the strait. Well, that's my opinion, not the opinion of former national security advisor under Donald Trump turned CNN contributor John fucking Bolton, one of the biggest warmongers, making regular appearances on television, here to tell us his plan for the strait. Strap up, strap on, strap in. Any of the strapping, you're gonna need them all, because boy oh boy, little Stevie Bolton's got some fascinating ideas.
First of all, what's your view of this new reporting on the Chinese government's thinking, at least, when it comes to the Iran war?
China.
Well, the Chinese obviously have a lot at stake given their purchases of oil, not just from Iran, but from the Saudis and the Emiratis as well. I don't think it would necessarily be helpful to us, though, because with Trump just after his meeting with Xi Jinping making arms sales to Taiwan a bargaining chip, I'd hate to see other elements come into play.
Sorry, this isn't the part that we need. Please hold. Oh, I hate this. Fuck you. Don't be a dick.
That would affect our. I think that's the only way to restore deterrence.
Oh, whatever.
Iran turning access to the strait on and off in the Pacific. I
screw it.
With Trump just after his meeting with Xi Jinping making arms sales to Taiwan a bargaining chip, I'd hate to see other elements come into play here that would affect our position in the Pacific. I think ultimately the only way to deal with the Iranian regime, certainly in the question of oil and opening the Strait of Hormuz, is for the U.S. and the Gulf Arabs to force it open.
No, it's using military force. That's what you're saying.
To force it open.
No, it's using military force. That's what you're saying, right?
I think that's the only way to restore deterrence against Iran turning access to the strait on and off like a light switch. This idea.
Well, there you go. There's John Bolton's bright idea. Let's force open the Strait of Hormuz militarily. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Sorry about that. Oh, John Bolton. Whatever his fucking name is. Fucking guy. He thinks we should just go full balls to the wall. Strait of Hormuz style. It's a terrible take from John. Just the worst. You're right. And I notice people noticing, and you're right. Wolf is getting oranger and oranger. He's starting to, he's starting to turn into the president. Soon his hair will just be disheveled. He'll talk like this. Thank you, John. Very good. Very good help. Everybody's saying it. That's why I made you my national security advisor. Okay. Well, people, last two clips. Well, a clip and a stream, really. Tulsi Gabbard. Amidst all of this, a woman who said that there was no intelligence that Iran was either making a nuclear weapon or did they, was it an imminent threat, I believe is what she said originally, before backtracking immediately. She resigned earlier on Friday. Now, there were whisperings in the Trump, or in the sort of the through the grapevine, that she was potentially on the chopping block, as most of the women in the Trump administration have been. She was slated, it would seem, to go the way of a Pam Bondi or a Kristi Noem, but she said no. No. I'm my own woman. I will quit.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has resigned. Gabbard's departure comes weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran and after she repeatedly dodged questions in a congressional hearing about whether the White House had been warned of potential fallout from the conflict, including Tehran's move to effectively close the Strait of Hormuz.
Historically, the Iranians have always threatened
to leverage their control over
Why would the
Strait
president
of
say he was
Hormuz.
amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the
She also contradicted Trump when she said in written remarks to the Senate Intelligence Committee that there had been no effort by Iran to rebuild their nuclear capability after earlier U.S. attacks, quote, obliterated its nuclear program.
Obliterated.
Gabbard, a former congresswoman from Hawaii and a 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, sharply criticized the first Trump administration for its Middle East policies and called then on her fellow Americans to speak out about a possible war in Iran.
Oh. Oh. That's very sad. Another one bites the dust. And another one, and another one, and another one bites the dust. Hey, hey. Yep. Honestly, women in the Trump administration have been dropping like flies. Who's next on that list? They're running out of women, actually. No, not really. I guess Brooke Rollins, maybe? Or Susie? Susie's the Ice Queen? No. Ice Queen would never get the can. Alright, we're gonna... You go to the Al Jazeera live stream. See what the latest is that's been happening in the Middle East, hopefully. Who else has lost? Elise Stefanik? I mean, she technically lost her job before actually ever fully receiving it. Joe Kent? He got fired. Elon just kind of stopped working. Trump continued to claim he was a great patriot, even though he also said he was all up in the Epstein files. Mike Waltz kind of... Waltz, whatever his fucking name is. Mike Waltz kind of got fired. But did he really, though? He just got a new job. Like an actual job. Unlike Christie, who got a fake job. Like a fake job they'd made up for her. Just to keep her shut, just like to kind of shut her up. Like, that's not a real job. In fact, I don't think that thing is ever going to actually exist. The North American, whatever is called. I see. I don't even know what it's called. Like, that's how unimportant it is. Yeah, Mike Walls, he just got a new job over at UN. Wasn't really. It was just like a sideways career move, really, when you think about it, from national security advisor to UN ambassador. I don't know if it's better or worse. It's sideways. It's a sideways career. It's not really, you know. It's like, we just think you'd be better. Right now, sure, you're over here in inventory, but we think you would do so much better in sales. You'll make just as much money, and it'll be just as good. Same level of status. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like for Mike. Whereas, like, making up this fake agency that doesn't even exist yet. Like, you know, Congress, like, until Congress creates it, you really can't just executive order a fucking agency into existence. So, it's fake, right? It's a fake job. Just to keep her from blabbing. Ay, ay, ay.
To China, so it's going to read the messages. So what we are seeing here is that the regional countries, so the capitals, Ankara, Cairo, Riyadh, the Muscat, Doha, Tehran, Islamabad, and Beijing, they're all involved in this. There's a multi-track diplomacy that is ongoing here, and all are a force trying to prevent another round of the war and achieve at least an interim deal or a statement of principles how to end the war. However, Ismail Bakai, the spokesperson of the foreign minister, says still there are major sticking points on the status of the Strait of Hormuz, how to end the war, and of course on Iran's nuclear activity.
Those are all the things. There's still sticking points on all of the things. The ending of the war, the closing or the opening of the strait, and the nuclear program. It's all the things. What other things are there exactly? So we have no agreement on any of the major points. That's a problem. Oh no, Nadia, you're dead. Don't say that. Don't be dead. We love you. Stay alive. We prefer alive Nadia to dead Nadia. Write that down. Write that down in case you forget it.
And overall nuclear files. So that's why, despite all of that diplomatic efforts, involvement of the regional and global actors, still the situation is extremely delicate in Tehran.
And Russell, help us with this, because we are hearing there are ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz. We know that Iran's control over a portion of the strait remains one of the Americans' red lines. How are the Iranian authorities justifying this while all important diplomatic talks hang in the balance?
Well, for Iranians, Strait of Hormuz is perhaps now the biggest leverage, so they do not want to lose that, and they are using that effectively by putting a control over the Strait of Hormuz. They are creating a pressure on the global economy and forcing the regional countries to use their leverages on the United States that could give some concessions during the ongoing negotiations. So simply Iran's strategy is to put pressure on the regional countries and on the global economies to make sure that the cost is so high for the United States that first it's not going to renew the war, and then at the negotiating table it is not going to have the excessive demand. So
yeah, it feels like we are at an impasse. I have to say, this is the only way I think to see it. I think being overly optimistic about this is perhaps a little naive. Have we seen some increased movement in the strait? Some ships managing to get through? Yeah. I think it's because, to some degree, the United States is like, knows that not allowing anything out of the strait is just collapsing the economy. But there's no agreement on this right now. And Trump, the guy who has to agree to all this, I mean, all of the things that he needs to call this a success are eons away. But let's just go down the list. No deal on the nuclear program, no deal on the strait, no deal technically on ending of hostilities, and an Iran with a fully, or at least mostly functional military, right? Still a navy that's still able to keep the strait closed, drones, thousands of drones still at hand, missile launchers being undug as we speak, right? Nothing's been achieved. He'll never be able to actually sell this as a win, and Trump doesn't know how to lose. That's the main problem here for me, right? Psychologically, Donald Trump is a man who does not know how to lose, gracefully or otherwise, right? Even shittily, right? He does not know how to lose. I just worry that this thing is going to continue on until he learns how to. That's not a lesson I don't think any of us want to sit around and wait for, to be honest. And somehow the Congress has to find a spine and prevent this from happening. Or, by November they'll all be voted out. We'll try with a new Congress. Well, everybody, that's the show. 9.5 hours. Boy, oh boy, what a freaking week. bombshell Epstein details that are not at all specific. Stephen Colbert's last show. The multiple plots to steal the election, and the discussion around Ashley St. Clair's claims that Elon told her that he did something weird with space lasers and the 2024 election. The $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund for Jan 6ers, and the Republican revolt over that in Congress, the economy, the utterly bat-crap crazy debate between Jillian Michaels, well, ChatJillPT, or whatever we're calling it, and Sam Seder. Environmental news, space news, Cuba, NATO, Ukraine, and the Middle East. All of it. Well, most of it. As much as I could do in one night. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hakate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. And if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Really helps us out.